Our five senses and our mind inhabit our physical environment, and this is three-dimensional, with the fourth dimension acting as motivator. This is the world that we know, and our knowledge of this world falls into the phylum of ontology, the study of the nature of being and the search for its ultimate constitutional unit. There are two philosophical schools of ontology: the atomists, including all the Greeks from the pre-Socratics to Plato, and the existentialists, who study the essence of the human being as the fundamental recombinatory social unit, and believe that man evolved after the idealizable elements. The atomists included Thales, who believed the fundamental element was water, Heraclitus, who believed the fundamental element was fire, and Democritus, who established the belief that reality was composed of indivisible units called atoms. Socrates, a character described by Plato, taught of the differentiation between the ideal realm, attainable mentally, and the realm of the physically real, and of the ratio between these alternate realities that should be held as the standard. Plato went on to describe 5 rhombic solids, the only 5 regular solids possible, composed of homogeneous geometrical shapes, that represent the perfect mathematics of the ideal realm in a way that we can grasp and comprehend through the senses. The next Western philosopher to address ontology was Descartes, who sought to chart the exact border between the realm of the ideal, or the mental, and the real, or the physical. He postulated that it is possible, without doubting the existence of the materially factual reality, to believe that all of this is merely the bad dream in the mind of a sleeping monster. This would spark the beginning of existentialist thought. Existentialists study the mind and emotions of the human being in order to reach conclusions about the origin of ethics, religion, and society. They derive a great amount from both transcendentalist, that the mind is a blank slate, humans essentially brutal and savage, and society an achieved ideal, and behaviorist, that the only way to approach comprehension of the internal thoughts of people is by examination of their interpersonal reactions to stimuli. Schools. Jean-Paul Sartre differentiated between being in itself and being for others, and Edmund Husserl addressed the border of difference between them as the epoché, an exercise in which an object is examined until all meaning has been completely detached from it, and it is seen in its true or base state as exclusively a condition of pure being. While the existentialists studied the ethics of Plato's student Aristotle, the atomists went on to become scientists in the age of reason that followed Descartes, and introduced the study of physics that would give rise to the fields of astrophysics, classical physics, particle physics, wave mathematics, and finally quantum mechanics, an attempt to unify particle and wave physics in light of probability. Both the classical Greeks and the Jews studied the Egyptians. The Jews record study of something called the qliphos, or shells. The Latin word quantum, meaning as much as or so much, may have similar origins in the arena of weights and measurements, where it meant a small amount of an unspecified substance that could refer to shells. The latter word has come to be used to describe the basic unit of probabilistic information that comprises our reality. It is unknown the full extent to which the ancients took their understanding of the meaning of their equivalent term. The quantum unit can be imagined as a self-connected spiral well of pure probability, a concentration of potential. Quantum information units accumulate in 3 dimensions to form macrostructures that are concentrations or centralizations of one or more of the 4 elemental energies: the strong and weak nuclear, gravitational, and electromagnetic, over time. We know these as all things from stars and planets to apples and oranges. In these concentrations of fields, combinations can occur forming fine structures of macromolecules, and this is the chemistry of life. This depends on these fields as much as the intellect of consciousness depends anthropically upon it. The Egyptians identified energy with the Ka, and matter with the Ka, the vessels which contained it. This is similar to the Oriental concept of Qi energy, which is contained in Tao, meaning the way. However, the Tao is more temporal. The Mayans, who also measured time as the fluctuation of energy, shared with the Egyptians the concept of the universe as a unified field, which the Egyptians called Nuit, the origin of our word for night, with an opposable fundamental unit, which the Egyptians called Hadith. The Egyptians shared with the Chinese and the Indians the belief that the energy of the unified field, Ka, Qi, or Mana, could be channeled through the physical body, through the pressure points and the chakras. The best example of these accumulations of probabilities toward task-specialized functions is the electromagnetic, for it is the least esoteric and most well known. It is the cause that orients compasses and directs electrical currents. Usually it is invisible, but when we use instruments to measure it, the force can be seen. Some known types of concentrations of the electromagnetic force are fields, such as the orbital shells of the basic electromagnetic quanta, the electron. There is also an electromagnetic field surrounding the Earth, caused by the Earth's rotation. A unique type of field is the bottle form, which is a force field whose inner and outer surface are contiguous, that is, one and the same. This shape derives its name from the Klein bottle, a distorted version of the idealized torus shape. The other basic structure of the electromagnetic force is the wave form, an elongation of a field until it projects entirely in one or both directions. When it flows in opposite directions at once, it is called an alternating current, because the electrons traveling along the current will alternate magnetic poles in a regulated rhythm. Some specialized types of waveforms are scalar waves, which are 2 different waveforms pulsed at an unequal or irregular rate to one another, and null waves, produced when these overlapping waveforms are exactly opposite or an even ratio to one another. Another example of the fluid dynamics of these forces is the gravitational force, which accumulates as a function of the pressure of mass. Gravity is common to all objects and is responsible for the orbits of the planets around the Sun as much as the orbits of electrons around an atomic nucleus. This force avidly displays the conundrum of the elemental energies with atomic theory, since no true graviton has yet been discovered that acts as a particle for the exchange of the force of gravity. This is because gravity is thought by modern scientists to be an attractive force. It is not considered that gravity might be a force as all the others, producing a repulsive solid particle that carries the energy exchanged, that simply travels faster than the speed of the fastest known particle, the photon, and therefore opposite the direction of the flow of entropy that particle is used to measure. Such, however, is the case, as has been proven by research with microwave electromagnetic radiation, which, when propelled through a solid medium, arrives before itself, moves backwards, and generates gravitational attraction. The gravity particle is therefore the tachyon, a faster than light, and therefore unmeasurable, theoretical particle, whose shape is the torus, or hypersphere. When a gravity field is concentrated upon a smaller and smaller space, it generates a black hole. The black hole gets its name from the fact that it absorbs all light around it, causing it to be consumed within itself, where it disappears. Because black holes possess spin, they are spheres, in fact, and not holes, and, for the same reason, a small portion of light does escape them, and so they are not altogether black either. Three-dimensional black holes exist for a temporary duration of time. However, black holes can also be exclusively fourth-dimensional. Whereas a third-dimensional black hole has a first-dimensional singularity, a second-dimensional Schwarzschild radius and accretion disk, and third-dimensional spin over time, an exclusively temporal singularity can also occur, and these are known as breakthroughs or quantum leaps, referring to the effect of quantum tunneling. Usually these occur in pairs or aggregates, and this effect is known as synchronicity or coincidence, and is created by the increase of probability due to random fluctuations caused by the uncertainty principle of the same event, the quantum tunneling of information through a certain holonomonic engram in the mind, usually being either one or both, occurring in two or more areas of space at around the same time. When the electromagnetic force is combined with gravity, the result is a wormhole. Nuclear fusion, of electrons rather than nuclei, creates microwave tachyons, and nuclear fission, again from electrons, opens these up into wormholes. Nuclear fusion can be accomplished by strong electromagnetic irradiation, like the smelting of metals with heat. Nuclear fission can be accomplished by the projection of a distortion to a gravitational field, like the dehydration in a pressure cooker. Thus, wormholes are a unification of all the forces. Wormholes, as they are projected at this time, are also exclusively temporal. They connect 2 points in the continuum such that to get from point A to point B in space-time takes X amount of time. To get from point A to point B through the wormhole takes Y amount of time, where Y is less than X and asymptotically approaches 0. To understand the mechanics of a wormhole, it is best to understand the dynamics of quantum tunneling, since they are only a magnification of this effect. This is thought to be the doubling of quantum information units through the random fluctuations of quantum foam due to the uncertainty principle. The best current example is the double slit experiment, where photons are passed through 2 cuts or breaks in a surface, and their overlapping field measured on another surface behind that. The result of this experiment is that the light acted holographically. Since it was just as probable for the photon to pass through one of the slits as the other, the sum of all the photons projected sorted statistically out to be not only either half passing through either, but all passing through each, such that much more light ended up reaching the other side of the barrier than was expected. Each photonic unit seemed to be acting as though a hologram or exact reflected duplicate of the whole, and therefore was passing not only through one or the other of the slits, but through both at the same time. In a wormhole, the conditions are essentially the same, only the two slits are the opposite ends of the wormhole, the barrier, the distance of the space between them, and time, the holographic fractal, passing through them from the same source at either end, that being the continuum. The time-space inside a wormhole is outside of the time-space outside of the wormhole, wherein is the wormhole. That is to say that inside a wormhole is a universe supernal to our own. This is the realm of hyperspace, or hyperdimension. Hyperspace refers to the acceleration of real particles to a velocity faster than entropy, and hyperdimension refers to the prismatic holographic refraction of energy waves in all directions simultaneously, concurrent to that acceleration. In the same way that matter and energy both comprise the continuum of the known universe, so hyperspace and hyperdimension comprise the hyper-real multiverse. The space-time inside a wormhole that moves faster than light escapes the limitation that forms the boundaries of our existing universe, and therefore it is properly considered hyper-real, or of a reality that has been raised beyond average reality. In the same way that a wormhole connects two probabilities in the continuum, so does it access infinite potential points in infinite potential universes. It is unlikely that there are actually an infinite number of universes. However, their accessible quantity of potential does increase the probability of multiple universes. These other universes are alternate realities in parallel dimensions to our own, and the sum over histories of all of these and that of our own universe is the multiverse. The basic unit of the temporal field is the probability well of concentrated potential energy. When one of these passes through another, the two occupy the same place in zero time. That is, the time it takes them to pass one another does not occur within the confines of the measured continuum. In the same way that one exits a wormhole at the same time as one enters it, just as we walk through a doorway, when a tachyon vibrates through an electron, it literally goes inside the electron, which occupies simultaneously every position on its orbital shell, and comes out at the same time on the opposite side of the orbital shell. One of the earliest forms of long-distance communication was the smoke signal, where someone would create different kinds of clouds of smoke by holding and removing a blanket from over a fire. In this same way, pulses of energy in an encoded format can transmit a translatable pattern of information. Since the temporal distortion created by quantum tunneling, or a wormhole, is only external and not internal, it is possible to relay such a signal through either method without degradation of the quality of the message. Whatever information was broadcast through a wormhole, however, would be refracted holographically inside of it, and therefore generate in the idealized realm outside of the time-space continuum eternally recurring spin, in accordance with the characteristics of the transmission. It would therefore be possible to access any such signals that had ever been broadcast through any wormhole, since it is possible also to follow the fractalization of harmonically vibrating multiple dimensions in hyperspace towards the various different possible combinations of the four elements that are the multiple universes. It is also likely that it would be possible to tune these in accord with the frequencies of real subspace waveforms, and in this way to access all manner of information, even if it had not been passed through a wormhole. Because it exists outside of finite space-time, the multiverse asymptotically approaches infinite potential. However, because it can only restructure the quantum information that it comes in contact with from the local universe, the multiverse is ultimately confined to reflect our reality. As local space-time is bent and distorted until it becomes a parallel dimension, it compounds upon the original information until a plenum exists. This continues on in an unending, interrelated network, each dimension feeding into the next along harmonic distortions to the fundamental geometries until there is a complete round cycle and all the dimensions connect. Even though each of these dimensions, and therefore the universe they describe, is equally infinite in potential, they can only support the probabilities they consume, and this they accomplish through the distortion to the underlying geometry. This sentence is false. An impossible loop in a logical hierarchy such as this constitutes the doorway out of hyperdimension into pure dimension. It is expressed as the final phase of distortion to the original underlying geometrical physics of subspace, extruding all expressions from the equation except the most elegant forms. In subspace, it is embodied in the gravitational singularity, which is formed when a temporal singularity implodes. This occurs inside the light-absorbing event horizon of a black hole, where the immense gravitational pressure causes quantum foam to quantum tunnel in very short wormholes or temporal singularities. When one of these reaches its conclusion, the zero-time information it contained phases into the central gravitational singularity. For an astronaut caught in a black hole, this would be the equivalent of losing consciousness or falling asleep. In this model, each miniature wormhole has its own signature geometrical trajectory. This constitutes the dimensional information that comprises hyperspace. The multiverse of infinite potential universes is in this way accessed, and additional probability of one possible universe is brought into the gravitational singularity. The gravitational singularity itself is the ideal ratio phi over pi in manifest form. This represents the most compact expression of geometry capable of expressing the most, since each of the two numbers given are transcendentals, transfinite decimals. When information phases through this system, that is, dies inside the wormholes and then passes into the singularity, it passes outside of the material universe and enters the realm of the ideal. The information itself inflates a baby bubble universe that expands on the inside of the universe. As much as the wormholes were phi around the pi singularity, so are such baby universes phi around the edge of the pi universe. Perpendicular to the history of this offspring universe is the tachyon history of pure dimension and pure geometry. As universal expansion inflates the horizon of the parent universe, it emits tachyons outward into the macroverse, whose measure is faster than the speed of light. Each tachyon is a phi over pi hologram, and all of them together are a mnemonic fractal. Thus, they are the energy and the particles of pure dimension. Their movement, moreover, is phi away from the pi universe, and therefore their form of time is also a purely idealized geometry. However, because the particles and the movement of time are one and the same, all is unity, and there is division between nothing. Although phi over pi is meant as a geometrical expression for dimension, it is possible also to replace the operators in the same ratio with geometry and dimension themselves. Here we see that, while phi over pi is a number that underlies everything in the material universe, pure geometry and pure dimension underlie it. Since tachyons move faster than light, we cannot see them. They arrive before the light waves emitted from the same event. They are emitted by photons. So, in the same way that tachyons are invisible to the eye, pure dimension and pure geometry are invisible ideals to the equation of phi over pi. To enter into the gravitational singularity would be physically like what standing inside a temporal singularity would be like to the perception alone. There would be zero probability measuring zero time, and therefore undiminished infinite potential. This means potential spin in a gravitational singularity as much as potential energy in a wormhole. Thus, the asymptotically infinite multiverse, perceived in a wormhole, is slowly being brought forth, one possible universe at a time, by gravitational singularities throughout our universe. However, inside our universe, we can no more see these baby universes than we can perceive the multiverse while outside of a wormhole. This goes so far as to mean that whenever we imagine the multiverse, we are creating quantum tunneling inside our own brains. In these ways, we can say that pure dimension is invisible to us because it is blocked from our sight. However, we must also remember that it is invisible to us because it is a transparent energy, tachyonic astral light, that surrounds us all the time. In fact, it is the substance of time, because its materiality is pure potential, without probability wells to interrupt its asymptotically unending expanse. Temporally, our aura itself is an event well inside this field. Just as the sum over histories of tachyons emitted from the universe measures the sum over histories of baby universes, produced from the infinite potential of hyperspace, accessed around the edge of a black hole, and comprised of a single history of consumed temporal singularities. Inside tunnels in the quantum information foam surface of the universe, so may we say that the measure of the universe's external luminescence and the quantity of possible generations contained within it are equivalent. This is merely an idealized way of saying, again, that matter, in this case the internal multiverse, and energy, in this case the tachyonic astral light, are interchangeable within a shared continuum. Our realm of third spatial and fourth temporal dimensional manifest material reality acts as the balancing point between these two depths. It is because of the increase of information from within the quantum information unit itself that our universe appears to be expanding. Both the three-dimensional homogeneity of the expansion and the temporal template are illusions, because the true pulse of the universe flows along channels of current exchanged between galaxies in filaments and walls, vibrating harmonies in voids. The tachyonic astral light outside our universe, the baby universes inside of gravitational singularities, inside of black holes, in the thin film of the manifest, the expanding quantum information units, and the resonant harmonic vibration underlying deep space, known as subspace frequencies, are all one and the same. They are all expressions of what is called mathematically the nth dimension. This is a variable meant to represent the last in a transfinite series, and to imply that it exists in a way that contains all the subordinate sums. The measure of the nth dimension is infinite geometry. The ones that I have listed above are only a small start. Include ones based on temporally synchronistic harmonic resonance manifestation systems, and you will be one more step closer to enlightenment. Perception of this is the state of enlightenment the Buddhists call nirvana. They follow a ritualistic practice of meditative trances on an increasing level of awareness of the ideal and sublime. In this system, the trance of samadhi allows entrance into the realm of nirvana, wherein one can freely perceive the primary clear light of Yalem. According to their belief, this light, the light of pure potential, precedes even the Big Bang and the beginning of our own universe. The next closest concept to the perception of this is the perception of the self in its presence, or tangential proximity. This deifies the light and gives one the illusion of empowerment. The oldest form of this is the Jewish neshama, meaning spirit. This is the first anthropomorphication of the spiritual principle, and brought the soul, which the Jews called the ruach, meaning breath, into contact with the world of discorporeal consciousness they had previously believed to be inhabited only by good or wicked jinn, or spirits of the wind, that they believed were alive as much as their own memories of their ancestors, and that they, too, were separated from the mundane world by a veil similar in principle to death itself. Other systems can account for the universe as an automaton, and believe that science is God, and the only right way or path to life, technocratic deism. These are no less based on petro, meaning stone, or violent blood rites than every early system of religion, yet they claim to be atheists. Accordingly, science shuns only liars. Yet still, should the demigod Pan come to bear, the result will be pandeism, the opening of Pandora's box. Since the first Greek elementalists, people have pondered the composition of the universe, but evidence that they sought for a unifying force underlying all nature and everything known by the mind is present in the even earlier pursuits of religion. Despite all of the efforts of religion, however, whether anthropomorphic, naturalistic, objective, all fail to produce data that is anything more than an induced personal experience, and comes down to a basic choice on the part of the individual to further go along with the group or not, despite its lack of conclusive findings. On the other hand, science can find no common ether or fixed constant in the whole of the observable universe that they cannot explain away as entropy. As the old Greek saying put it, when Zeus is toppled, chaos rules, and whirlwind reigns. The concept of entropy has been described by mathematicians using fractal or exponential pattern generators on computers, in which it is observed that where the patterns approach infinite finitude, growing smaller and smaller, the computer can no longer represent them, and only large empty zones appear. According to chaos theory, such empty spaces are equivalent to random genetic mutations due to replication errors that do not get subsequently corrected, which nuclear biologists increasingly believe to be the trigger of evolutionary leaps. And the mathematicians say that the same fuzzy logic creates weather patterns. Chaos theory, which states that cause and effect may be separated by myriad complex systems. Fuzzy logic, the concept that natural systems have vast variable fudge factors for information translation, and the dead zones in fractals do not begin to describe the reality of entropy, though. They are only studies of data methodology and artificial systems. Entropy is the cause of death and decay for all biological tissue, and therefore interfaces with living patterns and organic forms as well. If entropy could have a personality, it would appear little different than the specter of death. It isn't the word most people would want used to describe their deity, but it fits all the job requirements, being also how we measure time. Entropy is described as the gradual breaking down of ordered systems in increasing states of disorder and chaos. It is this force that causes all change in the universe, and against which biological life struggles to survive. According to the theory of entropy, the Big Bang was only the entropy of the first quantum fluctuation, and still expands the universe. Think of this as like the first test of the atom bomb, which keeps exploding by causing radioactive particle decay to this day. It is quite right to call entropy the background radiation of the continuum, because it unifies the four elemental forces, and it is the cause of their functionality. Entropy is even thought to have pre-existed the division between the four forces, at a time when all there was in the universe was radiated heat. Thus it is thought that heat is the basic unit of entropy. Therefore, the process of the matter-energy exchange defined as the function of entropy, acting upon and working through the four elemental forces, is measured according to thermodynamic radiation. The loss of energy, as heat, is considered the constant by which the difference between the moments may be measured in all things. Anything that gives off heat, or is subject to the presence of heat in its external environment, is being restructured by it asymptotically, dystrophically. This is the liberation of energy from the order of form, and it is a process that will continue as long as there is energy to be liberated from material form. Astrophysicists predict that the universe will age according to one of three ways. If the universe has an open geometry, it will continue to expand indefinitely. If the universe has a flat geometry, it will continue to expand until it reaches a certain constant point of equilibrium between matter and energy. If the universe has a closed geometry, it will expand until it reaches a critical density, and then it will collapse. It has been observed that all intergalactic bodies in the visible universe display a red shift to their gaseous emission spectrums, or the measure of light being emitted by stars. This red shift occurs due to the Doppler effect expanding the wavelengths of light as the galaxies move away from us, lengthening the amount of time it takes the photons to get here for us to observe them. In other words, we know that the universe is expanding now, or rather, was expanding at the time when the furthest, and therefore oldest, galaxies cast the light that we can observe today. Thus, it is the speed of light that has come to be considered the fixed constant, or fudge factor, of entropy, being considered the pivotal factor in the function of matter-energy exchange represented by special relativity. Therefore, if the speed of light is more or less constant, then the most recent observed data indicates that the universe is not only expanding, but expanding at a rate much faster than previously recorded. This seems to imply that a variable must be wrong, unless the universe's rate of expansion is actually speeding up. Theoreticians are debating these days over whether we are moving between matter-energy level shells in a universal quantum bubble, or whether Planck's constant, a truly naturally occurring average electrical velocity, might be questionable. It is more likely that scientists are simply using different values for variables now than they did before, and therefore that the universe is expanding at a constant rate. However, that rate is variable within a finite range of differing degree. Based on these findings, let us consider the different possible geometries underlying entropy. If the universe is speeding up as it expands, then it is likely that we are living in an open geometry universe. This is not necessarily as good a deal as it sounds. In an open geometry universe, the fabric of space-time would continue to expand forever outward, carrying all the material bodies within it along the way, and this expansion would not be one-directional, but in all directions at once, thus moving all material bodies further and further away from each other. This would go on forever, and eventually, though long before the universe ever ended expanding, there would be a virtually infinite distance between everything and everything else. First, this would happen to the galaxies. Then it would happen to the stars. Then it would happen to the planets and asteroids. Then it would happen to living cells, their nuclei and DNA. Then it would happen to the spaces between atoms and between quanta. Entropy would never end, and the fabric of space-time would be stretched out and bent parabolically, tearing it to shreds. However, if this were the case, then all the galaxies wouldn't just be redshifted relative to us, but to each other as well, as the homogeneous expansion of the universe pulled them apart. Instead, what is observed is that some of the galaxies are moving toward one another, forming filaments, walls, and intergalactic voids in the universe. Another theory is that the geometry of space-time is flat. This may sound amusing, as one can look about themselves in all directions and know that they are not living in a two-dimensional universe. Add to this the knee-jerk reaction that people used to think the world was flat before Columbus discovered America, and you immediately find yourself in flatland. However, the theory does not address the dimensionality of the universe, but the function of space-time. Einstein discovered that gravity does act as a well around very massive objects, capable of bending and distorting light rays. These wells comprise the curvature of space-time. However, other than this, the fabric of the universe does not display any dimensionality at all, and may easily be considered as a plane. This is not a plane such as a flat two-dimensional field, but a plane of reality, such as the mindset of consciousness that has evolved in a universe governed by entropy, that cannot comprehend a universe where space ever stopped or time ever came to an end. The last theory is the one most widely accepted by astrophysicists today. According to this theory, the geometry of space-time does loop back around on itself in an enormous cycle, and there is sufficient mass in the universe to create a greater gravitational collapse than the expansion of radiation in the form of the fixed rate of photon propagation, and the universe will eventually eat itself through entropic gravity wells such as supermassive black holes. Ironically, the faster the universe expands, the more mass it has pushing outward, and the more mass it has pushing outward, the more gravity it will have pulling inward, and the more likely it will be to contract. Although there is evidence that black holes have been gradually consuming the gases and radiation of the universe for at least as long as there have been galaxies of stars gathered around them, this geometry has spawned another theory of entropy, the Big Crunch. This event would be the Big Bang in reverse, and it is a popular concept among modern physicists due to its similarity to Eastern karma wheels and their cycling cosmologies. While much else in physics is complex to comprehend, thermodynamics is as easy to understand as feeling temperature with the skin. Therefore, it was probably in reaction to this that first form of sensation evolved in the original life form. Thermodynamics is hot and cold. Hot and cold are simple concepts. Energy moves from cold to hot as it moves from slow to fast, and it moves only between these two, and only in this direction. When something is cold, its particles are moving very slowly. As radiation is introduced, the particles begin to move about. Some become free particles and their energy leaves the system. In this way, all energy breaks down from matter, and in this way, all energy asymptotically approaches the speed of the fastest real particle, the photon moving at the speed of light. The best way to describe this process is by looking at the three forms of water. Water can be frozen solid into ice, and here we see that its molecules are almost entirely stationary, except the surface where they are exposed to radiation and begin to melt and give off steam. In its natural state, that is, at an averaged temperature, water exists in liquid form, and its particles obey fluid mechanics. This is more or less randomized. However, it is always contained within the minimal amount of space, given room for the random reactions. When water is evaporated by exposure to radiation, it becomes gaseous steam and airy mist. In vapor form, the water becomes lighter than air microdroplet macromolecules, and this is fundamentally what clouds are made of. Heat is transported in waves called convection currents. Similarly to the bending of light by gravity wells, convection currents can be observed as a distortion to the radiation of photons. They can be seen in the distance rising off the surface of a paved road in the sunlight, where they appear as a clear liquid fire that melts the view. They can also be observed in infrared spectroscopy, emanating from any living source like a pulsating aura that surrounds us with an invisible undulating flame. Convection currents always flow in the same direction, from the hot to the cold, and these are centers or areas where the pressure is different. Heat flows from high pressure centers, cold flows to low pressure centers. In the same way that degree of radiation determines density cohesion, so are centers of high and low pressure, the highs and lows followed by temperature. Isobars are the features of the terrain defined by pressure. Like convection currents, they run along and around pressure centers, but define a dimension perpendicular to the convection currents. Even though hot and cold, and high and low pressure, are measures of changes induced by energy liberation, such as radiation, Their orientation to one another is itself one of a polarity similar to electromagnetism. The orientation of pressure bars and convection currents relative to one another is more than just caused by electromagnetic radiation creating high and low pressure centers. It is caused directly by electromagnetic field lines surrounding these mobile concentrations of energy. While the high energy, hot, high pressure centers and low energy, cold, low pressure centers move around, for example, in the atmosphere, as the particles between them are moved about by the stirring of radiation, there is increased potential for electromagnetic friction, and, for example, in the atmosphere, storms arise. Fluid mechanics govern the propagation of force for the convection currents of temperature over the isobars of pressure as waveforms in two-dimensional plane fields. The variable representing this movement of force in a fluid continuum is given as gamma, and it is represented such that gamma is a function of solid reflection interference patterns and potential induction propagation patterns. It operates similarly to a gaseous state, only denser and slower. However, in both we see complex natural patterns arising from simple external disturbances. These natural patterns take the form of both fractals and gnomons. The fractals represent the type of non-living patterns found as the transverse wave fronts of the small waves arcing up onto the shore, or the artificially created smoke ring. The gnomons are living patterns such as the whirlpools of the water or the tornadoes of the air. Entropy in the form of heat, produced by matter-energy exchange, moves through things, changing them over time, according to patterns that are both living and dead. The dead sort of patterns are simply higher dimensional forms of harmonic resonance, such as the three-dimensional Platonic solids, which are the only 5 regular solid polyhedra that can exist in 3 dimensions. Such forms are fourth-dimensional metaforms, like the hypercube and hypersphere. However, when they are viewed as fourth temporal rather than fourth spatial dimensional models, they display a completely different type of pattern of propagation. Modern fractals include the Mandelbrot set, named after its program creator, which resembles a bug or a meditating Buddha, and the Julius set, which is an expansion of a Fibonacci spiral that self-replicates on a finer and finer scale until finally disappearing into large blank gaps that surpass the computer's display capabilities. These can also be mapped three-dimensionally and excellently replicate the natural terrain patterns of landscapes. By turning the fractals around, or giving them spin, quaternions can be extracted from the dark spaces that look like gummy shells of cotton candy. Entropy also propagates in living patterns, which is lucky for us anthropically. These types of patterns are like pi, which self-replicates in either a self-terminating inward cycle or a self-expanding outward cycle, and under the conditions of polarity, alternates these in a double helix, and like phi, which is pi seen at an angle and is extractable from the diagonal of a cube. Phi is also present as the involution of tachyons, and these generate gravity, which propagates entropy. Some systems of entropic propagation have yet to be discovered. It is possible that there, hiding in the static, is the hologram of a picture. All that is required to be able to see it is the ability to view it simultaneously from multiple points of view. Such optical illusions are common nowadays and known as stereoscopic art. These apparent fields of white noise or static pixels are actually arranged in a very specific order so that, when viewed through two eyes the distance apart of the human eyes, the individual pixels will become blurred together and a holographic projection will leap out into sculptured three-dimensional vision at the viewer. So far, what we know to be true of entropy, that it propagates as gamma energy flow according to highly advanced and relatively simple geometric forms, it is entirely possible to conceive of it functioning according to the geometry of some even higher dimension as well. On the tables of the 8th and the 9th. The tables of the 8th and the 9th tell us many things about the physical construction of our universe on a purely mathematical level, the level which serves as the bridge between the external formation of the material world and our relatively internal domain of consciousness. My arrangement of these tables therefore allows for the application of numerology, or the realization of relationships between the digits en suite, or in themselves. This existentialist approach to computation is as ancient as the human practice of collecting objects in countable sets, and constitutes an esoteric equivalency to the exoteric fact of pure traditional mathematics. Regardless of the excuse of its origins, this practice's credentials are frowned upon in the light of pure mathematics as an escape from the understanding provided by methodological calculation. They are, quite to the contrary, no more than a reapplication of methodological computation on an entirely other level, self-contained, and non-threatening to the approach of exoteric mathematica. Thus, while their examination may be seen as untraditional, it is at least not unacceptable. One of the fundamental insights of the tables is provided by comparison between the two. Their primary similarity is the repetition of pattern, their primary difference being the nature of these patterns. As the 8th demonstrates quantifiable decline in sequence, so the 9th yields first exact self-replication, and then increasing self-referential sequentialism. These patterns are apparent and undeniable. If the calculations are repeated in any other setting, the conclusions will be exactly the same, and therefore the patterns displayed in their relationships will be identical. Numbers do not lie. They lack that motivation for symmetry. It is possible to see these sequences of both as related to one another dimensionally. The perpetual numerological decline of the 8th and the perpetual numerological duplication and factorial increase of the 9th may be seen as ascent through the first three dimensions respectively. The diminishing table of 8s constitutes collapse into a singular point in space. Naturally, one can question how there can be any differentiation at all in the measurement of a point, but the answer is a simple one indeed, for without it there would be no scale-correspondent maps. The repetitive aspect in the 9s resembles the extension of a line in space. At all points along the line, two of its dimensions are cancelled, leaving only the third behind to mark its position. This is quite obvious in the graphing of a straight vertical or horizontal line in a two-dimensional Cartesian coordinate system, where either the x or the y coordinate pairing remains undefined. It may be less obvious in a diagonal where every point on the line has a defined x and y coordinate pair that differs from every other coordinate pairing of a point along the line. However, the distance formula shows that any 2 points on a graphed straight diagonal will cancel one another out, leaving only one integer behind, that being the value of the line itself. This may seem trivial now, but it is essential for understanding the next comparison of the ninth table to dimensionality. One need only to consider that a line in a two-dimensional coordinate system, straight or diagonal, is equivalent to a plane in a three-dimensional coordinate system to begin to apprehend why. Although it is a confirmable fact that the integer sums of the multiplicative quantities produce a doubling of results along factorially related lines throughout the entire ninth table, this only becomes really evident after the process has entered its third repetition, when the quantities involved are of such an amount that their sums render divergent factors. What this process is in fact describing is the event of entrance into the third dimension from the second. At first, as the plane is defined as two lines of value 9, the factorial sums elevate rapidly through the established sequence. As the shape becomes clearer while the coordinate system is rotating, the number of quantities between the factorial transitions becomes greater, allowing, as it were, more time to pass between phase shifts. The key to understanding the shape that is described is contained within the non-numerological pattern of Table 9. The factorials diverge first after product 180. That is, their sums, if taken by pure integer alone or by combined integer, render different results, although both results that occur elsewhere as quantities within the initial multiplicative table. At quantity 108, the products break from the ascending sequence and linger at sum 18, or, if they are taken as a pair of paired integers, begin to decrease along the same factorial lines, beginning at 63, but skipping every other factor, such that the next result yielded is 45, rather than 54, etc. This is the case until 180 appears again as the multiplicative function. The result for 198, that immediately following 180, is peculiar, as it constitutes a different rate of change than has been previously established. Although it describes the results for all the quantities of multiplication between 181 and 240, interrupted only by 200 times 9 equals 1800, this still describes a much shorter set of numbers than are contained within the 36 factorial grouping from 241 to 390, which follows, 58 as opposed to 148, respectively. This anomaly also helps to point out that the phase shifts in sums don't occur cleanly at factorially defined breaks, but are governed only by the dictates of the digits themselves. Although this opens up the realization of still another, more subtle pattern, the difference between the clean factorial 243 and the true break of 240 for the 27 factorial set being 3, and the difference between the clean factorial 396 and the true break of 390 for the 36 factorial set being 6, it is unnecessary at this point to go into it in detail. It is more instructional from a dimensional emergence perspective to examine the factorial breaks that are clean, and those are 180 and 360. These numbers are most immediately recognizable as the definitions of the circumference in degrees of a half circle the angle measure of a straight line, and a full circle, or, if you like, the angle measure of a straight line that reverses its own direction. But they have more deeper connotations than this. The most fundamental polygons are the triangle, the square, and the pentagon, composed of 3, 4, and 5 angles respectively. The hexagon, with 6 interior angles, is somewhat more complex, and can actually be tallied to be the sum of 2 triangles. The sum of the angles of a triangle is 180. It is always, exactly, and only 180. The sum of the angles of a square is always 360. 90 plus 90 plus 90 plus 90. This is true for any four-sided rhombus, according to the formula that n minus 2 times 180 equals the sum of the interior angles for any object with n number of sides. Applying this same formula, we can conclude that the sum of the angles of a pentagon is 540, or 3 times 180, or 1.5 times around the circumference of the unit circle. These numbers are as old as the act of measurement itself, and they are absolute. So we can see how the clean factorial breaks in the 9th table pertain not only to angles that describe arcs, but to those describing well-defined shapes, particularly the fundamental polygons as well. Moreover, these fundamental polygons comprise the sides of the only 5 regular solid polygons that can exist in 3 dimensions. All other solid polygons, like the hexagon in 2 dimensions, are only combinations of these first 5. The Platonic solids consist of the tetrahedron, comprised of triangles, the cube, composed of squares, the dodecahedron, comprised also of triangles, the isosahedron, also composed of triangles, and the dodecahedron, comprised of pentagons. So we have not only the description of angle measures on the unit circle, but also the sums of the angles of the faces on each of the 5 Platonic solids, and all in a pure numerical form. It is easy to follow the progression of factorial breaks up through their ascending sequence and see how the sums constitute measures within a deepening 3-dimensional space, describing the unfolding of the Platonic solids according to the sums of the interior angle measures of their faces multiplied by their facial sum. It would be more probable, at this point, for a practitioner of calculatory mathematica to caution that the bad habits of a writer may be transferred to their readers than it would be that they could provide hard evidence that this data is more conjecture than implicit organization. In either event, it cannot be doubted that the dimensional bridge between function and form is crossed in the table of nines. The bridge described herein is not altogether complicated, but is increasingly complex as more governing rules are discovered to determine each additional dimension. For example, the point may be seen as of any size under magnification. The line is definitive of angle and implying the edge of a perfectly flat plane. 3-dimensional objects are formed simultaneously of matter and energy, comprised not only of charged particles, but of waves with measurable frequency related to this charge. This relativity of fundamental components and distance becomes substantial in the 4th dimension, the final to be considered here, where an object has form in both space and time, according to the measurement of intervals. All of these are descriptive of the same process, differing only in the complexity of dimension. To understand the relationship between the table of the nines and the fourth dimension, it is necessary to lay a minimal foundation. Some formulae and models describing progression should be given, as it is by progression that time is measured. It is this process that has thus far been described, and which constitutes our bridge. Growth in biological organisms is measurable according to an exponential law for equiangular spirals that gradually approach ratio-based orientation. An example of this is that governing the formation of a nautilus shell, given as R equals AE to the power of kappa theta, where R is the radius of curvature, A the area, E the natural number, 2.71, found in exponential balances, K the kinetic energy, and theta the polar angle of predicted curve continuation. Although it seems completely unfamiliar, this formula has been underlying our progress all along. It describes the function of the ninth table, whereby the lower dimensions are evoked rapidly, and the forms of the higher dimensions more slowly. What this formula means is that the spiral of the nautilus shell is curled more tightly around its origin, rapidly forming a circularly bound core. As it continues, the arc of the shell expands to break its circular condition, and rate of growth slows. This is the same exact process as described in the numbers of the ninth table. Now, what does this similarity have to do with the fourth spatial dimension? If the rate of growth of either a nautilus shell or the ninth table's factorial breaks were plotted as a sine wave, it would have high initial frequency and minimal oscillation, followed by lower gradual frequency and more pronounced oscillation. This chart describes the unfoldment of progression for either equally well. It is, itself, also a three-dimensional shape. If it were plotted in a three-coordinate system, the sine wave would orbit around the x-axis, alternating positive and negative in the y-axis, with an expanding radius in the z-axis. If it were displayed with its complement as well, numerically negative products of all the multiplicatives, or geometrically the cosine wave, it would take the familiar form of the double helix of DNA. Before we go into the implications of the gnomon described in the ninth table, let us first pause briefly and consider the construction of a sinusoidal wave. In trigonometry, the study of triangles, lies the basis of wave measurement. A wavelength, lambda, may be measured as two right angles extending up to the endpoints from the baseline of the standing wave, sharing either a common point where the waveform crosses the baseline, or the vertical leg where the waveform reaches its peak or trough. These triangles are equivalent for a sine wave depicting circularly bounded progression, and isosceles, possessing two equal length legs apiece. The method of creating the sine wave itself comes from a technique for deriving a right triangle's non-right angle measurements from the measures of its legs and hypotenuse. The sine function for an angle is the opposite leg over the hypotenuse. the cosine function for the same angle being the adjacent leg divided by the hypotenuse. These two functions, as it was stated before, are complementary. This is expressed in the relationships between sine and cosine for a triangle ABC, whose right angle is C. Sine A equals cosine B, and cosine A equals sine B. When the numerical solutions of these functions are graphed, a sine wave appears, which is a spiral in 3 dimensions. As a measurement of interval, this is also a 4th-dimensional shape. Now we may consider the progress through dimensions of the described spiral as it breaks from circular boundary conditions and what form it takes after it does so. The first point that should be made is the distinction between degrees and radians. Both are measurements of the arc of a circle, or the radial expansion of a spiral, bound by circular or exponential conditions, but the former is fixed and the latter is open. Radians, unlike degrees, are dependent upon the transcendental measurement of pi, an irrational integer whose value is roughly 22 divided by 7, or 3.1415926. Pi, based on the Greek letter pi, is an expression for the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter. The relationship between degrees and radians is such that each pi radian equals 180 degrees. It is interesting to note that a spiral column of tetrahedrons, such as Buckminster-Fuller modeled for the geometry of a double helix, undergoes 1/3 full rotation, while 22 of its faces are exposed. Thus, pi is the limiting factor for the spiral in its early stages of progression, as it crosses the threshold of the first 2 dimensions. As it enters into the third, the forms it describes become exponentially complex, and the time interval elapsed between factorial breaks therefore begins to widen. The limiting factor remains a transcendental number, an irrational integer similar to pi, but one that describes an open set for growth along dimensional lines. This integer is phi, Greek letter phi, and will be shown to occur in pure mathematics, quantum mechanics, and the heliacal pattern of DNA. It is this number that governs the 3rd-dimensional forms derived from the 9th table, as well as the 4th-dimensional pattern of their progress. In order to decant phi from the table of 9s, we need only convert the products given to degree measurements, a process already implied by the clean factorial breaks occurring at the 180 and 360 multiplicatives. Once this is done, a chart for the sine and cosine functions of these angles may be assembled, and, using larger later occurring sums for these, phi will be revealed. The 2 sine squared and 2 cosine squared sums are preferred and yield results containing both phi and phi prime, expressed as phi to the power of 1, that is, the reciprocal of phi, or phi over 1. Some of the most notable results of this table are, for 9 degrees, or pi over 20 radians, 2 minus the square root phi plus 2, 2 plus the square root phi plus 2, sine and cosine functions respectively. For 18 degrees, pi over 10, phi to the first plus 1, phi plus 2. For 45 degrees, pi over 4, phi plus phi reciprocal for both. For 72, 2 pi over 5, phi plus 2, phi reciprocal plus 1. And for 81 degrees, 9 pi over 20, 2 plus the square root of phi plus 2, 2 minus the square root of phi plus 2. The complementarity of the sine and cosine functions is readily apparent here. These figures represent distance relationships between points on what is called the golden triangle of 36 degrees by 72 degrees by 72 degrees. After phi, which is itself the golden ratio of 1 plus the square root of 5 over 2, with approximated value of 1.61803. Some other properties of note possessed by phi are that multiplied by its reciprocal, the value of which is negative 0.61803, its product is negative 1, and that squared it is equal to itself plus 1. The spiral described by phi is thus the so-called golden spiral, and is exponentially bounded rather than circularly, its points being phi, phi squared, phi cubed, phi to the fourth, phi to the fifth, and so on. These constitute the bridging of dimensional gaps described by the tables of 8s and 9s, and the slower, more numerous, three-dimensional forms that arise by angle-sum recurrence during the later stages. It is interesting to note that a line connecting 2 points on opposite sides of a third point in a pentagon forms a line that, intersected by another such line drawn from the third point, forms the golden division. Thus, not only is phi determinant of the rate of third and fourth dimensional progression, but a fundamental building block in the Platonic forms themselves. Before going further, a brief clarification between the circularly bound and phi-bound spirals should be considered. In the circularly bound spiral, the juncture points of the sine and cosine waves do not necessarily occur at the baseline of the standing waveform, nor are both their apex and nadir points compatible with opposing peaks and troughs. Because the oscillations are so small, however, this factor is compensated somewhat so that they may appear so. In the phi-bound spiral, the conditions are more like the traditional depictions for DNA, if the exponential function is doubled. It is at the third repetitive juncture that the circular becomes phi. We have seen how phi affects the factorial breaks in the numerical sums of the products of the ninth table, resulting in first a rapid expansion through pi-limited dimensions, and later in gradual progression through forms in an open dimension that are themselves the results of its interactions in that dimension. The hypothesis that, as a measure of interval, the phi over pi spiral itself is a governing factor of a still higher dimension has also been forwarded. Next, let us consider the applications of this revealed pattern of forms in the real sciences of math, physics, and biology. It has already been stated that the pi, or circularly bound spiral, in its initial stages of formation, yields markedly different results than the phi binding does later. This difference is the gap between the second and third dimensions, bridged by its progression. The pi constraint means that the spiral's growth is arithmetic, and that only the sine and cosine waves can be plotted to measure its factorial breaks. The larger numbers of the later products in the 9th table, allowing for as many as 3 different simultaneous solutions for a single product's digital value, all representing products already given earlier in the table, are governed by exponential expansion, where only phi and its reciprocal complement phi prime determine the location, or rather the moment, of each factorial. The difference in a chart plotted for these 2 different types of growth is the difference between a horizontal line and a diagonal, respectively. Another, more statistically appropriate depiction of exponential growth is the asymptote, an upward curve approaching infinity. These averages for the variance in the spiral may be taken to represent its standing wave state, or the baseline between itself and its complement. The most significant distinction between the arithmetic progression of the second dimension and the exponential progression of the third dimension is the graph of the relative locations of the factorial breaks, occurring at the complementary juncture points. The juncture points of arithmetic and exponentially bound spirals differ, as has already been demonstrated by the distinction between the sine and cosine waveforms and the phi and phi prime waveforms. In the later system, they will always occur at the event of intersection with the baseline given for the underlying growth pattern. This would seem to have little relevance, as the spiral is 3-dimensional, and thus has no real juncture points between either sine and cosine waves or phi and phi prime waves, both merely arcing around each other along the baseline x-axis. But these points are where the factorial breaks occur, and have relevance in the fields of quantum mechanics and biology. In quantum mechanics, particles are so small that there is no way to observe them without disturbing their behavior by doing so. For example, sending a photon into the probability field of an electron cloud changes the path of the electron to be measured. Thus, either position or velocity for a particle can be measured at one time, and this is what is known as the uncertainty principle. What is really implied here is a change in probability itself. The probability of the electron in the example following its given course before being struck by the photon is a certainty. The probability of it following the same course after being struck by the photon is an impossibility. The inverse of these statements is also true. In the context of Table 9, this translates to the clean factorial breaks occurring at the phi and phi prime intersections, and the rest of the factorial breaks occurring at the sine and cosine intersections, or at later points along the opposing peaks and troughs determined by phi. In the practice of constructing histories, the positions of a particle over a period of time are considered. The spiral may be thought of as a graphic depiction of a history. Quantum mechanically, the numerical factorial breaks constitute positions where probability undergoes inversion. 3 terms govern the behavior of the particle at these positions: r, radius; theta, the polar angle; and phi, the azimuthal angle. R allows the emission of a photon, releasing energy, or one's absorption. Theta measures precession, and phi is the spiral path taken between orbital energy shells, whereby the electron will lose energy approaching the nucleus, or gain energy retreating it. We can easily observe the same pattern being repeated on a larger scale in astronomy. The most obvious would be a plotting of the movement of the heavenly bodies about their elliptical orbits over a period or duration, such that the spiral may be viewed as their positions over time, similar to the history constructed for the position of an electron. An even closer examination of the interaction and structures of the fields that cause this yields an even more detailed discovery as to phi's presence. The solid-state planets, those within the asteroid barrier of our solar system, just to name a few, obviously obey only the pi binding for their formation. The result is that they are centered approximations of spheres, whose phi, or gravitational force breaking, traits are limited as much as possible, resulting in the equatorial bulge, for example, and by interaction with our moon, a pi cyclical timetable of the tides. The atmosphere and electromagnetic forces surrounding these solid-state planets are a somewhat different matter, but this is best explained by looking at the planets that are, themselves, more entirely governed by these forces respectively. The gas giants, therefore, represent the point at which the pi internally oriented and phi externally oriented spirals most actively interchange. Their atmospheres manifest violent and extremely mobile centers of opposing pressure, creating immense ionized, semi-acidic storms. The most notable of these is the red spot on the surface of Jupiter, which has been modeled on a computer using supersymmetric statistical averaging. Saturn represents the most pi-bound, with its ejected rings of neatly circularly situated frozen materials, and Pluto the most phi-bound, with its erratic solar orbit and its nearly horizontal rotational axis. For both of these planets, it is the electromagnetic field that is the suspension where the spiral's transformation plays itself out with such astonishing effects. The best location for an observation of the spiraling nature of this field is the Sun, directly at the center of our system, whose atmosphere is entirely dependent upon the mathematical structuring of its behavior. While it is Jupiter's atmosphere that is the most clearly at the cusp of the spiral's third permutation atmospherically, the Sun is already there entirely electromagnetically. In short, what occurs on Jupiter within its atmosphere is nearly mathematically identical to what is occurring in the outer corona of the Sun. The only significant difference is between the pi-bound temporal pattern of Jupiter's atmospheric disturbance and the phi-bound temporal pattern of disturbance for the Sun's electromagnetic field. The best way to understand this pattern is to glance over first the evidence for its existence, and then explain its cause. The evidence consists of the 11-year sunspot cycle, during which the occurrence of solar flares and prominences alternately increases and decreases. The model that has best thus far accounted for this process is the winding up of the Sun's electromagnetic field currents due to the differential rotation of the hot gas of its body at different latitudes. This occurs for 11 years, causing outbursts where the currents overlap, until finally these number so many that they short-circuit the entire ball of string and it returns overall to a base state, at which point the process can begin again. Because the timing of the cycle does not increase exponentially, it is clearly pi-bound in total. However, the occurrence of solar activity during the 11 years does increase with time, and therefore the rate of flares, prominences, and sunspots is phi-bound. It is demonstrable that it is at the peaks and troughs of the temporal sine wave that the phi, or algorithmic spiral, takes root. It can also be stated with a degree of certainty that it is at the juncture points of this algorithmic spiral that the solar supersaturation event transpires, and the entire electromagnetic field resets itself. Lastly, it may be noted that the practice of using histories for particles is utilized astronomically in the theory of quantum gravity to study a similar supersaturation in the very young universe, where phi-bound bubbles are thought to have formed within the pi-bound symmetry of the early universe as the third-dimensional factorial phase shift occurred. In biology, phi over pi occurs as the emphasized function in two areas pertaining to the reproductive process of cells. The first is in the determination of time intervals in the cell cycle, or lifespan of a cell. The second is in the actual physical composition of DNA, as well as the interaction of that structure with RNA in protein production. The cell cycle is divided into four spans: G1, first growth; S, synthesis; G2, second growth; and M, mitosis phases. During the first growth stage, a trigger protein accumulates to determine if the cell will engage in replication. Some cells, such as nerve, muscle, and red blood cells in animals, and roots, stems, leaves, and flowers in plants, never leave this phase. During the synthesis phase, polymerases separate the helix of a DNA strand by breaking their hydrogen bonds. Two new complete strands are then completed as these polymerases attach corresponding nucleotides with complementary nitrogen bases. These will be discussed presently. Replication occurs at several places along the DNA strand at once, its helix being opened up like a zipper into replication forks, where the opposite directionally oriented copying of DNA occurs simultaneously. The leading strand continuously adds nucleotides in one direction, while the lagging strand synthesizes short, discontinuous segments that are joined together by other enzymes which also serve as proofreaders. In the final DNA strand, there is 1 in 10 to the 5th to a billion, 10 to the 9th, errors or mutation factor. Mutations that do occur are corrected by nucleotide complementary enzymes and sealed back together with DNA ligase. Within minutes of its synthesis, new DNA wraps around nuclear proteins called histones. 8 molecules of histone, 2 each of 4 types, make a nucleosome core, around which the DNA loops twice. Nucleosomes are linked by DNA bound to a 5th type of histone, and all of this together makes up chromatin fibers. If there are 3 parts of chromosomes, called chromatids, in a nucleus, the cell is diploid. If there are only 2, it is haploid. During the second growth phase of 2 to 5 hours only, minimal RNA, protein, and macromolecule production occurs. When the cell enters its final reproductive stage, the mitosis phase, chromatids are collected and held together at a centromere. There are 4 spans of mitosis. The first is prophase, during which chromosomes condense and the nuclear envelope begins to disappear. Microtubules form 2 diamond-shaped spindles and attach fibers from them to the centromeres. Next is metaphase, where the chromatids are pulled into a planar arrangement across the cell, center perpendicular to the spindles. Then anaphase occurs. The centromeres divide and chromatids separate into chromosomes. The final phase is telophase. The chromosomes gather at opposite ends of the cell, and a new nuclear envelope forms between them. In animal cells, this is the plasma membrane. In plants, the cell wall. We should also consider the similar process of meiosis, or the replication of genetic material in the combination of cells from parental sources as occurs in the reproductive function. It is essentially the same as mitosis, but because the cells start out with 3 pairs of chromatids, they must undergo division twice before their full amount of genetic potential has been haploid integrated. Thus, they have twice the phases of mitosis, but undergo the same process. The only significant difference occurs in the very first phase, prophase 1. During this phase, each chromatid in a homogeneous pair, of which there are 6 total, exchanges parts of its replicated chromosomes for their identically paired counterparts with their paired chromatids. The new chromosomes are a genetic recombination. This is called crossing over. The time interval of the first and second growth phases in the cell cycle is clearly determined by a sine wave, as will be demonstrated shortly. In these cases, it is the amount of labor and not the length of time which is exponential. Thus, they may be plotted as points where the wave curves into the lower x values in our 3-dimensional coordinate system. The spans of the cycle allotted for the replication and reproduction functions, however, are temporally fixed by phi. They sweep upwards into the greater integer values and remain there longer. Now let us consider phi as it relates to the structure of DNA itself, and to rate of processing in the relationship of DNA and RNA in building proteins. The backbone of DNA is a congregation of deoxyribose, sugar, phosphates. This forms the exterior pillars of the strand. Between these, like steps on a ladder, are 4 types of nitrogen bases that fall under 2 classification categories, united by a hydrogen bond. The classes of these bases are the single hexagonal ringed pyrimidines and the double 1 hexagonal, 1 pentagonal ringed purines. Thymine and cytosine are the bases belonging to the former class. Adenine and guanine are those belonging to the latter. 1 purine always binds with 1 pyrimidine, thymine to adenine, cytosine to guanine, according to complexity of structure. The formation of the helix itself is not exactly phi, but more closely resembles the complementarity of the sine and cosine waves. The axis does not penetrate the center at the hydrogen bonds, but is rotated about by the sugar-phosphate backbone. This is due to the heterogeneous pairing of the nitrogen bases. If the same effect were produced binarily, the image of the medical codices would be exactly evoked. Phi itself only comes into play when the strands are separated, at which point it serves as the angle governing their divergence, much as in quantum mechanics. It is also according to a phi-determined number of rotations that the replication routine will begin and end. This is best examined in the RNA process. There are 3 types of RNA, with purposes implied by their titles: mRNA, messenger, tRNA, transfer, and rRNA, ribosomal. These are involved in the 3 consecutive phases of protein production, from the coding of nitrogen bases along the DNA double helix. mRNA polymerase produces exons, copies of regions of DNA that are expressed as polypeptide chains, or meaningful instructions, and throws away introns, replicated non-coding DNA. tRNA is comprised of codons, promoters, and anticodons, terminators, that begin and end this copying. Through tRNA charging, L-shaped triple-looped rRNA binds to ribosomal subunits to create proteins from DNA coding sequences. Certain codon genes, called transposons, jump around to cause mutation. These alleles are alternative forms of a gene that have slightly different base sequences as a result of mutation, and cause the genetic variation on which natural selection acts. The simultaneous existence of tRNA and the ribosomal subunits that act as factories for protein production begs the question of the chicken and the egg, but a solution is readily available in the primacy of DNA and analysis of its mathematical implications for congruent progression. All of these purposes occur during the first and second growth phase in the cell cycle. The replication process undergone by tRNA is somewhat different from that in mitosis, as it only represents the replication of abbreviated segments of the DNA which are specifically designed to promote protein generation. As such, it breaks with the time interval coding of these phases, extrapolating a pi sine wave predicted amount of material and integrating it into a phi regenerative system in a pi factored span of time. It is at the beginnings and ends of these coding sections that mutation is most likely to occur. These examples from some fields of hard science can be called by one group term: spontaneous symmetry breaking. In each of them, the occurrence of a given and predictable number in the progression represents a point at which change occurs, where the existing pattern is broken and a new, similar pattern is established, just as throughout the factorially identifiable sums of the products in Table 9. In short, with each dimensional gap it crosses, our bridge changes form. The spiral itself, particularly the unique multidimensional nautilus-like spiral described by the 9th table factorial breaks, is only one form of 4th-dimensional shape. The Platonic solids all have their correspondences in the 4th dimension as hypershapes of nested like-within-like forms. As we have already seen, however, the number of definite coordinates increases for each additional level of dimension, and so there are many more basic polygons that can occur in the 4th dimension than in the 3rd. The number of these, as well probably as the structure, is a factor of the interval proportion of the underlying pattern, that is, the phi spiral. In closing, it is perhaps best to clear up why the spiral bound by pi, whose value is 3.14159, is actually less than the spiral bound by phi, the value of which is 1.61803. Despite the balance of their values being tipped more in the former's favor. It is best for this exploration to perceive the spiral in organic terms. The singularity is like the seed from which the structure springs. The second dimension is the roots, and the third dimension the trunk, offering stability and durability. They are both bound by pi in this respect, the greater quotient providing fuller form. The fourth dimension presents the shape of the fractal branching patterns that yields sticks and stems and finally leaves down to the veins. The leaves themselves are as myriad as the solids of the fourth dimension, and arise, thrive, deteriorate, and drop away as living intervals of time. And these are bound by phi, the more delicate and diverse function. Now we may consider theories that substantiate this model. All structures that thrive in nature do so by establishing a firm foundation. The phi over pi spiral shows us this has been accomplished by diversification. The circular binding becomes spherical, and subsequently omnidirectional. Not only are the later forms built from those of earlier dimension, each greater dimension is itself a bigger picture of the same hologram. Pi represents the base of the pyramid, which, although in our case more compact in terms of interval, is the keystone of the arch. It manifests this best in the singularity seed, the alpha and omega point. The latter lattices of the fourth dimension are merely elaborations upon this element. There are two types of complexity at work in our construct. That of pi is digital. Geometrically, the form it expresses is simple and precise. That of phi, however, is irrational. Its structure is elegant unto divine, and yet only rendered with expertise. One can infer a great many things from complexity of structure. As I have already stated, the closed and open states described by these shapes are inherent within their expression, and yet of so pronounced a magnitude is this difference that herein lies their entire relationship. They define the very boundary of internal and external. The best explanation for the dynamic interaction of pi and phi is the simplest. At each point along their respective arcs, it is their digital value that defines the degree of correction for their progress to the next point. Thus, pi is circularly closed because each point is connected to the last by an angle, such that all of these angles combined totals a full rotation around a certain number of points. So, phi is spirally open because its points follow the same relationship with a different digital code, such that a complete rotation is only accomplished after a greater number of points than that already established as comprising a circle. Finally, let it be said that it is not at precisely the third juncture that the pi spiral is transformed into the phi spiral, because this does not occur directly at a clean factorial break. The closest factorial break listed in the table of nines is multiplicative 117, but the true break occurs between multiplicative 112, product 1008, and multiplicative 113, product 1017. It is only at this break that the numbers again begin their repetitive climbing through subset integer sums between clean factorial sets, as already evidenced in the second dimensional set. Thus, it is not exactly at the gap between the single and double-digit sum sets that the dimensional leap occurs, but rather a little after. It is, in fact, exactly 14% between the first complete repetition of factorial cycle in the second dimension quantities and the first transition in the second subset of factorial breaks in the third dimension that the leap occurs. In other words, between 99, the fractal redoubling of the line, and 198, just after the formation of the holographic triangle, both the work of the interaction of time. The phi over pi transition occurs at dimension 3.14. It is likely that a parity to this computation is evidenced in the termination of the multiplicative set of Table 8, where it transits to the beginning of Table 9. As the 8th table is necessarily infinite, its conclusion must be transfinite. Thus, its transdimensional crossing must supersede singularity by a slight, though incalculable, degree. As neither of these gaps technically exist, I will hitherto refer to them as positive zero and negative zero. The modern practice of manifestation began with the old man of the mountain. He was the leader of an Ismaili Muslim sect called the Hashishins, who took their name from the hashish, cannabis plant, that they smoked to put them into an altered state of consciousness, and from which we get our modern word for a political murderer, an assassin. This stems from the Hashishins' conspiracy to infiltrate every surrounding and distant foreign government with a covert espionage operative close enough to a person in an office of great authority to be able to kill them upon command. Members were recruited to the order by being drugged with hashish and carried up to Hassan-e-Sabah's mountain fortress, guarded by a pit of snakes, inside the walls of which was a palatial garden, equipped with all amenities and luxuries that anyone could desire: wine, women, and song. The initiate, once their thirst had been piqued by relaxation, was then brought into a room and shown a beheaded body. He was told to choose between serving the sect and living in the secret paradise, or betraying them and being decapitated. This usually converted them quickly enough, but if an added incentive was needed, the candidate would be shown the same beheaded man alive and whole, and told that the order could resurrect him to life. His men were known to be so loyal that when he commanded one of them to jump off a castle turret for a visiting dignitary, the man did not hesitate to obey. Thus was born the simple act of conversion by conjuring. The allegedly beheaded man was hiding his body beneath the floorboards and wasn't dead. When he reappeared, resurrected, he was merely standing on a trap door. This was an act of macro-manifestation. However, it appears as if micro-manifestation may be much, much older. The mythology of the Hebrews tells us that Moses spoke to a bush that burned in the wilderness, but which was not consumed. He went on to lead his people out of Egypt and into the promised land of milk and honey. The Greek mythology concludes the story of the theft of this holy fire from Olympus by Prometheus by describing his punishment as similar to that of Sisyphus, eternal and self-regenerating. While the tribe of Hebrew-speaking nomads wandered in the Sinai desert waiting to enter Canaan, Moses compiled the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Old Testament. In the first chapter of this, which he called Genesis, he described the formation of Adam, the first man, from the red clay of the earth. The moral of this is manifestation. It is born from the flame of the will of the self, and molds us into who and what we are, and how we see ourselves. In this way, the concept of original sin, represented by the theft of the fruit of knowledge over good and evil from the tree of death in the Garden of Eden, is guilt for existence itself. This has carried itself out in all the subsequent attempts by humanity to civilize the animal self and to bring their instincts under the influence of their reason, and has led to the institutionalization of better judgment and higher learning. In short, the negative declarations of original religions against taboos or sins are the keystone of civilization, the ultimate macro manifestation. The goal of trance meditation is to transcend mundane reality and attain prolonged unity with the Most High within the self. The ways of inducing trance are too numerous to list, and therefore I will not go into them here. All of the most popular are the basis of religions. However, the institutionalization of the experience inevitably leads to more ritual than education. The basic formula is for the raising and cleansing of the aura in a single sitting. In this, the electromagnetic field is concentrated upon in the mind's eye until it is possible to feel the energy of it in the air. Then there is a ritual which differs in every faith that is meant to clarify the aura and set it in an even balance with the external continuum. This is practiced repetitively to keep the soul in good faith. The method of raising the aura is based on the generation within the self of an increase of energy. This should be drawn in through the lungs, follow the paths of the blood vessels outward from the heart, and the fibers of the nervous system upward towards the brain. Ancient methods for awakening awareness included scrying, or the zoning out over various types of meditative object. The method of concentration depends upon the free will of the individual being brought into play. If the mind is easily distracted, as by an ever-flowing, never-ending internal monologue, such as the font of consciousness itself, then it will diverge from purgation for the duration of the diversion. Enlightenment is achieved only by rigorously screening out not only the thoughts that we think, but the thoughts that we think others might be thinking as well. For the aura to be clear, the mind must be clear. The world does not change when we meditate. Only our perception of the world changes. See what you want to see. Do you see something that is not really there? Do you really believe that anyone cares? Often the hardest step of a long journey is the first. For the projection and cleansing of the aura, the first step is seeing the aura around yourself with the mind's eye. The Hindu name for the mind's eye was the ajna, and they marked it with a red dot in the center of the forehead. The Egyptians also believed in a third eye, seen through by the spirit, and associated it with a serpent standing up from the forehead, featured on the crown of Upper Egypt. It has also been said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. It is more or less necessary to use the mind's eye, because it may not always be convenient to rely upon technology as a medium whereby to see the aura. Also, because the aura is invisible to the naked eye, it is necessary to use the eye of the full imagination, tapping all resources of information, legislating intelligently. This is the technique of passive reasoning, allowing all thoughts to come and bow down before the central silence. Therefore, in order to be able to see complete clarity through the mind's eye, the last lid one must open is the sleep of the self, or the ego. To accomplish this, it is necessary to invert the idea of the self into the presence of nothingness. One must seek nothingness out, for it can be measured by various containers. The cumulative goal in this is that you will be able to see the presence and movement of forces where there are none to be seen by the common eyes. although the third eye, as the concentration of pure consciousness, is usually associated with the forehead, and therefore the frontal lobes of the brain that lie immediately behind the skull there. One must not discount the importance of the left and right thalami, collectively called the thalamus. This is often mistaken by the layperson for a gland because of its position directly superior to the pineal gland and the pons of the medulla oblongata. It is, however, only fueled by the chemical neurotransmitters produced in these subjacent areas, as is the rest of the brain and the nervous system, and is not itself part of their glandular secretive process. The thalamus is instead a holographic depot from one or more incoming sources to one or more outgoing receivers in the neuron columns of the cerebrum. In order to suspend rational disbelief, which is based on our being accustomed to the realm that we perceive with the five senses, stimulated by inspiration and distraction, legislated by logic and faith, it is necessary to accept that all possible lines of reasoning are equally real, at least in the realm of potential, and that the realm of potential is equally real as the realm of ideals in the mind. It is only after doing this that we may begin to separate probable fact from probable fiction, and to discern for ourselves what is true and what is false, thus determining what is real and what is not. And in this we may, by answering questions along the way, deduce the ends to the history of any event. However, without first accepting that anything might be, then we cannot fully and firmly follow from one end to another, and thus never know beyond doubt that our conclusions are in harmony with aggregate reality. Neither has the average mind been prepared to deal with any infinite concepts by non-trance social exchange, what modern meditators call game reality. So, in order to realize the existence of infinite possible right answers, one must grasp the concept of infinity. This is a sum, such as 1, that is at the end of a number line. Since it would take forever to count to this sum, it is considered equivalent to saying that the number line goes on forever. When we imagine infinite possible solutions, it multiplies this number line of sums by infinity, as though the sums were hollow vessels filled with additional meaning by infinite explanations. This squares infinity because it doubles the dimension of the number line in depth. This can be referred to as the exponential expansion of consciousness. Applying the same effect to a timeline displays the reason. Our ability to see all possible explanations for events as equally true in theory. This is the last vestige of the self to be shed, the locus of external control. As we relate to our reality, we determine what is real and what is not. We come to understand that it is possible to convey greater amounts of information by an appeal to more than one of our senses at the same time, and in this way to know that there are some things that exist entirely beyond our senses as well. This causes us to become aware of ourselves as an ego inside of a mind, and the ability to imagine the absence of this is usually associated in polite society with fear of death. Since it is this very self-negation that deep meditative trance hopes to accomplish, it is necessary, in order to engage in it, to know this ideal conceptual realm of things beyond our senses with the mind. First, one must see what there is not to see. Then one must know what there is not to know. Then one can begin to decide for themselves what is truly reality. This means utilizing the mental realm in a formally systematized way, storing memories and categorizing perceptions according to structural hierarchy. Naturally, the dimensional model presents itself. We may say that, where the dimensions represent parallel alternate possible realities, that each may possess its own truth in potential, and that therefore they again compound infinity with infinity, thus expanding our consciousness into the third dimension, and giving us the form of a rational cube of infinite implications to our infinite spherical consciousness. Just because the human mind can transcend the focal ego does not mean that it has seen its way free of all the limitations of human instinct, however. There will always be different goals to be gained by different souls, and it is important not to let another's path become your own without your knowing. Take, for example, the competition between humandroids, who always want to keep everything real, meaning formalized, and humanimals, who believe that reality is an illusion and want to let everything go with the flow, meaning relative chaos. The former diagnose the latter with various types of mental disease. What follows delves deep into the conflict over the manifestation of socially unacceptable archetypes. Just as the mother may feel postpartum depression after giving birth to her child, so does every single one of us feel homesick for the womb. This is the emotional reaction to the birth experience, which imprints upon a brain developed to the human stage its first impression of death. For the rest of our lives, we try to recreate the perfect safety of the conditions of the womb, until we cannot fend off the forces of other forms of life anymore, and finally give in to death. The human condition capitulates this in its striving for the ideal, the supernatural, and the extraterrestrial, because this is not simply a behavioral condition implanted on the individual human organism, but the culmination of millions of years of coevolution between autotroph and heterotroph microorganisms as small as our DNA and RNA. Get married, otherwise you have turned your unique personal genetic heritage of millions of years against itself and deserve to die. Get a job, otherwise you are not part of the human race, which struggles and strives heroically against entropy. Die of old age, otherwise you will die unpleasantly and be trapped with a bad death imprint experience in the next form of life, which will cycle unendingly without your knowing of it, just as does the birth trauma in the background of the mind in this life. Never abort fetuses, otherwise you are killing an intelligent soul. Always abort fetuses. There are too many intelligent souls already. If you want some examples of untrue things that many millions of people believe anyway, there were a few. I am no better, though, I have to admit. I believe people are hopeless. As soon as the idea that by following patterns we can control the cycles of time is introduced, it is enforced. Since this is an untrue premise to begin with, the present heirs to the knowledge of this fact originally held by the first medicine men, that is, modern psychiatrists, identify this with physical gestural behaviors as being symptomatic of different lines of reasoning, and begin to use different prescription drugs to erase such different symptoms that are seen as contraindicated by the social patterns established as the law of the land by the local chiefs of governing bodies. Interestingly enough, these same psychiatrists, who differ from psychologists in that they prescribe drugs, are clearly overlooking the taking of drugs as the primary obvious cause of such antisocial patterns, because if they allowed the populace to realize this fact, they would be exposed as addictive substance merchants peddling lethal poisons. Instead, we are given the red herring of tobacco, which is only a good workout for the lungs, and yet, when combined with aluminum byproduct-lined immune system weakening tap water, spiritually and physically unhealthy exercise and diet routines, fast food high in starch and useless fatty carbohydrates such as grease, and trendy designer prescription pharmaceuticals to further weaken the immune system and make it dependent on external sources for support, tobacco is blamed for all cancer. This being the case, it follows naturally to accuse anybody even only half aware of this degree or level of social manipulation of their individual biological systems, with being too scared by it to be able to accept that it exists and find substantial evidence for its proof, which makes them a target for being seen as a threat to the national security of the collective unconscious, a danger to themselves and others. This only represents another gradual step in the marginalizing of intelligent citizens who, for reasons perhaps of neurotransmitter deficiency induced by a mother's lifestyle while the fetus was in the womb, cannot or do not partake of the vast and ample fruits of the social system. At this time in history, more and more doctors are diagnosing people as paranoid. The question remains unanswered by the experts if this is because there are more paranoid people now than before, or if there has always been this same percentage of paranoia per population, and it has simply gone unidentified as such, or treated differently. Historically, the realm of infinite dimensions, where all outcomes are possible, has been associated with the jinn, or discorporeal spirits of our ancestral dead. This has led, on the one hand, to the comparison of idealized hyperspace to utopian heaven, and, on the other, to the persecution on religiously anthropomorphic and personal psychological grounds of anyone outside traditional religions who explores consciousness expansion. The weapon of choice against any such hyper-rational heretic has been to accuse them of living in a fantasy world created out of fear of living in the real world. This is a dressed-down version of the same truth preached by the Church, that the suffering of material reality is penance for transcendence. The examination of paranoia has even infiltrated the art world in the past 100 years. Salvador Dali, of the Surrealist school, wrote of his own paranoid critical method for inducing states of heightened nervous excitation for the purpose of energizing self-expression. This same hyper-ration is associated with mania, hyperactivity, and attention deficit disorder by modern psychiatrists, and treated with medicine to return the brain to a slower, more normalized rate of thinking. The operative clause in the persecution of schizophrenia, however, is that it is based upon a pre-existent emotional state, usually extreme fear, such as occurs during prolonged trauma. However, in some, there appears to be no such experience in their past background, unless, of course, one counts the trauma of being born to begin with. Many latter philosophers have gone much further in endorsing schizophrenia as a desirable and controllable mental state. While Foucault wrote of the appalling conditions of mental institutions, where the most common patient is the person diagnosed schizophrenic, Baudrillard wrote of the technological simulacrum, meaning, and simulacra, appearances, of the mass media in the terms of it imitating the gradual increase of psychic tension associated with paranoid schizophrenia and its application in the brainwashing of our entire culture. The jinn of our ancestors became the angels of the church and the voices in the heads of many modern mentally disturbed people. These, too, are as natural as talking to yourself. However, they are more or less independent personalities that are being perceived by the mind. Just as talking to ourselves is merely taking conscious, lucid control of our stream of consciousness by interjecting more concentration into our train of thoughts, so too are the full personalities that we perpetually pass through emotionally merely extra egos from which we can access information. The survival instinct applies to these as much as it does to us, although the resource that other consciousnesses compete over is the central concentration of attention. Our own memories are often reactivated through the appearance of others, or of things or places, as is evidenced by their eventual difference from formal reality, so that, while we perceive no change in ourselves, our memory comes to be deceived into its existence. Therefore, this alienation of the event continuum usually does not follow as a result from anything to do with the mind, rather, with things changing around it with age. So, to say trance is triggered by the transcendence of the ego, or self-concept, simply because the consciousness relates to its root environment instinctually, and can only be metaprogrammed when the ego is obliterated, preferably by the self itself, and in this way open the mind's eye up to the consciousness plenum of the multiverse, is to miss the very obvious fact that this is the very truest reality of the situation, all the time. When this first began, it was simply a detached mental state associated with trance meditation, often over a scrying object, such as a pool of water or a mirror, resulting in a virtual free-fall sensation, a state that has come to be associated with levitation. Then it was associated with the subject of the meditative trance, or meta-object, and at first with the Ka as the vessel of the light body that transported Osiris, the king of the underworld, dead through the dreams of others' sleep. Immediately after this, it was anthropomorphized somewhat by the Hebrews, who divided the astral form into the Ruach, soul, and Neshama, spirit, and the astral realm into the formative and creative, ethereal and material. After the Crusades, the Rosicrucians, particularly John Dee, devoted much esoteric alchemy to the recreation of a body without organs, simulacra or simulacrum, on the astral plane. The astral body has come to mimic the physical shell and not the toroidal electromagnetic aura usually associated with the soul. The astral realm is merely another name, again, for the realm of the ideal. Two modern forms of astral projection are the potential, temporal or gravitational, singularity, and body jumping, that is, moving about in the short range between different people's bodies. These are both presently popular topics in such genres as science fiction, fantasy, and gothic suspense horror, where cosmological or supernatural aspects come into play. All existing religions are ways to hide from children their innate psychic potential. They all originated from mother goddess cults that were violent and bloody. This was at the time when the megaliths were still new, but their builders had been lost, and all lay in ruin, and the tribes of the world ate each other. The concept of time weighed heavily on everybody's minds and frayed the edges of their sanity. All subsequent orders, rituals, observances, and formalizations have been an attempt by the patriarchy to hide the existence of such a time from the records of all the taught histories of the world. Figures from the late Stone Age of voluptuous pregnant women are associated variously with Venus, Inanna, and Gaia. It is held by all native peoples that once, a very long time ago, the entire world had reached the same level of collective intelligence as it has now. It is the belief of these native people, who have never been any less capable of developing industrial technological civilization at any time than those cultures that did so, and that have developed it when they did, and could have at any time, only were less willing, less interested in doing so. That this first great global civilization was less structurally organized than materialism, and was devoted more to the study of spiritual or trance-consciousness experiences. Many modern legends hold that it was because of this non-materialistic focus that humanity fell from grace, and this is associated with stories of the world flood. According to these same traditional mythologies, before this great catastrophe, there was little distinction between the inherent potential of humanity and the plants and animals, and thus all levels of awareness inherent to this earth were in communal harmony. The result of the loss of this was the beginning of the study of the passage of time. This was the era of the mother goddess, the moon, and the womb sky of Nuit, or night. This was thought to, subsequently, give birth to the next great era, just as day follows night with the rising of the sun. Early mythologies about this kind of cosmology began to be recorded at the same time as the study of spiritual metaphysics became formalized. God became associated with the invisible atmosphere that was present both during night and day, and in this way divided the sun from the zodiac. At this time, we are encouraged to begin to grasp the concept of manifestation in the material realm. This hinges upon the Manichaean division of spirit and flesh, which needlessly associates these two with finite and therefore insufficient value judgments. This doctrine is one of the last modifications made to collective dogma on the nature of the ethereal or astral realm and states that spirit and flesh exist on opposite ends of a gradient, the midpoint of which is the soul. Thus we see that, to move beyond the obliteration of the self and into the realm of pure idea is to become aware of the principles by which all things operate in the realm of base matter. This is the principle of recovered knowledge that can exist in zero time. There are two principal types of material manifestation, and these are on a scale of smaller to larger. It would be wrong to categorize these as true or false, as these are terms defined by relative perception, and manifestation of any sort is a trick played upon perception, usually to divert the primary attention, while the rule of a sensation is being broken subliminally. Micro-manifestation and macro-manifestation do not necessarily depend on one another, but are both effects of the same cause. Consciousness itself defines reality between these two, and as well depends upon their cause. It would be right to call the original cause of manifestation an event only because this unit is generalizable to a whole universal set comprised thereof. This universal set is time, or the fourth dimension, and the unit of event is probability. The optical obstacle course leads to rhyming ideas. In other words, we can only be as inspired by what we see as what we see can be inspiring. It is thought, therefore, to be healthy to believe and unhealthy to doubt. However, the truth is that no amount of energy anyone alone puts out through their belief can change the fact of the continual fluctuation of energy that is manifestation, and therefore it is irrelevant to the survival of manifestation, whether we do or do not believe in it. The pro-phase of manifestation is projection. It is because of the long-term psychological effects of projection on the weak-willed that manifestation has come to be viewed by authorities as off-limits except to the divine. Projection in and of itself is harmless and actually feels quite good. Its emotional counterpart is empathy, and this emotion is, at least exoterically, encouraged by those same authorities. Projection occurs when holographic engrams are externalized via the thalamus, and meaningful value becomes attached to something external to the nervous system as a memory storage referential. Because alpha waves are produced in the thalamus, the concept of divided or differential time becomes a factor. The result and the cause of the psychological impact on the weaker-willed is consciousness of the eventual loss of the external as memory referential, at which time one will have to legislate between all the things one wishes to remember about the external and all the things one wishes to forget about the external. This is the religious necessity of cloning, for example, for even if you clone some body, you would still have to summon their departed soul into the new form. It has even been proven by scientists that projection, which is also the basis of religion, can occur between animals of two different species other than humans. Their example is Coco's kitten, but anyone who has ever survived riding a horse past a rattlesnake knows this in even less uncertain terms. The keeping of sacred objects is not equivalent as it was considered in the latter ancient times, after the advent of socializing monotheism, to idolatry. It is merely the earlier, no less sophisticated, associative technique of the organized mental cellular structure of the brain, common to all forms of self-motivating biological organism. The only difference is that of scale and degree of delegation. For modern species of vertebrate life forms with even minimal mental development, this process manifests itself in memory storage and mental mapping. It would be impossible for fish, for example, to navigate in isolation without a form of the same power that humans attach to religious practice, namely, the essentially holographic superimposition of their internal reality with the external environment through a softening of the sensory field dividing the subjective nous from the objective logos. This process, in organisms of more highly evolved mental structure, such as mammalian vertebrates, displays itself in the attachment of particular attributions to specific locations and/or objects, climbing up through a gradient of quantifiable displays of affection, essentially initiatory in nature, to culminate in the primate branch with the use of tools connecting preconceived intention to the accomplishment of specific endeavors. Finally, in humans, we find the same process. In us, it is tempered by the strengthening of the ego, resultant from the cultivation of awareness, which, it can be said, is what this so-called process ultimately results in. This places humanity in the hierarchy of our own self-created understanding, at the middle point between our own objective animal nature and the subjective eternal aspect anthropomorphized as God. This same process is present both in the domestication of animals as surrogate self-complementarity in the form of living examples of our own ability to subjugate reality to our holographic superimpositions, and in our equally proportioned sensation of being overwhelmed when confronted in our personal experiences with ultimate unknowns. It is this same force within us that pre-categorizes objects of affection for potential usage in moments of emotional crisis, as seeks out causes for supersaturation of sensory stimulus. One of the primary hitherto identified differences in human, as opposed to all other animals, behavioral utilization of this process is the seeming necessity for recognition of mortality connected to the human utilization. The comparatively longer lifespan of the human species seems to allow the recognition of changes to a being over time as occurrences in an identifiably constant pattern, and this recognition leads both to an attachment of dominance to the design, based on the same attribution of final importance to duration of survival, and to a desire to attain to permanence, or at least practice the acquirement of gradual changes to the form of the being which serves as the vessel of transmission for this motivating potential, which is realized both in terms of the temporal template and the raw resource of energy provided by the interaction of consciousness with material reality through the senses. Animals seem to have much less forethought in their collection of stimuli, due, at least partially, to their having fewer items on their list of lifelong goals than the average human. With every world, philosophy, or synonymously lifetime, created by a member of humanity, there arise resultantly a certain number of new potential opportunities for the furtherance of interest along lines defined by the parameters of subsets to the temporal pattern. In this way, humans can produce a unique breed of life which animals cannot, namely, intellectual offspring. On the other hand, as humans and animals share the same amount of overall space and continue to have interaction, the attribution of superfluously identifiable traits to animals by human intelligence seems to compensate for the difference in pace of their otherwise common evolutionary development. It is this conflict across levels of development within the most highly structurally evolved animal minds, between awareness of mortality and interest only in the immediate, that leads to distraction by differences from the essentially intuitive attention to similarities that is truly all our most basic, shared, and inherent trait. There are three essential phases of micro-manifestation: a quantum tunneling wormhole, a synchronicity or coincidence, and the assertion of will upon cause and effect. Because we know of more than we are responsible for, all we must do to cause something to come into being because of us is take responsibility for it by claiming that it is ours. Therefore, controlling the process, which is chronologically the last step, is actually the simplest and easiest as well. Just as random fluctuation in pure potential caused by uncertainty created the first probability in the history of our universe, so does this same process continue today in the form of random quantum tunneling through the existent quantum foam. Each of these quantum tunnels is a temporal singularity, creating an interior zero-time hyperspace event. If this event is expanded upon in space by supersaturation of the surrounding quanta, it absorbs and projects at two different distant points in space-time. It becomes a wormhole. The quantum information that passes through such a temporal tunnel or wormhole can comprise the natural ambiance of the vacuum of deep space, a message coded into a pulsed wavelength, or even biological organisms. The geodesic influx of gravitational magnetic energy causes these to occur everywhere all over the globe, and as we pass through them, we react emotionally because our perceptions of what we see differ. We must always beware what we intend, and be aware of what we mean at all times. To this extent, our measure is logic, by which we measure factual evidence against belief, and faith based on degree of trust. This determines the scale upon which these two parallel realities come into existence before the perception of the ego, as the conscience before the idea of self. The meanings we accept in this way are units of karma that accumulate into the guiding gravity of our fate. The trade in them unwinds the lifeline, making the individual perception of time turn around. What we see will be a mirror of what we can expect, which is only a fraction of what we know, and we know this to be much less in turn than what we do not know. Thus, any form of seemingly meaningful sign that we perceive is, in truth, a co-creation of reality and the mind. Its significance is dependent upon the presence of an aware observer. Otherwise, it is meaningless and therefore non-referential. In different words, the mirror does not reflect my face if I am not looking into it. The concept of the wishing well is a good example of early, possibly prehistoric in origin, human conception of information exchange through a wormhole. Whenever manifestation occurs, there is a buildup of potential energy preceding it that is exchanged through the wormhole into the manifested material. This is the concentration of energy in one place in space-time, as another point in space-time is distorted towards it through hyperdimension. At the moment when it occurs, a subspace quantity of quantum information passes through the temporal singularity. This information is the manifestation. By bending it into the material reality of space-time, the manifest information is inverting the substance of the wormhole from its normal state of potential energy in the fourth dimension. A good example of inversion occurs in social interchange theory. In this area of human development, the rhetorical argument has been refined into the format of introductory statement, thesis statement, main body, conclusion. In this practice, the use of inversion has become common between either the introduction or conclusion, whichever contains the antithesis, and the thesis, leaving the other to represent the synthesis or manifest resolution to the conflict between the two ideas. Because it occurs in arguments even when they are being made with great emotional energy, inversion has come to be associated with the sudden break from tension into disunity, described variously as the situation coming to a head and the straw that broke the camel's back, and is associated with a pressure drop and feeling of compression. The oldest existing description of this is as Simzum in Hebrew Kabbalah. By the same reasoning, because inversion is the reversal of matter and energy, like fact and fiction, from virtual to real particles, it can be achieved by epiche, or diminution upon the Dasein, or pure being, in the here and now. Both of these perceptions are dependent upon variable conditions of the inversion, though. Although the original masonry of Kabbalah, in pure dimension, has been lost, according to modern Masons, the body of literature associated with what has come to be considered pure Kabbalah continues to represent a vast collection of possible techniques for inversion. The languages of Kabbalah are based on the encoding of vibrational frequencies associated with their equivalent factors according to alphabetical number sums. Much of Kabbalah is verbal. Although originally esoteric, it pertains more to written concepts, such as ciphers, associated with the spoken sounds in theory, and to intonations without sufficient referentiality in practical craft. These ceremonies and codes serve as an automatic inversion between the realm of the ideal and that of the manifest, whose full effect is determined only by the initiate's degree of open-mindedness. The literature of Kabbalah serves only in lieu of a theory for true ESP. When my generation was young, and our imaginations were at their peak potential for solution-seeking, our elders tried to reinforce for us, through a ritual, the roles of blank slates, in order to pass on the idea that the only cause of entitlement is timing. While this was done out of the best intentions, attempting to impart their highest wisdom, that there is no such thing in reality as responsibility, only association ex post facto. It nonetheless came to be only as valuable to us as one more distraction in our event history. This has apparently been a problem in education for at least as long as there has been domestic child abuse, for both are mentioned in the Bible, where it says that we must spare the rod and spoil the child, that we must enter into the kingdom of heaven like a child, and where it also records an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The result of this type of socially indoctrinating interaction mechanism overlaying the process of education is an imitation of the official version of global history, where the proto-humans and early Atlanteans are considered the youth of humanity, the flood a coming of age, and industrial technological development work. In short, they give you credit for having already known none of the recovered information you are reawakened to at school, and encourage you to believe that you are only aware of as much information as you can consciously, meaning against the opposition of social distractions, account for beyond the shadow of a doubt, wherein their doubts in you are tested out against you, so that you will grow to fit the mold they have created for the normal individual based on their understanding of the official version of history, which constitutes the entirety of their expectations for you. When we do not play the roles created for us by the expectations of others, the labor will become displaced onto another body, and this will represent the part of ourselves that we have assigned to be exiled by projection into manifestation. This allows us to play the role of God. Whenever there is more than one person around playing the role of God, this devalues the role and causes the entire paradigm to crumble into the dimension of the magic theater, where all are demigod kings, representative of the universal harmonic vibrational frequencies of potential energy in hyperspace. It is these strands alone that the multiverse is comprised of, since all the matter energy absorbed by the black hole and filtered through the wormholes is converted through the inversion engine of the singularity into the baby universe, and the wormholes are only filaments of potential energy themselves. In this level, people are more or less psychic, their own roles and thus their own appearance being distributed out amongst the masses statistically, while they come to resemble the statistically averaged appearance desired for them by the souls displaced from the bodies, forced into secondary roles, etc. The mind is a 5-dimensional hand. It is capable of accomplishing all the same feats as we are accustomed to performing ourselves in the physical world. Its strength is the spirit. It can also palm objects and misdirect attention from a sleight of hand, so to speak. A mental conceptual magic trick is simply a conceptual lie, a false premise based on unjustifiable and wrong reasoning. These are acts of bad karma, even the little white lies. These are considered psychically unhealthy because they introduce dead ends into the flowing progress of consciousness down the infinite forking pathways of the trans-dimensional evolutionary hollow-mnemonic system. Get what you can out of life. This premise is agreed upon by all philosophies. Good karma is giving back all of what you don't want and half of whatever you have left over that you don't need. This is living comfortably, and this increases the probabilities of dying comfortably. Hence, morality has become associated with a rewarded afterlife. In this way, by getting all you can, and by giving back 5/8 of it while still alive, and by setting this process in motion for perpetuity, philosophy and religion coincide. However, religion gives all the glory to God, and philosophy prefers to contribute to more or less humanistic pursuits. Survival is reasoning thus. Any use of reasoning can become corrupt by false premises. These are simply wrong information. Oftentimes, wrong information is created on purpose, as with disinformation leaked to intermediaries in order to confuse the heads of competing groups. But most of the time, misinformation arises accidentally. The machine, and ultimately AI, was introduced initially to limit misinformation. However, as long as it is under human control, it is limited itself in how much it is being applied to its goal. It is possible to induce results in reality through the consciousness of others by convincing them of the solidity of your conviction in the concluding inversion at the end of a stream of consciousness that has been gradually accumulating energy within your nervous system. Although it should not shock you to learn this, it probably will, just as it should not shock the audience to see the magician pull a white rabbit out of his black top hat, though it always does. Manifestation, the practical exoteric application of speculative esoteric materialism, has become intertwined with the barter exchange system that has evolved into the valueless token exchange system of capital today. In this economy, manifestations accumulate in aggregates of stereotypes, in genres, and in merchandise. Usually, manifestation is not associated with the performance of a service. This is the purely ritualistic side of money. The world of finance is a complex system of impossible loops that is wholly self-referential. This is not to say that one cannot get in or out, for this is done all the time. Nor would it be fair to class this creature under the same phylum as any form of biological organism that has ever existed on this planet before. It is, nevertheless, what it is, a closed system. All access points are finite events, but there is infinite potential within. Richard Nixon obviously agreed with this philosophy, as he knew that taxation was entirely premised upon disinformation of the American public, when he took the American dollar off the gold standard, thus floating the loans of the nation to every country to whom we owed outstanding debt, and declaring our statements of debit and credit invalid, and therefore null and void. Whenever there is an unpleasant reality, the mind's instinct automatically creates an alternate reality for the personality to retreat into. This is simply a coping mechanism that naturally accesses the multiverse, but the same effect can be accomplished by a calm, rational choice more easily. Here we see that the mind will obey all the same rules as the dimensional geometries formed from quantum foam, up to and including the creation of alternate personalities as baby universes. In the same way that all baby universes are virgin births, so is each mind its own unique kind of singularity, neither exclusively gravitational nor temporal. It is in this way that the personality first begins to form self-referentials or role model archetypes. These can take any and all forms that they like, and operate in an ideal state more or less independently of the self, only answering immediately when called upon, and the rest of the time at utter liberty. We consider these spirits of our own higher being that exist in the ethereal realm just as much and in much the same ways as we do in the material realm. Our ancestors liked to use ritual magic to summon the ghostly memories of their own ancestral dead. However, our knowledge of this remains cold and detached, while our use of the mental projective space remains free to wander with the willpower of our imaginations. The interconnectivity amongst past generations, seen by the shamanic elders of the yet primitive tribes, is much like the interconnectivity of suburban yuppies on the internet, or rather, like the social party rule of 6 degrees of separation applied to Zen Buddhism, in which we are all just reflections of one another. Therefore, it is very tempting for us to lie to ourselves about such things. For one to hold contradictory ideas, modes, paradigms, or even religious beliefs is quite common now, and there are fewer and fewer authorities who are worthy of answering for that very decrease in deserving authority. Take, for example, those authorities who feed off the repressed desire of their subjects to leave, and you will see the quantities of injustice. Some say that inversion, the necessary transference between opposing viewpoints, their union and or intersection, like an all-purpose right answer at any given wrong time, is necessary for the rolling of probability over from one event to the next. This, in turn, constitutes the forward flow of entropy, measuring the unfolding passage of time, only insofar as this effect on probability is in keeping with entropy's nature of disruption and disorder. It turns out it is not only necessary that it be thus, but a given as well, for it is random quantum fluctuations due to the uncertainty principle that cause the universe to come into creation, and that continue to transport information inside our brains, or even through hyperspace across the universe, to this very date. Still, it is worth noting that the real measure by which we perceive time is by space, distance, plumbed by the speed of light, which is energy upon the distortion of gravity, by the substantive matter of the universe, to a field comprised of microwave tachyons, involuting opposite the universe's entropic expansion, thus against time. It is safe to say, by the anthropic principle, that there would be no magic without magicians, just as it is safe to assume that most, if not all, magicians are more or less like you and me, and that, moreover, for them to share a magic trick with us, it is necessary that they inhabit the same continuum. This is the same continuum shared by the mind through manifestation. It is a continuum of pure probability. Pure probability is the substance of prediction in quantum mechanics, which is the attempt by applied mathematics to bring the workings of subatomic spinning particles and force-carrying waves into the grasp of the mind. It is more commonly known to the gambler as chance, and having control of it, which they seem to think happens at random, they call good luck. Science has given us other names for it, the best of which is probability. Either simply means the likelihood of an event happening or not. It is difficult for the modern mind to fully accept that our entire universe, the space-time continuum itself, the fourth-dimensional motivation of our third-dimensional reality, is no more than a fluid math of randomly fluctuating measures of probability, manifest nothingness, arising from and within pure potential, ideal emptiness. But this is the way it is, mathematically. Now this continuum is not constant. The particles of the atom themselves resemble a miniature replica of a solar system gaping with empty space, while even the highest frequency microwave background radiation only vibrates its gravitational waves through subspace in the pattern of the dispersion of galaxies in the walls, filaments, and voids of our universe. However, it is important to note that manifestation, the probability or magic trick, is merely a concentration of potential, or that which we know is between the subatomic particles and in the universal voids, i.e., nothingness, for such as do we know, that amounts to no effect other than the creation of spin in particles or the stirring of force-carrying waves. For if it did, all probability as such would be revealed for misdirection, and the magic would be taken out of the trick. Fermions and bosons are molecules of dimensions. Their spin potential variability is determined by trans-dimensional interaction. The dimensions themselves remain outside of and beyond the forms they generate as the nuclei of two covalently bonded atoms. There is the philosophical definition of the ideal. Before we can consider the specific cases of fermions and bosons, we must delve a little deeper into the nature of dimensionality. It cannot be argued that the first dimension is a singularity, the ultimate embodiment of symmetry. The second dimension is, equivocally, planar geometry. These are ideal forms, impossible to express in our material reality, and exist as realms of pure equations. Without them, however, we could understand nothing of our own condition, and would possess no mathematics by which to quantify nature. In fact, without them, nature itself could not have assumed the forms and functions which we now know. However, even the simplest understanding we possess cannot belong to one of these dimensions alone. Consider the point, for example. Its properties are expansion/compression and scale correspondence, where the former applies to a singularity and the latter to planar geometry. Neither has any meaning except in relationship with the other, and what meaning we do comprehend of either is therefore a creation of both. Without the point, a Cartesian coordinate system could not exist, but without a singularity, there could be no point. This natural progression continues upward through the dimensions even up to light and beyond, which I have here classified as the fifth dimension. This is due to the unique properties of light, which seem to imply a domain unto itself, particularly as it relates to time. The primary example of this being the seeming trans-temporal nature of tachyons. The fourth dimension should be set aside for special consideration as well, as doing so now will relieve the pressures of later describing the particles it helps to form. The fourth dimension is simultaneously spatial and temporal, meaning that it generates highly complicated structures over fixed intervals. The complexity of its spatial component is due to its having as its foundation an open geometry, in progression from the flat, second, and closed third-dimensional geometries. Its temporal component, however, is semi-second dimensional, as it is traditionally observed to unfold into a binary scalar between past and future. I have demonstrated elsewhere that this relationship is indeed far more complex than this, but in the context of this exposition, we need only remember these two defining traits for this dimension. Now we may consider the dimensional molecular cases of fermions and bosons. Bosons, real particles, possess fractional spin as they occur between the third and fourth dimensions. They arise as the result of the interaction of matter and energy between the pure formal geometry of the third dimension and the pure formal time of the fourth dimension. They begin as ultimate, unformed material chaos. As time passes, this mass becomes motivated, and an exchange of matter and energy begins to take place, constructing on a framework of pre-existent geometric relationship to govern the materialization of such real particles. Boson's symmetry is quarterly in three-dimensional coordinate space, meaning in any direction it is rotated, a boson will look the same after less than one complete turn. In other words, its matter-energy structure is determined by geometric symmetry and temporal spin interaction. These may be measured as either particle or wave. Fermions, virtual or force-carrying particles, arise similarly but possess integer spin potential variability. The fourth dimension exists in field form, and the fifth dimension in no solid form at all, and therefore there are no geometric restrictions placed on symmetry. Fermions, thus existing between pure time and pure light, can only be measured as waves, and as such obey spin in accordance with oscillation interval, or frequency constant wavelength. The nature of further dimensions, and therefore implications for the particles they may generate through interaction, is discussed elsewhere. Just as we observed that on the scale of atoms, there is a structure which mirrors the arrangement of the planetary spheres in the heavens, with the electron orbiting around the nucleus as does a moon around a planet or a planet around a sun, and that the structure of the subatomic particles themselves is probabilistically regular, alike that of the planets, moons, and stars, each having its own set of characteristics and rules for behavior, and no two classes being identical in either. So must it also follow that the patterns governing over the smaller aspects than the subatomic particles should follow the same structural organization as that which is of the lowest order for the arrangement of information in these larger scales. Thus, for the properties of dimensionality itself, it should be observed the same ordering as occurs with and for the heavenly spheres and for the electrons of atoms, that they, being of an order beneath the spheres of the subatomic particles, just as are the subatomic particles exponentially one iteration beneath that of the heavenly bodies, should obey the same rules for behavior as the orbits of electrons, just as the electrons obey the same rules for behavior as do the orbits of the satellites of space. The force that acts upon all these satellites is gravity, and its constituent particle is the hypothetical graviton. So, the force over the smaller electrons is microgravity, and its constituent particle is thought to be the tachyon. As explained elsewhere, the graviton and the tachyon are really the same particle, carrying the same negentropic force on two different size scales. Though smaller than any particle, the superstrings of tachyons are thought to be infinitesimally small. The same force still applies to the substance of space itself, and in this capacity, it is called time. Time is a movement which warps space into the shapes of the smallest particles, tachyons, which shape is a torus. Therefore, it is this shape that we must look for in the raw substance of the continuum in its most fundamental form, that of dimensionality itself. And here we see that dimensionality is, indeed, a unity that is divided into a plurality, and that this is because its levels of plurality are orbital paths, like those of electrons or satellites, occurring within the single pattern of a torus. Thus, we see that manifestation occurs as the orbital vector of dimension. As dimensionality itself is revolved, manifestation occurs. In the first revolution, dimensionality manifests the singularity. In the second, it manifests the plane. In the third, it manifests solidity. With the fourth revolution, dimensionality manifests time itself. Beyond this is not known to modern physics, but it is held within the esoteric tradition that the fifth turning is pure light. This is in keeping with Gnostic doctrine, which expostulates that before the beginning of creation there was chaos, and this chaos was a darkness. This darkness was a shadow beside the light of God, that is to say, the act of creation itself, what I have been referring to as the act of manifestation, was itself a solid thing, itself a manifestation, and that between God's light and the unformed chaos, this created a shadow, which was the measure of nothingness, known as the primordial abyss of Ayin. Therefore, manifestation is said to have two sides, a light aspect and a dark aspect, and between them an inversion. But we have also seen that this first manifestation is the manifestation of dimension itself, since there is no smaller measure for the continuum to set it aside from the void, and that it is by the rotation of this first manifestation, that of dimensionality itself, that the manifestation of the subsequent known dimensions comes into being. Now, just as the darkness and the light were the two loci at opposite ends of the diameter of the universe when it first began to spin into form from pure dimensionality, and the darkness was but a shadow of that dimensionality, cast off by the divine light, so did these loci become separated by the rotation of dimension along its orbit, manifesting. the darkness rising up to become the matter of space, and the light sinking down to become the progression of time. Thus, just as the particles of matter and energy occur as those shared electrons between dimensions, like as in a molecule, so does each dimension revolve in its way around the two loci of space and time here within our universe. Now, time is a greater force than the matter-energy substance of space. Together they are a unified continuum, but it is time which is outside of and above space that causes it to be moved in the way of dimensionality. The course of the manifestation of dimensionality itself, thus, because the two loci of its orbit are the substance of space and time, must pass around and beyond them, so that part of the time pure dimension penetrates the divided plurality of the manifest universe, and part of the time passes beyond its confines and outside of it into and through the multiverse of refractions of the one real time stream into the hyperdimensions of alternate possible time streams. The shape of the torus becomes apparent when it is reckoned that, while dimensionality itself is orbiting in its course of manifestation between the divided dimensions of the local universe, in between which orbital rotations the particles of matter and energy, among others, occur, the two loci of space and time are themselves perpetually changing place with each other, so that, while around them pure dimension makes an orbital process, within this perimeter also there is another orbital loop being made by the two loci around which the greater orbit revolves. Because of this precession of the inner orbit, we can therefore further subdivide the two loci. That which began as light, greater than the whole of all that is, became time outside of and motivating all that is, and can now be known as time-space, or the external surface of the continuum that is all that is, that which is also called the multiverse or hyperdimension. That which began as darkness and unformed chaos before the creation of the universe, and the volume of space thereof upon its creation, may similarly be called space-time, or the substance of the continuum, space infused with time, the interior surface of the one universe. Thus, also, it should be noted that it is always space-time that is nearest to the manifestation of multiple dimensionality, that is, pure dimension on its orbital course of manifestation. Now, dimensionality within space is as one sphere within another, and as dimensionality passes on its circuit of manifestation, so space is changed over time, such that the sum over histories of space, or the multiverse, assumes a form to encompass this orbit, and thus takes on and is bound to the shape of the torus. So too does time, which remains a force outside of space that can only be observed as the speed of light squared, thus double itself about the diameter of the interior tube of the multiverse, wherein is the space of this universe, and it is known by the 45-degree angle of its diagonal. Time takes unto itself the shape of a tesseract, or hypercube, of which much more shall be discussed duly. Thusly, space-time is the interior surface of the sum over history's torus of the multiverse, and time-space is the exterior surface of the tesseract that comprises the force of hyperdimension. The relativity of dimensionality precedes that, thus, manifestation, the orbit of dimension, is the shadow cast by pure dimension. Multiple dimension is the shadow cast by space. Space is the shadow cast by space-time. Space-time is the shadow cast by time-space. Time-space is the shadow cast by hyperdimension. Hyperdimension is the shadow cast by time, etc., which may be shortened to: space is the shadow cast by time, time is the shadow cast by manifestation. God is above and beyond, the source of all light. Pure dimension orbits elliptically the double loci of space, volume, and time, motion, which themselves orbit each other, so that space always faces dimension. See diagram 5a. At different points in its orbit, pure dimension casts the appearance of multiple different dimensions. This is called manifestation and is measured by geometry. See diagram 5b. Manifestation is dually active and passive. As a verb, it represents the motion of time. As a noun, it represents the measure of space. When pure dimension is at the antipode point in the orbit of manifestation, space and time overlap to create the volume and motion of the local universe. Diagram 5c. As pure dimension orbits in manifestation, its poles precess such that they alternate in their orientation. Thus, the precession of manifestation leads to the conservation of dimensions, such that plural dimensionality scale compresses to the original singularity of Yalem at the time of the Big Bang. Diagram 5d. Manifestation is the vector of dimension, in the same way as time is the vector of space. Hyperdimension, n-dimensional multidimensionality, is the vector of subspace, the infinite volume, zero mass vacuum. And as the multiverse, sum, is the vector of over the local universe, histories. Diagram 5e. The precession of pure dimension in subspace, the apparently flat surface of gravity bent by mass, equals the light cone history, past and future, of the universe in the hyperdimension sum over history multiverse outside of time-space, which is the exterior surface of space-time, whose geometry is different, flat, closed, or open, in different local areas due to the conservation of dimension. 5e. As pure dimension orbits through manifestation perpendicular to the temporal vector of hyperdimension in the multiverse, that is, the precession of manifestation. The past and future light cones revolve around through the torus of the sum-over-history multiverse, outside of and around the local space-time universe. 5e. The measure of these light cones at the antipode point of pure dimension, where time and space overlap, is phi, or a regular conic spiral turned at a 45-degree angle. Here we see that the light cone does not represent a past and future projection of vector, but the regular degree of curvature to the background radiation in the subspace of the local universe. The measure of the light cones for the projected past and future vectors in the hyperdimensional tachyon multiverse, outside of, containing, and surrounding the subspace local universe, is the same, but because they are relative to one another along the precessing orbital vector of manifestation, as pure dimension casts the geometric appearance of multiple dimensions. The measure of the multiversal torus, comprised of the sum over histories of these projected tachyon light cones in hyperdimension, is relative to the precession of manifestation, and therefore its curvature is pi, a complete cyclical circle. Thus, the measure of the light cones of space-time and of time-space for the finite dimensionality of our subspace local universe is the sum over the histories of the projected light cones of future and past trajectories of tachyons in the multiverse, or phi over pi. Diagram 6. Instantaneous manifestation is defined as the focus of time when potential energy, expenditure, and information being delivered are exactly equivalent, as in the case of perfect clarity upon some particular point, or the passing of thoughts perpendicular to that idea, but of great elegance. Instantaneous manifestation means equalization of energy expenditure in the realm of potential and information being delivered. This pertains to the duty of the messenger. There is much literature on the synchronization of one's mental projective waves of probability to the natural inherent vibrational frequencies of solid matter. There is a strong belief, rarely realized, among researchers that time goes only as slowly as you let it. The relationship of the mind to time is one of the most complex geometries of pure dimension in potential, for whatever is not defined specifically remains present in potential, and thus all the dimensions remain balanced between their outward pattern and their movement of potential. Here we find nothing to confound Yalem or pixelate the subordinate hyperdimension, only pure potential. When we say that it is complex in potential, we only mean that it is simple in fact, though the simple units we are using to measure complexity are themselves only potential. Here we find that, as in all pure dimensions, the relationship described between consciousness and potential is one of energy exchange. Thus we can recognize patterns in event, for here, when the concentration of active consciousness is applied to it, event mirrors the hypercubic form of the fourth dimension. We perceive and catalog the data that some patterns of energy change more than others over time. This is true both for the patterns that arise in the dimensional subspaces where manifestation occurs and for the fields of potential that occur between these realms. Therefore, instantaneous manifestation occurs when active consciousness is aligned directly with the fourth-dimensional event. It is caused by the transmission of potential energy from one pure dimension to another, in a route circuitous to the subspace between them. This allows for a certain amount of subspace to be left over in the multidimensional, elemental situation of an event, and this results in one of two things happening, each in one of two ways. Either the extra subspace manifests hyperdimensionally, in a way either obvious or oblivious to our extant existence, or in accordance with the argument that all matter is potential energy, in, again, either a direct or abstruse way. In the first case, it would be in a quantum information orbital state close to the data pattern from which it has been shed, and therefore may result in manifestation similar to a thought's line known to be occurring on one channel of your bioelectromagnetic aura. In this way, you could say that the manifestation was close or was aimed at a specific event. This is the cause of both all miracles and all accidents. In the latter case, then, we are in a situation of chaos in closed systems, where there is no hope of predicting the manifestation's relative position of occurrence, unless it was plotted as upon a phi-bound projection from a pi-bound orbit as pure information units in hyperdimensions, or as a phi over pi spiral, assuming one has found sufficient signs by which to measure the positions of these orbits of pure information. The question becomes, which of these perspectives came first? Is it true that, for someone who drew before they spoke, or who perceives instantaneous manifestation as hyperdimensional before material, one could expect that they had actually seen images with their minds before having conceived of in words descriptions of the impossible? In any event, instantaneous manifestation, being somewhat of an ideal meteor, usually is found to occur in the form of the appearance of objects that coincides with a thought line. It may be speculated that this is a type of pre-telekinesis, proving that the great creator preceded the primary motivator. It is said by the bravest minds of science today that the universe began with the first random quantum fluctuation, and I have no doubt that we are still living in this same expanded singularity today. Theologically, this displaces the prime motivator as grand creator, with the uncertainty principle being the only primarily pre-existent condition. The uncertainty principle itself is a factor of the speed of light, which is the inversion between manifestation and entropy in this third dimension. According to this theory, it was the force-carrying photon that was the first particle, a quantum tunnel that was alone without any other points to connect, closed up into a sphere, like real numbers inside and like imaginary numbers outside. Now, however, the mnemonic and fractal expansions of fluctuation within that original seed of the first light have generated the quantum foam, a sea of various frequencies, some combining into harmonic melodies, of the background microwave radiation of our space-time continuum. Thus, when any quantum enters the interior of a quantum tunnel, it can connect to many different possible points in space-time. However, this still occurs mostly, if not entirely, at random, and it is thought due to the uncertainty principle. Admittedly, random fluctuation and the uncertainty principle alone do not account for the myriad of patterns that are formed in the universe. If we accept that the universe is a unified field, such as the vibrational model or the multidimensional model, then we can say that it is altogether apprehensible by the mind as itself a single unit. One such model of the universe is the Jachin and Boas model, known in the East as the Yin and Yang model, which combines two inverse fields, one more manifest and one more ethereal, one representing beneficial karma, one representing unpleasant karma. It is thought that, though opposite, the two forces are one. Astrophysicists who study this model give the name Yalem for that which existed before the Big Bang, and Zen Buddhists call the energy underlying the universe Qi, and the guidance of this energy Tao. If, as I have described as being indicated by the theory, we say that the uncertainty principle accounts for Yalem and Tao, then quanta themselves comprise Qi. However, another perspective on these same factors is the concept of the primary clear light. This is the state of enlightenment, or absence of kinetic energy in the nervous system, associated with nibbana, or nirvana, achieved by the trance of samadhi or samasamadhi. Thus we have in our hands all the pieces, both modern and ancient, of the cosmological puzzle. Let us see how they fit together. We may associate Yalem with the primary clear light, as a precedent has been set in previous consciousness research. Also, we can see that Qi possibly describes waves and microwave frequencies of electromagnetic radiation in a field of ambient potential energy created by random quantum fluctuation. Therefore, Tao would be, by process of elimination, quantum probability wells. Tao and Qi are yin and yang, good and bad karma, over time. Yin and yang blur out of Yalem in the beginning and into it again at the end. A good example of inversion occurs in social interchange theory. In order to understand the inversion inherent in social interchange systems, we must understand that there is an exoteric and an esoteric side to all social interaction. On the one level, we are communicating only what we are communicating consciously. However, beyond this level are countless others where information as idea is constantly being exchanged, and that we can only sense emotionally as the shadow of our social conscience and relative light of social spirit, and that remain obvious to us at all times, and yet of which we remain intentionally unconscious. If we adopt the notion of ownership over the full capacity for awareness of our mind, as philosophy suggests is the course it has followed since the age of reason, then we must accept that it is only as ordered as we have allowed it to become. If, however, we reserve rights to a higher power, such as any of the versions of God offered by institutionalized religions, or if we give these rights away to a spouse, the state, or the devil. All karma adds up to the same sum, whether good or bad, black or white, namely, nothing. Then we can assume that the world of which we know nothing, and to which we continue to remain blind, is founded upon whatever form or degree of order we imagine associates to this nobody of nothingness. In either event, the only measure we are given to plumb the depths is inversion between the end pointing at us, of whom we know something, and the other end disappearing into the void, about which we know nothing. When we communicate with another, this inversion ceases to be the inversion between something and nothing, and becomes the inversion between someone and someone else. In this area of human development, the rhetorical argument has been refined into the format of introductory statement, thesis statement, main body, conclusion, with the inversion between the thesis and the antithesis. At first, philosophy had adopted this form verbatim to express itself. However, it eventually sided entirely with the dramatic chorus against the dialogue of the bit players in favor of attributing both thesis and antithesis to the same voice, thus delimiting possible reaction and gaining better target audience control. This represents a devolution from the communion of the double helix, inversion between two someones, towards dictatorship of force according to singular wave function, inversion between peak and trough of one something and the surrounding relative nothingness. Although the original masonry of Kabbalah, in pure dimension, has been lost, according to the publicly released literature of modern Masons, the body of literature associated with what has come to be considered pure Kabbalah continues to represent a vast collection of possible techniques for inversion. The literature of Kabbalah serves only in lieu of a theory for true anomalous cognition, by which to communicate the tradition in a way meaning to sing a song in silence. Originally, Kabbalah was all of the esoterica, the unifying geometry of the multiverse, and in this way is originally representative of the twin helix of life. One of the finer points of Kabbalah rhetoric is the distinction between fact and fiction. This dates back to ancient bigotry between the initiated and the uninitiated. The initiated were horrible know-it-alls who were, moreover, rich, while the masses of humanity toiled in debt, starved, and went ignorant. Much of history is the story of the reversal of this fortune, up to the modern day. The uninitiated slowly coming to grips with all the secret facts of history, usually only on the condition of their continued loyalty to substandard living status. The terms of fact and fiction constitute the entire language of the social compact as it affects change in the society of its citizens, which it calls culture in order to disempower it, calling itself society proper. According to this agreement, facts move upward through hierarchical systems, while fiction moves downward. since the concept of a naturally formed hierarchical system, such as the mnemonic growth pattern of a tree or the double helix of DNA, both factors of the negentropic evolution of life, is contrary to the relatively heathen belief in the uncertainty principle as being the only guiding light for all universal being. The full implications of this agreed-upon association go generally unrecognized by the uninitiated. It is perpetually becoming easier, and therefore wiser, to accept that our common ancient ancestors had a much greater knowledge of the stars than their modern uninitiated antecedents. The popular paradigm of dogma has become rule by the elders over the children, and this is becoming safer to apply holographically to human history, perhaps, than it is easy to carry out in actual life. What the forefathers of our civilizations concealed esoterically in their descriptions of the cosmos may itself only be the tip of the iceberg of our ancient ancestors' knowledge. One such governing theory, understood by the initiated but not understood by the uninitiated commoner, is astrology. It is a systemization of the heavens according to temporal differentials. However, the given explanations of it are needlessly complex and convoluted, and have historically distorted the underlying and fundamental practical astronomy of it. It apparently derives from an ancient art known of in great detail at the lost roots of all existing peoples and civilizations. An interesting application of astrology that is often overemphasized nowadays is the possible correspondence of data about people born under the same conditions of timing, determined by astronomical alignments. If such a record were compiled over the ages, it would produce a very interesting tapestry, woven of many various people's lives, and bearing an image that might offer better insight into the overall shape of the human mind than any method before. We know that the ancient people of the earth, whose history is largely otherwise lost, erected enormous stone megaliths in perfect astronomical alignments. Our history of civilization begins with the creation of the zodiac and constellations formed by imagining connecting lines between certain stars in the sky and patterns reminiscent of natural or otherwise known objects. Their exact observations were based on the simplest of means, and, though monumental, their works are aesthetically minimalist and ergonomically utilitarian. They have, however, endured for all time, and many remain maintained even to this day. Because of the ancients' observation of the stars being relative to our own temporally, and because the events observed by our ancestors and the events that we observe are also relative to the distance from us at which they occurred temporally, we can extrapolate the formula that our ancestors were observing events at a time when events other than those that they were observing were actually occurring at the distance to their origin, and that these events will be observed before the events that are going on right now at the distance to the origin, which are also different from the events that we can observe now. An application of this would be realizing that what we are seeing now for a star 2,000 light-years away is relative to what was going on Earth 2,000 years ago, and that what we are seeing now for a star 4,000 light-years away is relative to what was going on Earth 4,000 years ago. This is the measure of inversion our ancient ancestors used between their own social something and the something else of the stars in the heavens. Because what they knew of the stars was exclusively idealized, and what they knew of the ways of the Earth was exclusively material. This inverse relativity is in hyperspace. It is thought by the modern occult that just before the beginning of the era of the Mother Goddess, and ending with the menstrual flood associated with her divine birthright, there was a civilization that was similar to our own, and in very many ways surpassed ours, particularly in fields of technology. This thought was disseminated by making the writings of the author of the original description of this lost world required reading in the very same educational university system he helped to create. Therefore, although his own words tell us otherwise, the entirety of the world's ancient, lost civilizations have come to fall under the nomenclature he gave to that one land, and any differences between areas and eras is on the brink of becoming hopelessly lost to a semantics battle between yuppie and hippie New Agers, unworthy modern inheritors of the role of eternal torchbearers for Atlantean Illuminism. It is widely known today that around the world there are cities that lie off the shores of many countries, below the level of the waves on the surface of the sea. The most probable explanation for such cities is that they were built during the last ice age, when global sea levels were lower. However, this would mean establishing a much earlier date for the beginning of civilization than is traditionally accepted. Currently, it is taught in our schools that civilization first arose in Sumer, also called Mesopotamia, between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, as well as, around the same time, along the Nile River to the southwest and the Indus River to the east. The oldest known artifacts of civilization in existence date from this time, around 7,000 to 5,000 years ago. The peak of the last ice age, however, was closer to 20,000 years ago. These are only some of the unexplained artifacts of the late Stone Age, however. Clearly, a great art of stonemasonry has been lost to our times, for beyond our means to replicate today remain the constructions of many ancient megalithic centers, shrines, temples, and monuments, involving the quarrying and transport of solid stones, some weighing over 100 tons, most weighing over 10 tons, and their exact placement in alignment with astronomical signs on the horizon and projecting at angles outward into the sky. Since we also lack the ability to determine when they were moved into place, we do not even know when the hundreds of thousands of sacred stone sites throughout the world were erected, and therefore we know absolutely nothing about the people who did so. We have only recently discovered the worldwide knowledge of the hunting weapon, the atlatl, and now believe that it was already known of globally during the last ice age. The atlatl itself is no more than a wooden spear propeller. Nonetheless, before its discovery, no such tool or implement was imagined by the greatest minds of modern men when they imagined back on our common ancient ancestors. And it is, in fact, a marvelous adaptation to the cumbersome spear that reveals a level of knowledge of physics that anthropologists still consider to be as much of an anachronous advancement at the time as was the atomic bomb in the 20th century. While for the uninitiated Atlantis remains a pleasant myth, for the initiated the fact of ancient lost, highly technologically advanced civilizations is an ever-present reality. It is equated with the fundamental Masonic practice, as well as fundamental religious doctrine, of confronting one's own mortal finitude. Its inevitable ending has become so wrapped up with the mortal or living flesh that the very word that describes it, mortality, has come to mean instead only death. So, with the world's great civilizations, have all of their efforts amounted only to the myth of the moment of their loss. Many stone monuments are not only aligned with celestial events, but are centered over sources, junctures, or near surface points of underground rivers. The only known way for finding underground waterways today is by dowsing, which involves using a wishbone-shaped stick held lightly and allowed to droop. There is no scientific method to dowsing, and it has not found any basis in scientific work. However, its success rate can be measured against the success rate of remote viewing and the temporal fluctuation of the Earth's electromagnetic field, and found to correspond. This indicates that dowsing may have more to do with the neural electric sensitivity to Earth's electromagnetic field, and that this electromagnetic field may have to do with the paths taken by underground rivers. It is not known if dowsing is the descendant of any ancient art, but according to the legends associated with many ancient megalithic sites by the indigenous peoples, especially when these same people believe the megaliths to have been built supernaturally by an alien race of gods, the megalithic sites are associated with early wells during the age of the Mother Goddess, and subsequently with blood rituals at the beginning of the age of the Father God. Just as the various megaliths plot the progress of the various underground rivers throughout the land, the alignments between them are known as electromagnetic current ley lines. Just as they had discovered vast underground caverns and lakes during the Ice Age, when the groundwater level dropped along with sea level, Tennessee remains perched atop a network of deep caves and subterranean waterways and lakes. So did the ancients establish a web of energy channels guided by the megalithic conduits all across the face of the land. This energy was called Vril, Thule, or Orgone energy by German occultists around World War II, although it was also identified earlier by Hebrew scholars as Ophanic energy associated with the Ophanim cycles or wheels. It is essentially similar to biophysical energy present in the nervous system, which Freud called phi. However, it is equivalent to a very great amount of this, such as Count Orgaz identified with the ecstatic orgasm. The control of this energy in the confines of the biophysical system is the long-time practice of the East, where Tantric Kundalini channels the chi through the chakras, and where acupuncture and acupressure free the energy paths between pressure points. It is probably not very far off the original intention of both to compare these two schools on the subject of the electromagnetic force, the biophysical and the geographical. However, while the intended effect of biophysical energy channeling is ultimately enlightenment and transcendence of the ego, or self-actualization, it is unknown what the effect would be of establishing a working megalithic electromagnetic current circuit system across the face of the globe. While the simple solutions of the domed ceiling and the support frame modify ancient megalithic architecture very little, the practice of placement above underground water and in geoglyphic alignments of holy sites for shrines, churches, mosques, and temples has been systematically adhered to by all subsequent faiths. Modern churches can be found arranged in various mystical geometric forms and patterns relative to one another and to the ancient megalithic sites. It is believed by some very recent thinkers that all of these alignments are relative to different positions of the geographic North Pole over the past 80,000 years. The first calendrical system was that of the yugas of kalpas in India. According to this system, there were 3 yugas in each kalpa: 1 yuga of the creator, Brahma, 1 of the maintainer, Vishnu, and 1 Kali Yuga, the time of the destroyer, Shiva. Along with this system came the description of an immortal soul that reincarnated through a myriad of lifetimes, seeking enlightenment and perfection. Thus were begun the world's first sects or religious cults devoted to the study of pure number and naturalistic allegorical encryption systems. They describe a blue-skinned race called the Aryans, who have long since vanished from the region, from whom they inherited their kingship by divine right, and from whom they inherited their systems of laws, both natural and social. This was the system described in the Rig Vedas. Of course, as the world was short on civilization at the time, a large part of attaining perfection was associated with civic duty, and thus the same manual also created the class system, where the slave caste served the land-owning caste, and the land-owning caste served the kings. In exchange for a life of servitude, the elderly at the time of retirement were exiled to live in ascetic, meditative, purgative contemplation of their value to the world and brace themselves for the impact of their eventual demise. It was these people who, in their aged wisdom, began the original orders of spiritual attainment and outlined the parameters of much subsequent research. The Thuggese cult was the first to perform ritual human bloodletting as part of a sacrificial ceremony to Shiva. Because this was done over stone idols consecrated to the deity, these became known as petro rites, Latin for stone. This would not be the last of bloodletting cults, which continue to this day. The ancient Hebrews sacrificed animals, the Aztecs gave up their own young, and modern voodoo places hexes using blood as a medium. All people throughout history have shed blood for war, and almost all, if not all, have put prisoners of such wars up for public execution, even in cases where the war is a civil war or only a political revolution. This has been the case. The melancholia described variously by all great minds throughout all time was the subject of the meditations of a particular Hindu prince turned monk. He came to believe that the material world was an ever-changing illusion, and that the depression and futility felt by most people with their status in the social hierarchy would be dealt with best by greater spiritual benefits than were offered by traditional reincarnation. The Buddha taught that the world could be transcended by degree, and that, at a state of ultimate transcendence, it was possible to leave reality altogether and to ascend beyond the physical form for as long as one wanted. There is a city off the coast of Yonaguni in the islands of Japan that is believed to date back 10,000 years at least. It has evidence of the same smooth-surfaced, several-ton stone masonry known from megalithic sites throughout the world. There is no reason to doubt that civilization beginning some 5,000 to 7,000 years ago in India could have come directly from this large site in nearby coastal Japan. It is known that during the Ice Age, the islands of Indonesia between the Indian Peninsula and New Zealand were all connected, forming one giant land bridge uniting Asia to Australia. The only question is why a technologically advanced people who had migrated far to the east would migrate back to the west and up the Indus River when the end of the last ice age returned sea levels to their present height. There is evidence in Siberia, Russia, northern Asia, that thousands of huge woolly mammoths from this time were flash frozen with tropical vegetation undigested in their stomachs. This opens up the possibility that this group of Atlanteans might not have had any choice as to where they were navigated, since it may have been the only hospitable environment at the time. While the Rig Vedas were still a primarily oral tradition, Sargon the Great unified Upper Akkad and Lower Sumer and created the first system of writing, hieroglyphics, which, it has only recently been discovered, predates even Linear A and Linear B, the predecessors to cuneiform, which would lead, in turn, to Sanskrit, the language in which the Rig Vedas would eventually be written down. At this same time, this great ruler who came out of Sumer developed the system of representing counting by numbers for the purpose of stocking inventories of staples, for the purpose of trade-based distribution amongst the people. This would eventually lead to the creation of the concept of money, or arbitrary value. Sargon spread the myth of Gilgamesh, the survivor of a great flood, and this was the world's first written work of literature. It is particularly astounding because it is held exclusively as a work of fiction, without any sort of cult attached to it at all, such as is the case with many other accounts of the world flood. Like Plato's account of Atlantis itself, Gilgamesh remains held as mythological speculation, accepted even by the people of the time as a flight of fancy, falsity, fallacy, fraud, or fiction. It is known that, while the Hindus followed cycles of many hundreds of thousands of years, the Sumerians were primarily interested in yearly cycles, and cycles related to crop seasons for planting and harvest. To this end, it is thought by modern scholars, they created the 12-month zodiac. For whatever their reasons, they were the ones to originate, 4,000 years ago, all of the signs of the houses as we know them today. Some of them seem natural. Sargon was known as the Scorpion King, and hence Scorpio the Scorpion, simply an indigenous animal. Others, however, are quite arcane, such as Aquarius the Water Bearer, or Sagittarius the Centaur, or Capricorn, part goat, part fish. These have been, however, faithfully preserved through the ages in this exact form until today. Though they were life or death to ancient mariners, they are almost totally ignored by the uninitiated of today. While the zodiac of constellations given for the solar system's ecliptic orbital plane is credited to Babylonia, the first full chart of all the animisms for the different parts of the night sky in the whole year's northern hemisphere comes to us from New Kingdom Dendara in Egypt. The Egyptians carried astronomy into far more than this single, simple motif, however, incorporating divine measurements and observations of the heavens into every single work of art and craft they produced. The most recognized of these, even in ancient times, are the Great Pyramids of Giza. These are 3 enormous stone megalithic structures constructed to align with the belt of the constellation Osiris, modern Orion, as part of a massive-scale geographic representation of the constellations on the surface of Earth. The tips of the pyramids also align according to a phi spiral, a shape unfolded from the expansion of an irrational number. Buried next to the Great Pyramid, and on display there today, is a large, beautiful, seafaring boat. The cult that most profoundly embraced the harmonious parity of yin and yang, or Jachin and Boaz, was that of the Baptist Essenes, known also as the Poor Nazarenes. The Essenes of the order wore white robes, and the Nazarenes of the order wore black robes. However, they merely represented the left and right hand of the same organization, the Nazri ha-Barith, or keepers of the covenant, the esoteric Masons of the exoteric Hebrews of the era. This was the inspiration for the later Order of the Knights Templar, whose emblem was two brothers on one horse. Though both the Templars and the Essenes were practitioners of communal property, the Templars began the system of banking that is still in use today. The Essenes, on the other hand, dealt in esoteric doctrines and were fundamentally determined to form a unified description to fit all existing dogma. The Brothers of the Path of the Black Hand went on to form the cult of the Assassins, who inspired the Templars. It is thought by some that the bloodline of Jesus, the Essene Buddha, moved to France and eventually to Scotland near Stonehenge, a famous megalithic site. During this same time, the Muslims of the Middle East spread west across Africa as far as the Atlantic, then crossed the Straits of Gibraltar and took Spain in Europe. What motive would either of these peoples have had to seek territory in Europe, a miserable land populated by heathen barbarians, the Gales of France, the Anglo-Saxons of Brittany, and the Normans of Germany? Aside from the treasures of many thousands of megalithic sites on land, there is a city off the coast of Spain that would have been common knowledge to the utopian, map-preserving astronomer Moors. The only real question that remains is whether or not Julius Caesar, ignorant swine that he may have been, knew of the significance of these sorts of sites during his Gallic campaign, just before crossing the Rubicon, re-entering Rome and declaring himself its savior. Long before Columbus and the conquistadors of Spain landed in America to colonize it for Christianity, the indigenous peoples of the region maintained oral and sometimes petroglyphic depictions of ancient times according to astronomy, and preserved traditions of a recent cataclysmic flood that had destroyed the original peoples of the area, and which only a few families, high atop various mountains, survived. Since by now we can see that this myth is so common, we can see that it likely dates back to a time when all the peoples of the earth were unified. When comparing the sports games played by the Maya with a rubber ball to the contemporary gladiator games, chariot races, and mock sea battles at the Colosseum in Rome, it becomes easy to see that the world is always, and will always be, unified, on the same wavelength, the Schumann resonance of the Earth's electromagnetic field, which is about 7.83 Hertz. The indigenous people, even to this day, preserve the oral traditions of their heritage, including various spiritually complex cosmologies. In North America, the first peoples to develop civilization were a tribe of cliff dwellers called the Anasazi, who would go on to build the first cubical astronomical observatory in human history. Their ways were peaceful, and they knew no war. Then, the neighboring clan of the Chaco Valley, Grand Lodges, came in and devoured them. Their culture was literally consumed by the Chaco, who built a great round observatory that, from the similarity of which to a Masonic lodge, earned their houses their name. The likely mechanism of the original turn in both cultures of attention to the heavens was the psychoactive mushroom psilocybin. Similarly, it may have been peyote cacti which awoke the cannibal impulse in the Chaco. In South America, civilization evolved much sooner, about 5,000 years ago. The oldest civilization is thought by modern anthropologists to be the Olmec, who carved remarkably African heads out of giant stones in the jungles of Mesoamerica. Almost nothing is known about them, though they were thought to exist for so long. They left few megalithic sites, and these were all pyramids similar to the ziggurats in Sumer. They are usually compared by modern scholars to the pyramids of Egypt, but these, the same scholars think, were built up as monuments on top of or around underground chambers containing tombs, whereas both the Sumerian ziggurats and the Mesoamerican temples have steps leading up to the top, at which is a small hut wherein lived the ruler or shaman, and before which there was a small altar for making a blood sacrifice. This identifies the origin of recognized civilization in South America, clearly with the beginning of the age of the Father God. The second civilization to arise in South America were the peaceful empire of the Maya, who venerated above all things astronomical events represented by megalithic monuments, such as pyramids in the same Orion arrangement as found in Egypt, along a great flooded roadway known as the Way of the Dead. It is thought that their culture also venerated the seven sisters of Pleiades because of a peculiar offset in the alignment of many of their sacred sites. However, this difference from orientation to modern true north is only meant to signify orientation to a more ancient true north, when the North Pole was located in a different place on Earth. In the Pacific Ocean, on Easter Island, at an unknown time, over 600 monolithic heads were set upright, each weighing several tons. These provide a double-edged mystery, for, assuming the first people to arrive on the island, whether they arrived 6,000 years ago or 600 years ago, had the technology to raise the monolithic edifices, is entirely contingent upon admitting that they had the technology to build seafaring boats out of thatched river reeds to get there in the first place. These ancient people, now forgotten by the indigenous people of today, left behind also a pictographic language called Rongo-Rongo writing, the ideograms of which are strikingly similar to later Chinese characters. In the Atlantic Ocean near the Bimini Islands, near Bermuda, there is what appears to be a road or the top of a wall under the surface of the shallow sea. The blocks are divided regularly and evenly, although some people argue that this could be a natural occurrence, only a formation of the waves. This particular area was predicted by psychic Edgar Cayce only some 20 years before as being the area where we would begin to see Atlantis re-emerge from the ocean. It is also at the southernmost tip of the Bermuda Triangle, an area in the Atlantic where more boats and planes have disappeared than any other spot anywhere else in all the seas. Recent discoveries by ardent researchers indicate that the Nazca natives were in fact the first civilizers in South America, earlier even than the Olmecs. They traced out perfect geoglyphs of their zodiac and ley lines miles long in the Nazca Desert, large enough to be seen from space, and their skulls had all been lengthened, presumably by some form of artificial means. We have seen throughout history how the lost cities have guided the evolution of societies. Remember that it is only the modern occult, in particular the OTO, as revised and reconstituted, right, proper, free, and associated masonry according to Aleister Crowley, that traces back the lineage of the age of the Mother Goddess, beginning 6,000 years ago, the Father God, beginning 4,000 years ago, and the crowned and conquering Child, beginning 2,000 years ago. The 2,000-year cycle is between the sun's alignment with the earth during the solstices or during the equinoxes, and this determines long-term weather on Earth. This is only part of the much larger 24,000-year precessional cycle, during which the pole pivots 360 degrees about the polar regions of the Earth, causing the sun at Earth's equinox to seem to process through the constellations along the entire ecliptic. This cycle is in turn in flux with the alignment of the ecliptic, which appears like a coin coming to rest after spinning on a tabletop in extremely slow motion, with the center of the galaxy. This latter cycle interacts with the sun's electromagnetic field. The combination of these cycles results in the 48,000-year Ice Age cycle for Earth. It is believed by all of the few who know of it now that all of this was known of by everyone in ancient times as well. The first task of the ancient order was to anthropomorphize the alignment of the point in Sagittarius, where the ecliptic overlaps galactic core and the sun in various seasons. It was thought that the changes in the electromagnetic field of the sun and the Earth could be used to predict climate changes in the polar regions of Earth, which would precipitate changes to global coastlines. As the plane of the solar system gradually rotated around, its only spin the orbiting planets, slowly wobbling back and forth relative to the center of the Milky Way, and the Earth processed in its rotational axis relative to the plane of its orbit. Earth's axis of orientation to the sun gradually changed relative to the time it was aligned with the sun and galactic core, such that, it was thought, when the electromagnetic effects coincided with a winter season aeon in the north or south hemisphere, there was an increased possibility of an ice age there. Since the alignment alternated between equinoxes and solstices every 2,000 years, the Ice Age cycle took nearly twice the full precessional cycle before the signs began to enter this winter season. Some of the suspected electromagnetic effects include a reversal of magnetic polarity between positive and negative. The earliest as well as the greatest civilizers were deified by the classes they created, and all were made to stand for anthropomorphications of the precession of the solar alignment with galactic core, thus being given the same history and duties. One of the earliest of these is the archetype of Thoth, who recurs in the alchemy of the Middle Ages as Hermes Trismegistus, who knows the secret of how to transmute lead into gold. It is believed that this is what started the quest of the Templars as well, who believed that orichalc, the fabled metal of the Atlanteans, was obtained in ancient times beneath the Temple of Solomon by some extreme concentrated heat source. This may make them sound crazy, but they did subsequently get rich, though it may only have been for the knowledge of the very same Dead Sea Scrolls available to all today, and they may have never sought anything other than these scrolls in Jerusalem, the city of Lucifer, the rising star. These scrolls do contain fragments of the Book of Enoch, believed by some to be attributable to Thoth. The corpus of Thoth is Kabbalah, the hypercube of time. Today, time is considered a fourth dimension. However, the temporal force, whose agent is entropy, is not weighed like the other spatial dimensions. There is also thought to be a fourth spatial dimension, and we use constructs from it to stand for concepts of time only because the geometries overlap conventionally, according to folk wisdom or common sense. From this we derive the hypercube, or third spatial dimensional shadow of a fourth spatial dimensional cube, properly called a tesseract. The hypercube is a cube within a cube, and when we weigh the outer cube as the continuum of time, nuit, and the inner cube as the moment of an event, hadit, then we reopen the ancient wisdom of the Kabbalah, associating the temporal dimension with a higher spatial dimension that can be perceived only through geometry. The Kabbalah is considered a right proper meditative object upon which to perform an eposhe, and thus invert Dasein from being for others to being in itself, and in this way transcend the ego and achieve enlightenment. The finest equivalent object in the lower third dimension of manifest subspace, a wholly imperfect world, is the nearly precisely aligned molecules of certain natural rhomboid crystals. These have become known as show stones and associated with the prediction of the future. They establish a nearly perfect harmony of frequencies aligned along their linear arrangements of molecules. First, it should be noted that scrying is the attempt to instantaneously manifest an accurate reflection of the future of a fractal time pattern in the form of a micro-manifestation that serves to suspend the observer's disbelief. It mainly uses some form of medium as a tool, though the experience is ultimately neither finite nor bounded by any delimiting measure. What we call life is only a form of scrying that our spirit is doing to our body through our soul. Similarly, what we call communicating is only scrying of idealized concepts between the bodies of two souls. Scrying is the universe looking at itself. The first recorded scryer in history was an Egyptian of little note named Nephates. His accounts make it obvious that he was familiar with the art only as if one among many who had some practical knowledge and could call themselves skilled craftsmen. His tone goes so far as to imply an entire class of scryers, soothsayers, and fortune-tellers in ancient Egypt. This may have represented the first trade guild unionism by working-class men, and the first step toward commerce in the trade of goods and services, already perfected during the age of the Mother Goddess, in Babylonian temple brothels by the priestess prostitutes. If this is true, then Nephates can rightly be credited, not single-handedly, but as among a class of men, with the pre-Socratic elementalist and atomist movements, which have become what we know of quantum mechanics today, and deserves more credit, therefore, than to be canonized in Greek mythology as the boy who turned into stone looking at his own reflection in a running brook. The system of the Enochian hosts inhabiting the 30 airs, created by Dr. John Dee and Sir Edward Kelly in the 16th century, is the most complicated endeavor to date derived from scrying. According to Dee, Madame E, his holy guardian angel was contacted and guided him through the realms of the angels and showed him the right proper construction of his Enochian system. It bears little in resemblance to the Watchers described by Enoch, from whom Dee's heavenly characters took their collective name, except for a 12-month calendar with only given names of the months, the guardian angel for each, given by Dee, and the deacons. This may have represented the lunar zodiac, but if it were applied to the sun, then it could also be set to measure precession. The system Dee created is an unfolding of the ruling planets in the 3 deacons of the 12 houses of the signs, multiplying this pattern out to a factor of 2 by the 4 elements. When it is taken to form a cube, as it was by Aleister Crowley in his design for an altar for the Golden Dawn, it should be thought of as a fractal hypercube, or Menger sponge. Inside of it are the Watchers, guarded by the 7 angels that watch the Watchers. The name of the woman that gave them all wings was Becca. The demiurge of the sexual instinct, known as the Great Serpent Kundalini, wraps itself around the auric egg and grows wings, one of light feathers, one of dark. The great serpent force was known in ancient South America as the plumed serpent or feathered snake Quetzalcoatl, representing the movement of the aura over time. This force upon perception is undoubtedly the fading afterimage upon our genetic memory hologram of yet more ancient dinosaurs, the enormous thunder lizard predecessors to all modern forms of reptile and bird, and even mammal. This strange ghost, often known as Choron's own, the discorporeal essence of the ether, still haunts us in our perception, and nothing is clear. Distance learning. Diversion of spin onto a different dimensional level, directing the concentration of perception in active consciousness toward a certain person, object, or location. In these times of product branding, youth market angling, and target audience product placement, and of the body without organs in virtual reality in general, the focal point for trance meditation is no longer restricted by any bounds. It can be near or far, stationary or moving, past, present or future, fact or fiction. It is as easy to channel the living as the dead now, courtesy of up-to-the-minute live coverage of breaking events by the all-too in-your-face news media. This is one good yoga move away from being just lucid dreaming, so detached is it from the manifest corpuscle. Taking society as the macrocosm, and bands of individuals as the microcosm, it pits the one against the other as the old humandroids and young humanimals. The universe resembles the nervous system. The walls and filaments of galaxies, strung throughout the empty voids, resemble the neurons linked at the axon dendrite gap, branching out in synapses in all directions. Freud described the gradual accumulation and spontaneous release of surplus, which he called hypercathexis, of the electrochemical energy of the nervous system, or phi, as being the source and cause of ego or personality. Not all of the phi in each neuron would transmit during regular cathexis, and then some would be available for use in making conscious decisions, or hypercathexis. This is similar to the way the universe works. The many millions of galaxies variously align with each other, affecting their electromagnetic polarity, and this causes the transport of conditions from one location in the system to another. These alignments cause a finite number of gravitational reorientations, and this affects change in the universe. I have no doubt that the universe will end due to an effect essentially similar to Freud's conception of hypercathexis. We have already seen that duality is inherent in everything in the universe. To understand our relationship with time, however, it might be best to consider one pair of opposites in particular. The cell structure of the bacteria, usually a formless protozoa with a coat of sensitive fibers, and that of the virus, a finely honed hexagonal-headed killer designed to seek and destroy other living cells, with a distinct lower body equipped with gripping limbs capable of anchoring it to its prey. Here we see that humanity truly is a hybrid species of bacteria, the body of flesh, muscle, organs, and virus, the brainstem, the eyes, the limbs and digits, the lungs, the pathways through the system. It is for this reason that we are tailor-made to confront the concept of time, because its effect upon the universe is like that of a disease in a human, and the universe has yet evolved in symbiosis with it, just as has the human body unified the bacterial and viral forms. From birth until death, we are time travelers visiting this dimension. In this field of phased matter, time passes through everything. It seems to be coming from nowhere and causing the universe to expand. It is really coming from outside of the universe and merely causing the universe to attract. Time is made up of microwave gravitons known as torus-shaped tachyons, light faster than light. These cause gravity as a repulsive force, faster than light, to flow opposite entropy, which, on the level of subspace below photic velocity, causes it to act as an attractive force. The greatest centers of gravity, or the oldest probabilities to begin to spin in the universe, now black holes at the centers of galaxies, emit these from a higher dimension into our own. This higher dimension is the space of the fourth temporal dimension. Our souls are born through these sun-eaters, the same as our bodies are born from our mother's womb. The first portrayal of the concept of time was as a storm over the grass fields and a flood of the rivers and lakes, followed, according to Scripture, by a rainbow to symbolize that such a storm would never happen again. This was during the time of the first hominids, and subsequently associated with the era of the Mother Goddess. It may have been time itself that caused her change of face from Isis, the twin stars of Sirius, to the moon and Venus, the morning star. Time changes everything. It is the sum effect of all forces. It is a shape in hyperdimension that creates the planar waves of emotion as it moves through our aura of perception into our mind. We are a living, organic, fractal refraction of it as it is reflected off the surface of itself. However, all of this is only time moving through us. The goal of human life and of the great work of the occult is to reverse the flow of entropy. The evidence for this is how the common man, through the millennia, has been gradually manipulated by the various orders into working for his welfare, fighting upstream of entropy. Meanwhile, politics only exists as the argument over what to do with those people unwilling or unable to do likewise, who float with the flow of entropy. Meanwhile, entropy itself is misrepresented as chaos, when really it is simply temporally inverted order of a higher dimension. When people first began writing in ancient Egypt at the time of Nefertiti, they described the material universe as comprised of vessels housing energy. Now we know that what they were describing was the holographic torus shape of the tachyon and the microwave vibrational frequencies that caused them to assume this form. However, the ancient comparison of the Ka to ships for the greater ethereal energy of the lesser electromagnetic soul should be taken for noting when considering the human relation to time in the light of travel. The system passed down to us from the ancients describes a spirit which is eternal formlessness outside the temporal universe, a soul which is immortal energy inside the temporal universe, and a body or self, which is mortal matter inside the temporal universe. In truth, the only fact the people of this planet have ever known is the mortality of the corporeal form, while they pray for their souls, still playing make-believe like little children hoping the impossible come true, and revel in the communal spirit, calling it the Holy Ghost, making any young fool scapegoat for the millennial in-joke of the occult. Scientists of today are more interested in what parts of the brain control what functions of action and reaction than ever, and this is in large part due to a heavy reliance on the part of neurologists on the encroaching application of wave technology to the brain, as laser technology has already been applied to neurosurgery and eye surgery, and it is possible to eliminate tumors in the brain using resonant sonic frequencies. Thus, there is much hope for the future of neuroscience, which remains today a largely pharmacological field, and little attention paid to the curriculum vitae of thoughts our minds accumulate, except by advertisers, who are responsible for most of our man-made sensory stimuli. According to a doctor named Timothy Leary, who studied states of consciousness relative to the evolution of human cognition, there are 8 primary circuits, or engrams, that are predetermined levels of awareness associated with the timed function of genetic adaptation, where the survival instinct is inherent to the single nerve, and where survival of the fittest is considered the only governing principle. The first is the biosurvival sense, often called consciousness, which evolved 2 to 3 billion years ago with the rise of invertebrates and remains visible in the individual human at the stage of infancy. Here, an either-or circuit establishes itself that will govern most of the rest of the third-dimensionally relative habitual patterns of survival. This determines the mechanism of approach, nurturing helpful things, avoid noxious, dangerous things. This is water. The second is the emotional sense, or ego, beginning 500 million years ago with the birth of mammals, and becomes apparent for the individual human at the stage of upright walking, both due to the start of competition for territory. This activates the up-down binary circuit. This is air. The third is dexterity symbolism sense, or mind, arising 4 to 5 million years ago when hominids entered the Paleolithic age and began making stone tools, and is equivalent for the individual with the developmental stage of using toys, tools, and weapons. Also, the beginning of speech for the toddler, as well as the early human branch of the primate family tree, is credited to this neurogenetic encoding. It activates the left-right circuit of dominant handedness. This is Earth. Fourth is the socio-sexual sense, which awakened for mankind 32,000 years ago when the first hominids penetrated India, and is found in the puberty of the individual person. This is thought to also be the first beginning of civilization, for it is associated with hunting in packs among animals. This is fire. Fifth is the neurosomatic sense, and it is first to occur in the right hemisphere. Leary, drawn towards both scholasticism and the populace of the student class, balanced the scale of controversially ascribing the use of certain different psychoactive drugs, some illegal at the time, for the extension of the sense of self into these different conditions of intellect, with the staunchly authoritarian doctrine of the division of the brain into functional areas. One of Leary's students, Stan Groff, holds a view of the brain as a holomnemonic whole, which he calls holotropic, perhaps in apology for his predecessor's antiquarian affiliations. This sense of the creative hemisphere, which we only seem to send electrical currents through while on certain chemical substances, was first activated 4,000 years ago, and distinguishes the difference between visual, Euclidean space and sensory, multidimensional space. This is gravity. The sixth sense is neuroelectric and is 2,500 years old. In this condition, the nervous system becomes actively aware of itself, and free will determines our way through different tonal realities, each leading to its own goal, by metaprogramming. This is commonly associated with anomalous cognition or extrasensory perception. It allows comprehension of the magnetic force and electron scale. This is the electromagnetic force. Seventh is the neurogenetic, which is 2,200 years old. It is associated with the concepts of reincarnation, immortality, past life memories, as well as with the akashic records and the collective unconscious. Here we discover the marvels of our own cellular deoxyribonucleic acids, and inherit control of the mechanism by which these senses have become activated, namely free will, governed by the survival instinct, in a game reality, the only rule of which is survival of the fittest. This is the force of nuclear fusion. The last is the neuroatomic sense, associated with astral projection, out-of-body experiences, lucid dreaming, and remote viewing. When this sense becomes aware, we gain access in our mind's eye to perception of the behavior of particles and waves on a quantum level, as we are actually thinking about what we are thinking, and discover by doing so that our thoughts are subatomic electrical impulses inside the neurocellular columns of the gray matter of our brains. This is the force of nuclear fission. The philosophy Leary used this marvelously open-minded and broad-sweeping data to justify was, however, cyberpunk, a lifestyle unaccepted by the community yet today. It is clear that this was in keeping with the agenda of the same level of thinkers as released the comic book-inspired movie The Matrix, which equates metaphysicians with terrorists in the eyes of a predatory authority. Leary himself recognized that we are, all of us humans on planet Earth that is, involved in a war between the levels of this hierarchy. I would only go so far as to add that I believe it is, in essence, a war over whether or not we will be allowed to manifest. I have listed, along with these, the relative elements. Cosmos, or spirit, moves into and passes through this system. There are centers for souls to gather that have not yet been locked down by the institutionalized religious system. These are called the traveling lodge. They have been described in publicized occult literature since the medieval Rosicrucians. Now they are associated by the populace with such sites as crop circles and possible UFO crash sites such as Roswell. The true traveling lodge bears more similarity to the brainwashing cult of Rosalind Air Force Base. However, such truths will never be pursued. This demonstrates the difference between what is known esoterically and what may be revealed exoterically. For reasons that are extremely personal to the initiated, it is important for the air-space craft that humans fly to be of human design. The fact that the United States Air Force was formed in the same year as the Roswell crash, and that some of its oldest ongoing projects involve stealth technology, all acute angles, thus deflecting fewer radar waves, beginning with the flying wing and culminating in the V-wing B-2 bomber, only shows that humans could have studied extraterrestrial flight technology, but proves that all of the technology they have produced is inherently human, having been designed and built by normal people and having been carried through from beginning to end by human hands. It is in this way that the actual government-classified vehicles, those designed by human beings of today, can fly about today right before our very eyes. The black helicopters are also the product of stealth technology. They use scalar wave sound mufflers that can be used for mind control. Similarly, the Northrop TR-3A Black Manta is a triangle shape because it uses 3 microwave gravity generators to expand a wormhole and break the light barrier, while the public of today is unaware that this craft can even leave the atmosphere. There are, however, several possible designs and methods available for it to do so. A double rocket propulsion system is commonly used by NASA to send the space shuttle into orbit. However, this is little more than a freight vessel rented out to the highest bidding multinational conglomerates for putting their satellite into space or doing some worthless waste of research or development, more for a public relations show than for pure science. The rule of society is ruled by the law, where justice is only what can be proven, and where it is easy enough for those with money to determine which version of reality there will be evidence for. In this way, all actual UFOs and extraterrestrial encounters are usually counted among the number of intentional human frauds, and in this way sneak off the radar out of the public eye. These crafts are only our future selves, returning to our shared home planet in time machines, just as we have been doing since the sudden and as yet unexplained appearance of our species. As I have described, the USAF have contributed greatly to the number of identified flying objects that defy what we expect for Earth-bound aircrafts. However, they were not the first to do so. Orville and Wilbur Wright, the two brother co-owners of a bicycle shop, built the first human aircraft in recorded history as recently as the 19th century. Unidentified flying objects date back to the beginning of this same history and are recorded all throughout the texts of time. Cigar-shaped scalar wave weather balloons were the first modern UFOs, appearing in the skies of the late 1800s, although they may have originated later during the 1950s weather balloon experimentation phase of the USAF and slid backward in time as an effect of the scalar waves distorting the temporal synchronicity of the balloon's molecular frequencies. The German National Socialists were probably the first people to propel a rocket into space, and as they were responsible for all the early solid fuel propulsion systems used to break Earth's gravity. It is known that they had access to scalar wave technology, although because most of their research and development facilities were bombed during World War II, which they started and lost, it is unknown much of what their application projects with scalar wave technology might have been. Nikola Tesla, who first invented scalar wave technology around the turn of the 20th century and applied it to a death ray that was directed through the surface of the Earth and which was responsible for devastating Tunguska, Russia, claimed to be in contact with off-world sources. Another group that would make a similar claim was the Golden Dawn, who associated with the legacy of the true and invisible College of Rosicrucianism by way of the secret chiefs of the Great White Brotherhood of illumined seers and ascended masters. The Russians, contemporary to the Americans, developed both solid fuel rockets propulsion systems and scalar wave technology. Because the two superpowers' competition was to dominate their entire drive and motivation for research and development, both countries suffered down to the lowest common denominator of weapons manufacture. While intercontinental ballistic missiles became a new reality, both sides directed enormous scalar wave programs against one another and against themselves for mind control of the mass populace. The Russians were the first to put a probe in orbit around the Earth that sent a radio signal back to the ground, and they were the first to put a man in space, that is, in a pod outside the atmosphere, and they retrieved him happily. The Americans were the first to land on and return a man from the moon, however. Because of superior Japanese manufactured broadcast media, were able to make this seem like a bigger accomplishment. This competition between the two greatest nations in all the land did not end until while I was a child, and I can attest to the stress that this Cold War produced for me even then. What I am about to describe is best done in space. Doing so on Earth, on any large scale, is probably contraindicated. This is not to say that this has not been done before, and yet we are still alive. It is simply that myths of a strange energy source are associated with the downfall of an ancient lost super-civilization. Mythology is a strange beast in itself. It is usually only a court jester's perspective on the affairs of the court and health of the royal family. However, when it speaks of the human ability to harness energy that can be misused, even if accidentally, to cause a massive effect, it addresses one of the greater issues of the human species. This being said, by projecting a faster microwave frequency into a slower microwave tachyon, it is possible to expand this tachyon into a wormhole. By mapping scalar wave frequencies over top of the microwave signal, it is possible to access any destination from the holographic electromagnetic radiation background. This can be done as easily as by projecting a visual thought of where you want to go onto the wormhole. When the destination is projected, by whatever medium, mechanical or biological, it creates a particular harmony with the faster microwave gravity, and this creates null space, or zero-point energy, the electromagnetic result of combining radiation and gravity. Another name for this is a temporal singularity. Just as the background radiation of the electromagnetic spectrum serves as a fractal through which any single point in space may be linked to any other. So does the sum over histories of probabilities in the universe serve as the gnomon from which we may extract our temporal destinations. Once you have traveled through a wormhole, you have entered into the multiverse. Things will not be the same, and all things will continually change. It is possible to meet yourself in this way, and there are few experiences more alienating from reality. Wormholes are like wishing wells. Wishing you were home from a wormhole is like falling down a probability well. Many people in the present and near future will find this to be true, because if you wish you weren't brought before the Most High, then lo, you will be cast down. So it is with hyperspace. If you try to turn it inside out and use it to get where you already are, it will put you down in another time. Paranoia is a kind of insurance paid out in karma. The prevalence of evidence shows us beyond equivalence that the full extent of advancement in the natural sciences and in technology of ancient, lost civilizations is now beyond our comprehension. Every artifact in existence seems to add a stroke to the blank canvas, painting a picture of humanity as a more and more adaptatively developed species at an earlier and earlier time, far from wandering blindly before the creation of civilization, which, according to scholars, is barely a second ago on the smallest cog of the cosmic clock. The modern time traveler, a historian in this case, exploring the past, can now carry with them all the artifacts essential to survival throughout the lifetime of humanity. There can be no doubt that ancient civilizations, such as the early dynastic Chinese and the Mayan, evolved highly complicated calendrical systems based on astronomical observations that modern scholars think would have required modern computers to calculate. However, there is a building amount of evidence to indicate that even the localized tribes who remained technologically primitive, such as the Aborigines and the Dogon, also possessed this level of astronomical knowledge. It is perhaps easier to imagine a more complex civilization discovering more complex data. However, since people of all lands and affiliations possessed the same skill, it can only be explained by a highly evolved common source. This point of origin is in our future. Ancient ruins are all that remain of what we will have built in the past. The technology of today can get you to yesterday through tomorrow. The mind, when seen as a holographic imprint overlaying the brain, created by the brain, is seen to exist in a continuum unique from that of the fleshly body. There are billions of interacting neurons in the brain, each comprised of a fiber that delivers an electrical signal and connected by gaps crossed by neurotransmitters. If you could take the mind out of the brain, as John Dee extrapolated his angelic host from the four elements, it would be comprised of an asymptotically infinite number of such connections. However, it would no longer be responsible for triggering the nervous signals to the body. It could be transferred into an electrical machine, or into the ambient electromagnetic field, or the microwave background radiation. It is really irrelevant where it goes outside the body. These connections are thought to be the wells from which emotions arise, and so we must see that our mind goes with our emotions. People in times of yore romanticized about their feelings coming from the heart, but modern biology's guess is the brain. The nerves in this way spread throughout the system of the entire body, and so the phantom sensation of the entire form may come along. This has been rigorously researched, from primitive natural birthing and early Tantra yoga to modern advanced pharmaceutical experimentation on animals and by people on themselves, all of which is, in all honesty, unethical, only in that it is pro-entropic. Atlantis is a timed utopia. You could travel back on one day, live there a year, and arrive back in the present the next day. Assuming that you established a temporal signature by returning to the same timeline in such a way, that is, by being in one timeline day after day and being gone in between these days for undefined durations, then you would establish a referential evolutionary cue to determine lifespan. This would be an artificial temporal pattern. However, once one enters the multiverse, there is no going back to the way things were before. So higher natural and new artificial patterns alone can serve as moral compass there. When navigating the time stream, it is much like an electrical impulse traveling upon nerves, and this experience stays with a person such that it is difficult to know when it has fully stopped and when one has arrived at their destination, because the gravity to which this disorientation is relative to is time, or the forward flow of entropy defined by the spin of a photon measured as the speed of light. While society appears like a giant dinosaur to culture, culture appears like a microscopic fly to society. Culture is the poor man's society. There is no such thing as an exclusively bourgeois fraternal order, unless related to a job, like police officers. The star system of America establishes a new royal class, comprised of entertainers, models, and news anchors. This is the sum and substance of modern American culture, the gift of the 1950s plastic fantastic suburbanites, their simulacrum of historical heritage as it existed before our forefathers established our more perfect than thou union with the social compact. This era of free thinkers, who were Jacobite Masons from Rousseau to Castro, including Washington, were trying to tear the social middle class away from rule by a lord of the land. In America, in the 1950s, the middle class were housed in suburbs surrounding the cities in which they worked in high-rise offices. The social destiny that had been given to them they had made manifest with great skyscrapers. Most countries have a folk wisdom, founded culture, that dates back much further than modern American culture. American culture did not even begin on an international scale until the 1950s, when industrialized manufacturing made our production of stylized consumer goods applicable to the mass market of the entire world, and the new technological communication media were first used to introduce international cultural trade into the global free market of ideas. The only reason I go into the society and culture of America is that it is a young nation that has grown rapidly to become a globally recognized economy and political system. Human cultures have grown with human migrational patterns and evolved from the same origins, differently in different regions. Society, on the other hand, derives from the tribal hierarchy of chief and medicine man, and from the first codification of law in Sumer at the same time as the beginning of a written record of history, which was simply a generally binding agreement to provide services to one another. Society did not begin until people were spread throughout the world and had already established what would become their traditional cultural customs. Society formed in two camps, the Middle Eastern and the Indian. The Middle Eastern rule has been passed to us directly in the form of the Ten Commandments. The Indian rule established the class system. There can be little doubt that, while the samurai warriors of later Japan, who are thought to be inheritors of an originally Indian cultural heritage, represent a totalitarian or dictatorial, though essentially otherwise classless, society, the class system of India spread to the West and influenced the minds of even the early Greek philosophers, considered to be the first social politicians, as opposed to laborers or lords, and it was upon the framework of a class hierarchy that the first utopias were speculated. This would lead to the Roman Empire conquering Europe, and Christianity, the idea of the anthropomorphic deity as discorporeal father figure, conquering the entire Western Hemisphere. Insofar as it was cultural, Christianity spread to the East as well, though this caused a split in the Church over the doctrine of the Trinity in the West and that of the ascended human in the East. In the West, the class system would evolve through the dialectic, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, with America arising as the synthesis of a capitalist free market and a representative democratic republic. What we can conclude from this is that culture moves eastward around our planet, while society moves westward. First of all, let me assure you that there are no aliens walking the earth at this time, nor have there been at any time during our recorded history. There has not been any genetic interbreeding. There is no technology that was not made by humans on the planet, nor has there ever been. No one else controls our fate. Human beings have free will, and this controls all human outcomes. It alone always has. What have been called fairies, elves, goblins, or monsters throughout history, particularly among the fairy tales of the European Middle Ages, are usually only either wishful anthropomorphication of natural forces and events, or actually deformed people forced to live outside of town due to scientific misunderstanding. But these are definitively not exclusively extraterrestrial forces, no matter how alien they may have seemed to people. Similarly, the concept of the jinn, or discorporeal ghosts, probably the hallucinations caused by drinking the first artificial alcohols, as well as the elemental pantheons, should both indicate to us that the Anunnaki of the Sumerians, who came in vehicles from the sky, probably refers to events of weather or astronomy, and should not be taken as entirely and exclusively a literal description. Another example of such a vehicle that appears from the air is given by Ezekiel and recorded in the Bible. However, a technologically advanced time machine from our future or a drug-induced experience could both account for this as well. More recently, the reports of alien abductions all involve beings that are thin and gray, with large heads, large black eyes, and small mouths. Visual hallucinations of such beings, presumably doctors during a birth experience flashback, have been documented as being produced by the strong electromagnetic fields given off near areas of tectonic pressure, such as fault lines and volcanoes. It is likely that the original inspiration for beings of this appearance was that of the earliest mummified corpses, who look like the state between health and the skull. Natural mummies, such as the one frozen in ice on a mountaintop, and some of those buried in the peat bogs of England, date back to the last ice age and to the Stone Age. The concept of the jinn, whose astral realm is the motivator, source, and intersection of the four elemental forces, introduces the applicability of transdimensionality, as the ghosts of the dead are thought to be beyond time. Whether such spirits exist or not, it is clear that they would exist according to rules that would not be confined to the earth. Being beyond even necessity of incarnation, such concentrated intelligences are immortal within the universe of the four forces. They may be raised on the sounds of the sunspots and solar flares, and heard in the Earth's electromagnetic field. But the realm of the jinn is hyperdimension, the same as that accessed by wormholes. The jinn have been seen by various world religions as the peaceful angels and the wrathful demons, who inhabit the same heavens as the spirits and ghosts of the dead. In the same pages of the first record of the jinn are descriptions of human giants and men of renown who were of the first generation following human interaction with the ethereal spirits. It is from these people that we derive all the subsequent arts of metaphysics, mysticism, and magic. They were the first to be alienated by their communities, and this is why these arts are secret. It is difficult, often, to address the cause of something if it generates many and or various different types of effect. It is tempting to rhetoricians to focus too much on examining the differences between effects than to cut to the core of their common cause, particularly if the cause arises as only one of a greater number of possible outcomes itself. However, it is in fact much more fruitful to study the cycle of time that allows the harvest than to simply reap the rewards of nature's workings. This is illustrated by Jesus in a parable as the difference between feeding a man a fish and teaching him to fish. Because of this proclivity of the analytical mind, a single ongoing cause may remain undiscovered for any finite number of effects throughout time, even while each of these effects is studied in detail by specialists. Such is the case today with the effects on third-dimensional material forms caused by their interaction with higher dimensions. The best, or at least most immediately prevalent, example for this is the mystery of death caused by third-dimensional spatial interaction with the fourth temporal dimension. We believe that death is an inevitable end of any and all forms or patterns of matter that exchange energy with their surrounding environment. However, by this criteria, the fact that life exists at all is an unprecedented miracle, since the fragile biological organism is an engine for energy exchange that functions at ratios equivalent in other physical bodies with much shorter lifespans. In fact, the biological form of life is that which has been chosen by survival of the fittest attributes of atomic chemistry to exist in direct opposition to death. This is proved by our species being the only one with a working concept of finite time. On the most open scope, all that exists is the interaction of dimensions. The matter-energy we call the third dimension is the effect of the presence of time. Down to the first dimensional singularity well in a brain, plane, or event field of space-time, we see that the known dimensions are entirely interdependent, and so we must allow that this be true for any number more dimensions that might exist undiscovered. When we imagine these dimensions as distanced from one another, such as the measure given by whole numbers, they comprise the multiverse, each potential universe with a different vibrational set of laws of physics relative to its neighbors. When we imagine these dimensions all bunched up close to one another, as with the measure given by fractions between whole numbers, they comprise hyperdimension, each different dimension distorted with its own unique underlying geometry. Some vibrational frequencies are beneficial to the life of the microorganisms that comprise the fibers of our genes. Others are harmful. The same common knowledge is associated with the modern folk wisdom of pregnant mothers putting small speakers playing music upon the outside of their growing uterus to expose the fetus, while still developing as an embryo in the womb, to the external world's sensory stimuli. This is thought to enhance the baby's appreciation for composition later in its adult life. The beneficial vibrations of electromagnetic radiation, which includes the visible spectrum and is of a similar form to sound waves, are those equal to the angstroms of the gene that tend to encourage or advance it along its existing pattern of growth. Also, just as lasers can now be used for cutting, the right frequency of light can aid in the splicing of different genetic fragments and activation of different inherent traits while they are still alive in the cells. Harmful frequencies are all the rest of the frequencies that do not exactly match the criteria of the existing measurements of the genes. It is the sad truth that the lifeline followed by our genetic sequences and sequencers, birth, mate, death, the same holographic pattern we follow in our own lives, is more influenced by these negative influences than by the scarcer positive ones, but only according to the statistics, which show that all things that are born die, but that only as many things are born as mates have found each other to parent them, and that fewer things find mates than are born. The result of exposure only to those frequencies which stimulate our growth as a genetically unique species would be an appearance similar to that which people appear to have to a person being exposed to those frequencies. This has been described by people living near the electromagnetic fields in flux between the geophysical friction of a fault line, and I have already mentioned it in the section on the hallucinatory appearance of aliens. There remains a debate about the mind over whether it is more ethereal or substantive, and this debate has gone on for almost as long as there have been minds to debate with about minds in the first place. However, when considering the effects of radiation exposure, nowhere is the line more clearly drawn between the two opposing concepts. We see that the debate hinges upon the concepts of ether manifesting, motivating, matter, and matter representing, reflecting, ether. The earlier argument is then usually called moral or ethical, though it is really impossible according to matter energy, and the latter obfuscated by the division between the body and the brain when it is really moral or ethical. At the two polarized ends of the argument are the concepts of mind as ethereal, eternal spirit, or as the mortal self-cognition of organic matter. In truth, it is the biological circuit which is the temptation, though anyone subject to natural law will eventually find themselves having believed in both. When the brain itself is exposed to electromagnetic radiation, it has different effects according to the different wavelengths of the vibrational frequencies. Very short wavelength, high-frequency microwaves of the scale of the diameter of a single electron cloud penetrate to the inner neuron pillars and columns of the cerebellum, as well as to the holographic neural electric projection tissue of the thalamus, stimulating quantum fluctuation there, and thus increasing the kinetic potential of the brain overall. That is, it stimulates thoughts. However, microwave frequencies of a slightly longer wavelength, that of the diameter of a nucleus or an atom, will disintegrate the brain tissue at an atomic scale. One method of introducing electromagnetic fields into the brain is by creating a gravity band or gravity well, and it is known that magnetic elements were used in the creation of some Mayan crowns, possibly for the purpose of elongation of the wearer's skull. The thoughts that arise in the environment of the mind, in the context of the ego or the recognition of self, due to exposure to electromagnetic radiation, are similar to those induced with certain psychotropic or psychoactive chemical substances, and this is not surprising, since the brain, along with the entire nervous system, is an electrochemical hydraulic turbine. These thoughts are usually distortions to the type of sensations our sensory organs ordinarily perceive. It is usually thoughts such as these that are associated with mystical experiences of the ethereal spirit, and therefore the primary goal of adapting to them is the differentiation of fact from fiction. Changing is an ending of one thing and the beginning of another, and everything is forever changing. In this context, you cannot hold on to anything, and may even let go of your sense of self, for it can only serve to anchor your soul to one region in space-time. Here is where we experience the astral body of the free spirit. This is the idea of the second self, and even it can be shed for the greater light. Permanence is an ending of changes, the fixing of all potential future histories for a subject into singular form. It is associated with the edifying of idea. However, it is hypothesized that, insofar as it cannot be accomplished artificially, it can be accomplished naturally at least as well. This amounts to the idiom, dust to dust, ashes to ashes, which refers to the original creation of our internal carbon compounds in the nuclear furnace of the sun, and to the continual radioactive decay of carbon element 14 in all living and once living things. Thus, we see that both change and permanence constitute their own form of ending, change being the ever-ending of everything, and permanence the end of change. When we begin to see time as the history of a wormhole, the measure of the moments will be infinitely changing parallel universes. These are equivalent to the infinitely different possible outcomes in the potential of every event probability well. Thus, each different possible universe measures as the intersection of two distinct dimensions, infinite depth within and infinite length in sequence. Inside the wormhole history of time, we experience temporal gravity towards the past, where our memories tie the ego down to the experiences of material reality in the present moment and invert these into concerns, intellectual and emotional, for the ego's future. However, this is no more than a sign of the times, erected into the free-fall limbo of the future. It is used as a guidepost and for ascension, and is the subject of gospel and gossip and derision. As I have said before, our concerns for the future of what we believe to be ourselves are irrelevant relative to death. This does not mean people don't think that these two things go together. On the upside, by letting go of the constraints tying one to the sensation of the here and now, it is possible for the center of awareness to rise up into the future. With no fixed focal point for the self in the temporal continuum, one can explore, detached, wherever they will. At this point, we can stop time, fast forward, rewind, do all these things within our minds. Meanwhile, an infinite number of possible options surround us at all times, populating the multiverse with pathways connecting to singularities like us. Singularities, like all things, are attracted to one another, temporal and gravitational both and alike, and so the wormholes comprise potential histories between these points. To be drawn into and caught up by this web is to be beyond the reaches of time. Singularities are permanent, more or less, relative to one another, and wormholes only connect them as long as they are apart. The only equivalent concept to permanent time distortion, or time-space disorientation, is the concept of hypersleep, the sleep of ages. In this, the subject's body is put into unconsciousness in suspended animation, and reawakened, usually many light years later. A parallel theme to this is that of post-mortem cryogenic preservation and resurrection, or even the potential extrapolations of transplanting. It is a popular saying among metaphysicians that the only way out is through. This is a half-truth, and unlike many of my colleagues, I do not wish to appear false or misleading. It is generally accepted that the only way to the singularity is through the wormholes, and the singularity itself is the doorway out of the universe and its internal, ever-expanding, multi-dimensional multiverse. However, going through it leads into the baby universe created outside the universe by the alignment of the temporal singularity wormholes as they feed the substance and laws of physics from the parent universe to the child. To come to grips with the popular misconception of getting out by going through, we must extrapolate what is indicated from what is observed. In this case, we see that, as a body travels through the wormholes inside the event horizon of a black hole, and outside the singularity at its core, it is divided by the temporal singularities it passes through on its way between them to the central gravitational singularity, according to the law of infinitely repeating halves. Thus, what is apparently theorized by the esteemed past scholars is that, To finally exit the universe and the expanding multidimensional multiverse it contains, one must first pass through an infinite number of baby universes containing smaller black holes. As ritualized and formalized as this doctrine has become in the modern occult, it really amounts to little more than this. While there is an absurd consensus, in light of naked singularities, that to get to a singularity it is necessary to travel through quantum foam with random quantum fluctuations caused by the uncertainty principle, the wormholes, it is generally not considered to move temporally perpendicular to the history of the singularity after entering into the realm of microwave gravitational tachyon YLM. Archetypes are transtemporal. They exist throughout time. Commonly, they are called stereotypes, and, while valued, also made the subject of much abuse. The name archetype is a crude play on words, doubling the arc of the rainbow with the Ark of the Covenant. The true ideological entity this asymptote of meaning describes is perhaps better thought of these days as a messaliangel, a triple play on the words messenger, in that it transports information, alien, in that it is not confined to the earth, and angel, in that it is spiritual and ideal in essence. Perhaps the reason that stereotypes are so abused as a social statistic is the ongoing debate between the body and brain and between the mind and spirit. They represent a blending of the self-identity with some greater purpose as their guide, and thus make highly recognizable minorities and often too totalitarian majorities. The people who do not wish to be seen as stereotypes, on the other hand, see themselves as being somehow more spiritual and thusly more righteous. The truth is that, as long as there is analytical observation, nothing can remain long unclassified. Social movements, usually themselves the cumulative effect of combined social, political, and economic factors that give rise to these stereotypes as connections along the grapevine joining mainstream and underground culture, are thought constructs of information systemization that naturally organize these statistical aggregates into relationship with one another. It is because of the imagined similarity between social institutions coagulating stereotypes and seraphic hosts and orders of angels and the jinn that they are thought to be justified. It should be worth noting that these social institutions and classification of orders of archetypes began at the same time and in the same place as the institutionalizations of state and church. However, besides that, they are literally as different as these meta-entities. The angels, demons, spirits, and ghosts thought to populate the afterlife are all either originally anthropomorphications of discorporeal forces or founded on the personal memories of departed ancestors. The synthesis of these two realms is the key of all religion, and it continues to remain a struggle in the minds of holy men today. In the Far East, where Shinto is prevalent, the people believe that even the trees have guardian spirits, and Buddhism shows how the soul passes from one body to the next on a journey towards ascension into the primary clear light. In the Middle East and Europe, they have made equally complicated explanations, unifying the realm of the forces and that of pure consciousness, without a living shell. In the West, the various religions of the Native Americans succeed best at understanding that these two underworlds are one, and the rest focus on extraterrestrials and the apocalypse. None of these clearly specify or agree as to the exact details of the nature of an archetype. Using elements from all the existing systems, as we see that we must do, since these are temporal systems and archetypes are trans-temporal, an archetype might best be described as a reincarnating, hollow-mnemonic, interpersonal, social mold. It is reincarnating in that it transcends its representative manifestations into the eternal duration of ideal or potential. It does this from moment to moment, event to event, stereotype to stereotype, and so gradually taking every possible road in the garden of forking paths, tracing out its parent pattern like pixels on a TV screen. In this way, it is imitating the holographic behavior of photons in the double-slit experiment. Here we see that the individual photons themselves follow the same fractal crystallization, in this case binary, being equally likely to pass through either slit, as a hologram, wherein each part carries potential for the pattern of the whole field. However, the difference between a fractal and a gnomon is that a fractal has a closed or finite set of parameters, and a gnomon has an open set. Therefore, all fractals are self-terminating in the course of their permutations. However, gnomons continue to replicate exponentially. Because our human population grows in this same way, as I have said, opposite the curve of death, the gnomon is thought to represent a more lifelike form of mathematical expansion. Thus, to say that archetypes are hollow-gnomonic implies that their existence is in some way more like our own than otherwise. Insofar as it is relative in fields, the archetype is commutative in the same way that humans communicate interpersonally. We cross gaps between one another with our ideas, and in this same way, a particle, such as a photon, transmits a force from one event location in space-time to another. Thus, also, matter and energy, though in versions of one another, are both subject to interaction temporally. We see that the more we interact with others, the more affirmed we feel that all is one. Society is but a vague shadow cast by the desire to preserve a deteriorating knowledge of an ancient technology, which is based on the science of time. It is hints of this great light that peek through now and then to bestow revelations and spiritual experiences that foster, engender, and encourage systemizations. These are only glimpses by the left hemisphere of the potential for reunion with the right. Archetypes are artificial. Stereotypes are man-made, copyrighted, advertised, and merchandised every day, and so, it is thought, God controls the angels. Einstein, one of the greatest minds to grace this globe, said, "God does not roll dice." Man is given free will, but this right is reserved for him alone, as punishment, along with death. The angels have no rights of their own, and the demons have no release. This little bit of metaphysical legislation sounds about accurate as the result of millennia of human relations. It leaves a lot to be said for the description of the actual conditions of archetypes, as I have described them by unifying their attributes. What we are seeing with our eyes are photons. They enter through the lens, reorient the rods and cones, and are translated into electrochemical signals in the nerves connecting the eyes to the brain. Photons are real particles that transmit radiation from a source to a receiver. It takes different amounts of time for a photon to travel different distances, since all photons travel at, relatively, the same speed, known as the speed of light. A photon reflecting from the surface of a flower to our eye and carrying a distortion to its wavelength that translates as the flower's colors, travels across that distance almost immediately. It would have taken that same photon 6 minutes to get from the surface of the sun to where it was reflected off the surface of the flower. It takes light 100 million of Earth's years to travel across our galaxy, and about 11 to 15 billion light years to get to Earth from the furthest edges of the known universe. What we are seeing in the night sky, for example, is not the light given off by the stars as we are watching them, but the light they gave off millions and millions of years ago. Therefore, it is not exactly accurate to consider anything that photons are conveying to our eyes as reliably real. Just as the one color wavelength the flower reflects is the only one it didn't absorb, so are the very heavens above an illusion. Samsara is a recursive cycle of events. Most of the populace is given blindly and bodily over to samsara. We learn what behaviors are appropriate and what not, and eventually become completely distracted by our own lives. Then there are those who leave samsara. Of these, some leave only to return again. Of these, some return and forget, and some return and remember. A few leave completely. Of these, most leave at the moment of death. The only humans known to have transcended samsara while still alive all became great teachers and healers, because only those outside samsara can change it, and only those who are completely free of it can guide the rest of the populace closer to its conclusion. In samsara, though, everyone thinks they are a fit guide. This is how they forget their own suffering. When suffering is ignored, it worsens. When internal suffering worsens, it becomes external suffering. For Buddhists, only the trance of nirvana can free us from external suffering. Then, in the trances of samadhi and samasamadhi, one sees their own internal suffering, and, by seeing it, can pass through it, for it is only an illusion. In the trance of nirvana, one sees the veil of external suffering as well, and, by seeing it, can pass through it, for it, too, is only an illusion. Suffering is an illusion because it occurs to the self. The self is an illusion. Both the self and its sufferings, or what comprise samsara, are an illusion of time. As time passes, events change, and within these events are physical patterns, such as ourselves, trees, computers, etc. When events change, these change, causing patterns of event for physical forms over time. Samsara is a very specific such cycle of events that applies on a wide scale because it governs very general patterns. It has been known of since the creation of civilization and has existed at least since the birth of consciousness. There is no way of knowing whether or not, say, an electron suffers in its orbit around a nucleus, or whether the stars can know that they are doomed. It has been hypothesized that, according to the law of natural similarities, the consciousness by which we know samsara is probably a pattern that we have found in other forms, so it is possible that the suffering is of the pattern, and that consciousness is the mechanism by which to pass through external suffering without internal suffering. The trances used by Buddhists are methods of concentrating consciousness so that one can see the physical pattern of their own existence as the source of internal suffering, and perceive that they are more than this alone, and see the cycling pattern of existent events as the source of external suffering, and perceive that the universe is more than this alone, and, in so doing, find peace. The pattern of samsara is quite simple. Two forms of it are the Buddhist Wheel of Becoming and the hexagrams of the I Ching. You should notice that the wheel has spherical application, and the hexagrams have cubical application. This only arises because the mind, the source of both forms, is represented as the sphere inside the cube, where consciousness occurs as a point shared by the sphere and the cube. The sphere is an infinity of thoughts, and the cube is the 5 senses and the 6 fundamentals of reasoning. This shape is representative of a phi over pi spiral, the sphere being pi-bound, and the phi being extractable from the cube as the height of one of the tetrahedrons it contains if the leg of the cube is 1 unit, or as a flat spiral on the surface of half of any one of its sides. This is the universally occurring pattern that has been postulated for consciousness, or the pattern of concentration of mind over time. By applying this pattern to the Wheel of Becoming and the I Ching, we can see how simple the pattern of events called samsara actually is. In the I Ching, there are 8 trigrams that compose the 64 hexagrams, and consequently there are 8 double or inverse hexagrams, which look the same above and below. These 8 are the corners of the cube. The sides of the cube are the 6 lokas, or realms of reincarnation, between the spokes of the Wheel of Becoming. Yet these cardinal directions are 8 when taken with the ascending and descending paths through them, and 10 when counted with consciousness at the center, and time, the mandala's outline. The 8 trigrams can be arranged either according to the early heaven or later heaven arrangements. The proper arrangement for the 8 doubled hexagrams is determined by a pattern that balances their numerical values from the context of the King Wen sequence of 64 hexagrams given in the mandala of time. The 8 trigrams usually represent characteristics that govern the 8 events represented by the 8 doubles. What is described by samsara is the fluctuation of a field of energy. The 64 hexagrams represent the regular functioning of this field, represented by their first order of difference, or number of Tao lines changed between them, and the 8 doubles the regular fluctuation, or wobble, within that function, similar to precession. The inventors of the I Ching called this energy Qi, and housed it within Tao, meaning the way. Another way of expressing it would be to call the energy potential and the Tao probability. Here we see that probability is the substance of time. Regardless of how we describe the states of others that dwell before God, we describe ourselves as having souls that become spirits when they are raised before the Lord. This has been described variously by all the different institutionalized religious cultures, and it is a belief that traces its roots back to the birth of the jinn and civilization. In the Far East, the internal energy, or chi, is studied as it flows in the Kundalini path through the chakras and manifold pressure centers, generating the person's karmic aura, visible when they open the ajna, or third eye. In the Middle East, the Hebrews study the ruach and neshama in the context of the four worlds of action, formation, creation, and emanation. Christianity expands upon this esoterically by way of astral travel and indulgences, and the Muslims offer grand promises of paradise beyond death. The Native Americans in the North and South continent, even as far as the westernmost islands of Oceania, believe in a force called mana or Maya, which is responsible for all things, and is the substance of the power that the gods have over the heavens and nature, and by which they affect the laws of men through their appointed administrators. The subtle distinction between the soul and the spirit has been argued philosophically for equally as long, and insanity and intent are the equivalent modern legalese. According to current legislations, the letter of the law is replaced by plea bargaining, and the spirit of the law revolves around proving preconception. All this means in straight talk is that modern pop culture media, whose target market is rebellious teens, is itself the child of election politics and national populist religion, and that protection of the inherent human trait of free will is guaranteed by written law in the American Constitution. Pop culture represents the golden dawn of artificial intelligence, the media itself replacing the soul, or link between the astral and material realms, and the spirit becoming a simulacrum, body without organs, in virtual reality, possessed of the absolute, dictatorial freedom to impose the full limits of their will upon the seeming substance and the very essence of their environment. As I have described in the context of hyperdimension, pure mathematical geometry underlies the laws of physics. It has long been held that pure math is on a different level of reality, that of pure ideal, for it can be done even in the context of only the mind. Dreaming was thought to be the degeneration of meaning of mental images from this realm when it was first conceived. Thus it was thought that the soul descends from this realm, like a dream, while the spirit raises upward toward it. This is that shell for consciousness that acts as the umbilical cord connecting the soul to the earthly environment. When we die, this cord is cut, and our spirit is born into the next world. This world after death is thought to be the ethereal astral realm, that of the ideal, where exist, distilled to their essentials, all patterns that give rise to shape in manifest forms. Just as the body manipulates objects on the terrestrial plane, so does the free spirit apprehend and shape ideas from the astral ether. However, when the body dies and the spirit leaves it for the last time, it does not die completely. The spark of life remains in the form of the genetic coding of the body's DNA and the ambient electromagnetic signature that it accumulates in life. The result of this is seen in the continued growth of hair and nails after death, caused by the aura's afterimage, stimulating the tougher follicles and tissue to progress along the lifeline's patterns of growth, and in the decay of radiocarbon-14, which acts as an electromagnetic pulse, the only radioactive element present in organic matter, and thus serving as both an elemental frequency and a biorhythm. In this way, even the dead are not dead, only waiting for their voices carried on their continuing frequencies to be listened to and understood. The secret doctrine of the Therapeutai, contemporaries of the Pythagoreans of early Greece, is that ultimately it is better for man to die at the hands of man than through the intervention of illness. Thus they began the practice of deriving medicines from poisons in order to treat fire with explosion, and therefore ensure different effects of preservation of the corpse after death, with drugs that treat incurable diseases with death. This continued on through the Roman Empire, when lead, a deadly toxin that assists in post-mortem preservation by killing off the bacterial microorganisms that line the walls of the intestines, was used to line aqueducts and thus taint the public drinking water supply. Lead-based medicines continued to be used throughout the European Middle Ages, as well as various other types of torture, such as bleedings with leeches. In modern times, the equivalent of this practice is vaccinations with small dead doses of the virus to boost up the immune system against them, should they encounter them again. Another modern ingredient of this foul plot is tobacco, which, as it is packaged and sold to consumers in the medium of cigarettes, contains arsenic, tar, and other deadly toxins, all of which serve the same function as lead, to kill off the intestinal bacteria that cause the body to decay after death. Traces of tobacco have even been found in the mummies of Egypt, indicating their ancient knowledge of its use in preserving the genetic integrity of the fleshy tissues after their life has ceased. The practice of mummification is much older than either the Therapeutai or the mummies of ancient Egypt, and is probably a perennial practice in preparation for the eventual end of the world. The most recent mummies are, or were, Buddhist monks who drank lead-based liqueur and arsenic-laced spring water to stop their autotrophic life functions after surviving on nuts and tree bark for 6 years to thin and harden the tissues. Mummification is only one branch of the wellspring of spiritual legislation on the preparation for the moment of death and the unknown duration to follow. As I have said, much of humanity's metaphysic for the afterlife is founded on the soul or aura and astral body or spirit. The soul is attached to the body in the form of the aura, comprised of our accumulations of karma, which usually follow an identical pattern along a path of ascension. The spirit detaches from the corporeal vessel and rises into a clear light, as described by all mystics and those with near-death experiences. According to the doctrines of all the various mystery schools, it is important, almost necessary, to practice leaving the body in preparation for the moment of death, when the spirit will be severed from its customary control of the corporeal vessel. In the highest levels of gnosis, the presence of self-actualization is identified with Satan, or the concept of cognitive dissonance, in the universal mind. Strong believers in anthropomorphism might perceive the moment of death as a familiar personage, and, just as indicated in Greek theater, these psychodramas can play out over the entire course of someone's lifetime, leading up to their final moments. The reasoning for this is that the mind is in a highly diluted state relative to death. Blood bearing oxygen remains in the brain several minutes after fibrillation has stopped pumping blood through the heart, and this oxygen allows neural electric activity to continue for some time. Because people usually do not return from such a state, little observational data regarding it has been collected, and so it is unknown, for example, if the perceptions of the sensory mechanisms continue to function or not. In many people whose near-death experiences involved very sudden or shockingly transmundane experiences, they see their life flash before their eyes, becoming cognizant in microseconds of macro patterns underlying their lifeline that had eluded them their whole life long. It is possible that such a surge of neural kinetics and the continued hum of the brain as it feeds off the last of its air produce equivalent internal experiences, and these types of personal transcendent events are associated by modern psychologists with visions of a final judgment. The moral of all historical judgment visions is to know yourself while you are alive. This is not contingent on being understood by others, and the road less traveled is always the only one that does not lead to Rome. Once one has begun to learn about the physical part of the self, one will come to learn that it functions on an electrical charge that flows through all the flesh, controls the heart, and runs the brain. It is fact, if one wishes to learn it, that the neural kinetic reactions in our brain are synchronous with our thoughts, such that they are thought to be mutually causal, and that different frequency brain waves are produced in different states of waking consciousness, unconscious sleep, and dreaming. The entire physical corpuscle contains this flow, called Qi by the Chinese, who taught with martial arts how to channel and harness it for physical health, strength, and endurance. The duality of chemical, soma, induced neural electrical activity as external motivator, and naturally occurring inspiration as internal cause of thoughts predates the beginning of recorded history, where we find the roles of chief or elder hunter and shaman or medicine gatherer established possibly as the original hominid division of labor between the sexes. However, it is an issue that continues to this day, involving scholars of all fields. While the right and wrong of it are debated, by their compromises, it gradually becomes a medical reality, as all of our inherent physical systems are augmented by advances in scientific biotechnology, and we are introduced to the rules of the state. Drugs are about as equivalent to the soul as the state is to the realm of the spirit, but all schools that have derived wisdom from them teach us that there is much more karma in life than there is in any one style of it. The earliest professional philosophers were the Greek elementalists or pre-Socratics. They were the first to begin to describe the ether as more or less alike certain forms of natural phenomenon, namely the four elements. They were, in doing this, opening up the watchtowers to what would become an established spiritual realm in institutionalized religion, though at the time they were seeking to describe the essence of nature. Plato followed this with his strict segregation of the ideal realm, where the forms of or phylum were found, and the real realm, where the phenomena were observed. Little progress has been made in humanity's subsequent effort to tear down this wall from the side of the real, even up to modern-day existentialists who believe that existence, or base matter, subject, preceded essence, or the potential for spiritual ideal, object. The diamond key to cutting through the glass ceiling of the golden division is the Pythagorean extrapolation of the vesicle, or heart, and the cross, or helix, proportions representing the realm of the ideal, from the pentagram, representing the realm of the real. There remains much to be said about this relationship. However, the aura is the energy of the pentagram, just as the potential for the release of kinetic energy is represented by the 5 digits of our hand. As I have already described, the ajna is the mind's eye. It represents the vista of mentation occurring in the mind, just as brain waves represent the neural electric activity occurring in the brain at the same time. Enlightenment, the goal of all seers, is a brainwave flatline while still alive and consciously awake. Since alpha waves, those produced during the dream state, are the slowest frequency and longest wavelength, such a state is pursued by attempting states of lucid dreaming and states of conscious dreaming, usually achieved through prolonged sleep deprivation. It is thought that, in this state of total mental detachment, the concept of time becomes meaningless, and this is the ultimate achievement of all mystery schools forever. The state of pure illumination is also associated with levitation. It is unknown why this would occur, even by many of the monks who attain it. However, one theory is that when their brainwaves stop creating a pulse-regulated field around the body, its electromagnetic signature begins to become distorted by the ambient background radiation of the environment, and its quantum frequencies are no longer in temporal synchronization with the electromagnetic imprint of the situation. A similar technology used in aircraft anti-gravity propulsion systems is the null wave, or zero-point projecting, triple scalar wave generators of flying saucers, and the Northrop TR-3A Black Manta. The null wave field, or zero point, without established temporal synchronous context, is the result of crossing scalar waves, which are themselves overlapping fields of wavelengths from multiple sources. In this way, the flatline history is derived from a scattered field, just as pure enlightenment may be achieved after waking dreams. In the same way that the loss of the controlling rhythm of the personal electromagnetic field causes it to fall into dystrophy, and this may stimulate a physical phenomenon as the field becomes distorted to its polarized environment, so does this produce for the field itself the effect of generating a light body sensation or feeling of free fall. This is the astral body, that naturally occurring electromagnetic signature of the soul, as it begins to detune itself from reality and fall out of phase with the comprehensible dimensions. The ambient shape of the aura surrounding the chakra path of the 33 spinal vertebrae is that of a torus, or hypersphere at antipode. When the pathway of Kundalini is aligned and the chi energy arises unimpeded, the aura involutes. Although it is represented by a light ionization of electrons, most of the aura is given off in the form of heat, or pure thermal radiation, the essence of which is tachyons. When the brain stops sending brain waves to control the regulation of the body's biorhythms, the aura begins to involute at the velocity of these underlying tachyons, becoming a potential energy dynamo, creating a temporal singularity. When this happens, consciousness flows through the mind in free association, without singular origin, being omnidirectional and without end, being unimpeded by the interjection of the ego. Here one perceives everything as nothingness. This is the ascension of the soul to the astral, spiritual, or ideal realm. From this point, one identifies the self with a conscious singularity in the realm of potential that can manifest itself where and whenever it chooses. The soul, when elevated before the Most High, becomes the spirit. The aura becomes the astral body. It is not the vessel that is changing. It is only its environment that is different. It is thought that the gross body is in accord with this same harmonic. The form of flesh, the electromagnetic aura, and the geometrical spirit are all one. When the electromagnetic aura is active, there is a physical reaction. When the aura leaves the host and travels throughout the universe and beyond the multiverse, it must adapt in its own way. Thus, we see that the vessel corresponds to its environment, whether this is physical, psychological, or heavenly. We must assume that it is therefore equally able to manipulate outcomes in the astral and karmic worlds as it is in the physical. As I have already described, the spirit is thought to be most at home in the idea of heaven as a community of other spirits, and this is why the realms of the unknown afterlife and the drug-induced spirit realm have been so judiciously legislated as similar, when in truth, since little serious research has been done on either openly and in a rigorous scientific manner, no such connection can rightly be inferred. The home of the angels in the heavens has been identified with various locations, both real and imaginary, ranging from the more realistic Hebrew Zohar on the 10 Sephirah, senses, and Buddhist 6 lokas archetypal realms in the cycle of reincarnation, to the less realistic Mormon interplanetary aliens, although I do like the Star Trek Interstellar and Star Wars Intergalactic ones. It is thought that the home of our ancestral dead is in the same location. In truth, it is clear that, if projected in the form of a potential, that is temporal, conscious singularity, a departed soul could go anywhere in the universe instantaneously by traveling through the wormhole multiverse surrounding gravitational singularities. It would even be convenient in these locations to leave the universe altogether, if one so willed it. By existing in the universe, in any form whatsoever, one is subject to the laws of physics. When one travels through higher dimensions, to move from one place in the material universe to another, through potential, one is subject to the laws of geometry. This is because geometry underlies the laws of physics in the universe, and higher dimensions tend to break down material forms into less manifest, more ideal systems according to the framework of this underlying geometry. In hyperdimension, in the light of geometry, spirit is like a pattern through and across the dimensions. Finally, in the presence of the primary clear light, all that is left of spirit is the pure geometry of this history without dimensional context. This is the highest extent of the existent gnosis, and it is why there is a G for geometry between the Masonic square and compass, both of which are, themselves, instruments for making geometrical measurements. The spirit can be free even of geometry, however. While it is in the presence of the divine, geometry is how spirit will know the divine. When the spirit frees itself of the trappings of geometry, there is no longer any difference between it and the essence of the deity, and they become, in essence, one and the same. However, if the spirit wishes to know itself as apart from the divine, geometry becomes key. In other words, pure geometry and pure spirit are one and the same in pure dimension, and pure spirit and the presence of deity are also the same in essence. As geometry underlies the laws of physics, and these are thought to be universal, and because pure geometry can be accessed through hyperspace by a projection of consciousness, there is literally nowhere that a spirit cannot go, and nothing that a spirit cannot do. It has utter free will, as it alone in the universe is capable of doing anything simply by instantaneous manifestation. However, we are told exactly the opposite is true. Just as ghosts are bound to a hoary netherworld of karmic limbo, angels are segregated to the clouds of heaven, and demons to the cavernous fires of hell. In heaven, the angels obey God, and God acts on behalf of man, bending his utter freedom to the bow of the covenant. In hell, there is a similar hierarchy, demons answering to Satan, and Satan the slave dog of God. Finally, the same scriptural style sources proclaim that humans alone are free. This last seems to be the missing capstone, since until very recently, wageless slavery was common throughout the world, and many of the same legislators who fought to abolish it owned slaves themselves. Now there is only extreme economic imbalance between the less than 1% of the world's population who control over 70% of the world's wealth, and the child labor sweatshops, environmentally polluting factories, and starving, diseased tribespeople they are responsible for. Still, if this is meant to represent a hologram of the mind of the archetypal human, it falls far short of the original lawmakers' specified standards. Too much importance has been placed on the brain in the legislation of spiritual matters. When it dies, apparently the free will given to man by God is thrown out the window, just as in the story of Adam and Eve being banished into labor. In the West, it is believed that no spirit that has lived in a body has free will without one, and in the East it is believed that to be free of the spirit is to be one with the divine. Thus it means that to give up the spirit is to give up free will, and thus to join with the divine. There is ample evidence of spirits that have given up their free will. This can occur for a person in their life, and then, when they die, their spirit will have no free will. According to Eastern tradition, this is the pattern of karma that results in reincarnation, or the same spirit being born again into a different body. However, in the West, Judeo-Christians sacrifice free will in this life for a better afterlife, building up karma for their future. This is commonly called the work ethic, and is seen pushed to its furthest limit by Muslim extremist suicide bombers. Thus, it seems that it is possible for the spirit to regain free will after death, without necessarily reincarnating. It should only be important that the brain, as an organ, contains as much potential as the spirit, as an essence, can imbue, and that the spirit, connected to the divine by geometry, is infinite in potential. Just as the form of each living being has a signature electromagnetic aura, so the Earth and all the celestial bodies also have electromagnetic fields, and these are all arranged to one another in a webwork that generates gravitational spin in the universe by microwave electromagnetic fields. The universe itself emits an illumination of tachyon astral light. All these things obey the definition of a soul in the sense described by all mystics of all lands throughout time. It is easy enough at this point to see that all these souls are only one soul over time. This should not be taken entirely in the hierarchical sense as alike offices held by bureaucrats. These spatial levels can be seen as more like parts of a whole, like organs in an organism, in the same way that the strong nuclear force, fusion, and the weak nuclear force, fission, and the gravitational force, microwave tachyons, are all peripheral radiations within the electromagnetic spectrum. Geometry underlies all the laws of physics. The study of classical physics began with the study of shapes and measurements in ancient Greece. At every step in the scientific progress of classical physics, it has been supported by its geometry, from ancient public works to Newton's astrophysical theory of gravity. The study of modern quantum mechanics or particle physics is derived from the study of classical physics. The concepts of vector and spin, wavelength, and frequency, while expressed as algebraic variables in the axiomatic equations, are advanced derivations of geometry. So, just as there may be many levels to the soul, there is only one spirit: math. Black holes are the nuclei of galactic cells, and the singularities are its DNA. Just as mitochondrial DNA exists outside the nucleus of a cell, singularities can exist outside of black holes. Here we find the physical equivalent to the temporal patterns governing the evolution of the universe. Singularities cause geometric distortions to the laws of physics. Temporal, or naked singularities, are probability wells causing temporal distortions to fields of potential energy. Gravitational singularities, inside black holes, are potential fields causing gravitational distortion to wells of probability. The result of both is wormholes. In the case of naked singularities, these wormholes lead to other naked singularities in the universe. In the case of black holes, all the wormholes lead into the singularity through the fabric of space-time and outside the local universe. into a baby universe. The sum of all the parent universes and baby universes is called the multiverse, and comprised of infinite dimensions accessed inside the wormhole. In the same way that the laws of physics governing the matter passing through the black hole into the baby universe are slightly distorted by being passed through the wormholes to the gravitational singularity, so are the physical laws also distorted for the matter passing through a naked singularity wormhole. In both cases, the distortion is geometric, and therefore can be predicted. Long ago, an unknown personage of ancient origin, according to the histories out of southern Persia, came into the Greek and Nile areas and began writing divine instructions for understanding the cosmos. These rules were filtered down throughout most of the rest of Western culture, and we are told that a similar school began in the Far East, oriented around the concepts of light and dark. Although the name of this person has been forgotten by the ages, his association with certain local concepts of deity, such as the baboon or ibis in Egypt and the messenger in Greece, has preserved the tradition he long ago began. The most famous of his dictums was, "As above, so below." During the Roman era, this philosophy was present in the economic division of patrician and plebeian, while the Essenes and Nazarenes described themselves as children of light and darkness. However, during the European Dark Ages, this concept was rediscovered by alchemists, and the terms macrocosm, describing the cosmos, and microcosm, the unit, were derived. Only now we are finding similarities to the caduceus, or staff of the healer, and the double helix of genetic DNA, as the microcosm, and the Zen garden of forking paths, and the filaments, walls, and voids of the universe as the macrocosm. The pattern of phi over pi clearly emerges, where phi represents division and pi unification. Since division, as between filaments, nerves, genes during RNA replication, or quantum waves, and unification, as for individual celestial spheres, the gamete progenerative cells, DNA packing inside of the nucleus in ribosomes, or quantum particles, are obviously inverse of one another, like dark and light. It is cognitively dissonant for the unenlightened mind to perceive them as equivalent. Therefore, the idea accepted by the Greek philosophers, who began the first philosophical colleges in light of the wisdom of this ancient lawgiver, was that man must be separated from the cosmos, in the same way that an idea itself, such as the idea of self, is separate from the ideal realm of the mind. This makes sense because a light source, even one as prevalent as the sun, is only emitting rays into the darkness of the void, in the same way that ideas generate lines of reasoning that progress into unknown dreams. In this way, the macroverse became associated with the realm of ideal, where phi and pi are one geometry, and the microverse with the real, given, or material. Currently, scientists are seeking to discover a unified field theory, or grand unified theory, GUT, of everything. Until chaos theory became popular in capitalist culture from the mid-1970s to the early 1990s, these theories consisted of debates between machos and wimps, or strong and weak centers of gravity. The increased government funding of superconducting supercolliders and magnetic particle accelerators following the Mid-East oil embargo, however, allowed early computer program-using, fractal-generating mathematicians to exchange ideas with quantum physicists, and this is how string theory began. According to string theory, the universe is comprised of a finite number of vibrating frequencies, and these are hyperspace dimensions, coiled up very tightly, that cause all pattern in matter. Chaos theory, which is the attempt to make the mathematically abstract axiom of the uncertainty principle more elegant using fuzzy logic systems, and string theory both miss the mark of Einstein's own attempts at a unified field theory involving gravity. However, Einstein was quick to admit that his own theories, too, were imperfect and remained unconvinced of a gravitational constant as unifying ether. Combined, these theories would spin off into the even more modern theories of the holographic universe, based on the Hindu Maya, an energy illusion, and quantum consciousness, attempting to account for ESP. Another modern theory, called M-theory, doubles the dimensionality of the string frequency fabric of space-time, making the chaos fractal vibrations into waves of potential, passing effect through probabilities, and calling them dimensional brains. Each one of these theories is satisfactory in its data, however each is incomplete. The longer scientists wait to reveal to themselves what some ancients already knew long ago, the more these GUTs will pile up, until eventually we will need a gut of guts. It is within the reach of every one of us to know that everything is one, and this generates wide belief in one God. But the mechanisms necessary in order to convince others of the ways in which different things are similar elude the grasp of most, tainted as this all is by the superstition of good routine and evil change. The 6 fundamental questions of rhetorical reasoning lead us inevitably to a description of the universe as a dimensionally resonant, holomnemonic metaform, an effect being the inverse reaction to a cause on each swing of the temporally motivated pendulum of quantum uncertainty. It is as easy to anthropomorphize as it is to sympathize or empathize symbolically. The most common token exchange unit used for information transfer in this market is social statistics, thought to be an idealized, purely mathematical reflection for aggregate psychology. This implies that buying power accurately amounts for all quantifiable self-expression in a society, such that what is available in terms of goods and services meets all of the consumer's needs, amenities, and luxuries to satisfaction. This is the modus of totalitarian supply-side economics. However, its philosophical apology is a rhetorical Trojan horse, revealing demand-side economics as doomed to dependence on over-analysis of market research on target audiences, an effect already responsible for the social subclass of producers and executives in the strata of the capitalist cultural entertainment industry. We feel the effect of this struggle every time we shell out money for a bad movie. Because both supply-side and demand-side economics resort to the use of social statistics to understand the will of the masses, it could be imagined that the use of social statistics pre-existed economics. However, this is not accurate. Agrarian barter, or trade, economics flourished very well the world over using only folklore as culture, and it was not until the 19th century that the first industrial-based economies began opening up global commerce with the standardized token exchange system created long before in Old Sumer, and thus began again compiling detailed data on social statistics as had been done in the great civilizations since the invention of money. Social statistics are no older than the covenant called society, but statistics themselves are much older and underlie all probabilities that exist in potential. Statistics are the math upon which is based all cause and effect, that is, all physical behaviors of the human, guided through fate by free will, as well as the gross or base subjectivity of existence. It is always a factor of whether it is more or less likely that an event happens that causes an event to happen or not, and at this scale, the whole makeup of the universe is as relatively binary as the code in a computer program. It is thought to be at this level that quantum consciousness, that which interacts with the substance of the cosmos to co-create interactive reality, occurs. If Freud's theory of hypercathexis is accurate, then ego is something that accumulates electromagnetically in the nervous system. If the theory of a holographic continuum, unifying man, society, and the laws of physics, is accurate, then social consciousness, awareness, or civic spirit can be thought to build up to a point of hypercathexis in a similar way. It is easy for the eye to see this as possible in the filaments, walls, and voids of galaxies in the universe, because they resemble the human nervous system. However, this may prove to be an illusory similarity as to the amassing of sufficient probabilities to perform electromagnetic hypercathexis on a universal scale. By this same reasoning, the social structures of man, which do not physically resemble nerves but mimic them on the ideal level in the order of ranks and the branches of their hierarchies, might be capable of spiritual hypercathexis. These are all the hopes of many, that there may be scientific proof for God as the ego of the universe, and that this may bring true justice to our society and equality to our world. However, it is a house of cards comprised of axioms and dependent premises. The truth is that the winds of death long ago began to blow through the universe. If the galaxies furthest away are comprised of stars as mortal as ours, they burned out long ago, and so hypercathexis, even on a social scale, only takes one person. The truth is that ego is not the goal. The accumulation of pseudo-self-definitive belongings is counterproductive to the ultimate sacrifice of leaving the dying universe. However, it affects self-replication. It engenders doppelgangers, who in turn duplicate themselves with each other. This is looking at the spiral from an angle that accents the phi element. This is looking at the hypercube of time from above one of its corners and seeing it as a tesseract. This is the universe on its ear. According to scholastic consciousness researchers of the 20th century, the mind that is trapped in samsara, the cycle of the soul reincarnating through manvantara, often turns to the playing out of roles relative to social situations. We see that this is true throughout all the more sentient animal species, and, insofar as pollination is a mating ritual, may account for the entire variety of appearance in plants. The study of how these social roles are transferred from one generation to another is currently called, by these same scholars, game theory, because, in the higher mammals, it is through game playing in the young that their place in the pack is established. This returns us to the concept of the social sciences, which in no way differ from an ordering of anarchy. Here we see that the finer relationships, such as that between when and where, that between how and what, and that between who and why, elude the gross populace. In the place of these fine facts are fostered to fester, rancorous and odious, repetitious rituals of all sorts to engender our imposed roles. This is done because speculative philosophy is not considered as necessary as craft guildmanship for survival. This is probably due to an old pre-Egyptian custom of human cannibalism. Social class researchers have also studied the difference between these in terms of infinite and finite games. As the saying goes, when I was a child, I behaved as a child, and when I became a man, I put away childish things. So it is with the finite games of guildcraft and the infinite games of speculative philosophy. Of the finite type of game, the point system is paramount. This serves only one function for the brain: to teach it math. Doing math is, for the brain, much like exercise is for the body. However, in conveying the ideal key of mathematics to the gross gray matter of the brain, society includes the hidden compounding interest fee of morality, and, in the West, greatly promotes the Epicurean idea that more is good and less is bad. Originally, the barter economy was based on conservation of resources. However, with the introduction of the token exchange system, the value placed on material goods has successfully been driven down, as the token of exchange is made increasingly ideal, that is, less and less substantial. The concept of technological capitalism, as representative of the withering dictatorship by the proletariat, has already taken the dollar off the gold standard and floated international credit. We get paid placebo points for work to placate us with playthings we must identify with. This type of game is a lifelong game, and an everyday, common game, and nowadays considered necessary for survival. Another like this is the buddy system. Just as the ownership of private property became the twisted means by which to teach the karmic point system, so is the idea of collective property derived from naturally occurring friendship. As we grow, we will find ourselves near others that are in some ways like ourselves, and if we are attached enough to that part of us that is similar, we will be pulled towards these people. In the same way, we will gradually grow apart, the similarities we had changing in different ways until only different things are similar, and we will have already begun to turn away from the other. Our best friend is usually a person with whom we choose to share very personal information. And this is often because we see them as like a part of ourselves that we like. Buddies, chums, and pals are a lot of the worst sort, since they will always be aware of the karmic score in a way that a best friend would ignore. Best friends go on to make excellent spouses, should they fall in love and get married, because they will see reproduction as an extension of their combined self, just as a carpenter sees the hammer as an extension of the hand. Both the point system and the buddy system are games. They create the sort of existence known as virtual reality, tunnel reality, or game reality, where an organism contributes as little of their inner psyche as possible, except in exchange for the necessities of survival. When observing this archetypally, that is, manifest in someone, the common sufferer and contributor of this syndrome may feel repulsed. However, this is only because they are not seeing their own face when they look in the mirror. Only a person who is either more or less like what their parents, their loved ones, and themselves had hoped for and expected. On the other hand, the end game is a system. This is an infinite game because it is a zero-sum game and depends on the absence of all resources for conclusion. The end game is the knowledge to end all games. Cultural self-referentiality is artificial intelligence. Perhaps because of the aluminum byproduct-lined water, people go about their daily lives as though they were already cyborgs, part organic and part machine. That which they have cultivated within themselves as civility is like an intangible tax on their immunity, and, like dinosaurs, the toiling masses wither beneath their share of days. Rather than our actually being anything like dinosaurs, it is only our dependence on the fossil fuels produced by the resin of ancient plants and the fats of the dinosaurs' skins that has brought us so low, as well as that has elevated us to such heights. In the same way that many biblical scholars associate the realm of tempest and flood with the chaos and luxury of politics, so can this ghost of a great beast, the thunder lizard, be ideally seen as equivalent to the demiurge of the Leviathan. Hobbes described the Leviathan as the political hierarchy ruled by the monarchy. Considering that the dinosaurs died, the idea that their spirit ruling over us in the form of our nascent capacity for social administration is, in some way, potentially threatening, is altogether understandable. However, they merely represent an earlier form of life, also evolved by the interaction of bacteria and viruses. So we see that our system of checks and balances is inherently the same, though guided by free will. To this end, it becomes increasingly easy to find examples of how the reptilian mental characteristics, or the blue bloods, have always turned survival into their gain. From the story of the dinosaur snake tempting mitochondrial Eve into the trees to evolve thumbs for the apple of civilization, and banishing monkey Adam to evolve feet wandering the grasslands of the tropical savanna, through Quetzalcoatl as Tili, to the promised return of the King of the Jews to rule the whole of the godly people. Another, more spiritual than geometric, symbol of Freemasonry is the coffin. Its importance in ritual is similar to the womb, but its significance socially is best evinced in the Russian fable, "How much land does a man need?" This is the area that a large part of our unconscious energy is being driven towards, that directly surrounding the corporeal body, and all life has evolved this way for survival. Because a similar thought bubble surrounds various other forms, it is tempting to discard one appeal for another. However, this does not follow, and one will not find satisfaction unless they part with the ways of all the vessels. Just as the coffin is the box for the body, the hypercube of time is the cubed exponent of the universe. Imagine the universe as an expanding sphere, with the continuum of space-time as its surface. Inside this sphere is infinite potential dimension. Outside of it are tachyons traveling from the future to the past. This is the hypersphere of the multiverse. Now imagine a unit of time, an event, as a cube. Another cube can, in the same way, be drawn around the entire universe, and this represents time. Just as the universe becomes the multiverse, sphere expanding into hypersphere, through the force of time, so does each individual unit of information in the universe shift about and change with time. Time changes as the temporal hypercube slowly turns around in the fourth spatial dimension, causing spatial involution on the surface of space-time, and slowly bringing the third-dimensional representation, or shadow, of the fourth spatial dimensional object, of the temporal force, through a cycle from cube to antipode, to nested hypercube, to tesseract, to antipode, to cube. These are only the names of the points for alignment, and there are many other lattices that represent potential viewpoints on the shape that go unnamed. The reason that the hypercube of 4 time is the cube exponent of 3 space is the same reason that the hypersphere is phi over pi, just as phi over pi can be represented as an oscillating spiral. So can the cube exponent be represented by a hexagram within a square, representing a cube within a cube. If they were only arrayed upon the spiral, the 10 emanations would have no apparent order, but because the pattern of the alternating hexagram and square form a smaller fractal hypercube at antipode, they take on the familiar pattern of the Kabbalah. The emanations, or corners, on the actual cube exponent fractal pattern inside the hypercube of time are best understood as cyclical events, or a series of similar settings and situations that recurs repeatedly. Another example of a temporal measurement that, to derive the cube of the sphere, stems from the Orient and is a set of 64 different event outcomes arranged in a predictive oracular system known as the I Ching. Both the Kabbalah and the I Ching are temporal systems and represent the flow of the unified field or time through the universe. The I Ching has been decoded as a lunar calendar ending in the year 2012. A Bactun in the ancient Mayan calendar also ends in 2012. The Mayan calendar was based on observations of the solar system's ecliptic orbital plane relative to the center of the galaxy, which they apparently derived from the retrograde cycles of Venus and of sunspot cycles that rival those made with the scientific advances of modern technology. Samsara, or the 6 lokas of reincarnating realms, derive from the 8 doubles representing the regular variation of the temporal fluctuation of the I Ching. Phi over pi and the hypercube at antipode are both living patterns, the former the growth signature of bacterial DNA, the latter the shape of the ribosomal virus. Therefore, they are alive relative to one another. The fact that these forms, which are the geometry underlying the laws of physics, comprise the two intertwining histories of a living double helix relative to one another proves that electromagnetic entities, such as archetypal spirits, are as much alive as you or I. If free will is a right only of the living, then free will to all. In this way, the body of God is a living organism of dissonant and resonant tonalities. Just because you are only learning this now does not mean that it has not always been so. Angels are only points of reference, bent toward us by the karmic signature of our aura, carried over from all of our past lives. First, we must agree on the direction of the flow of time. This can be in any combination of the 3 recognized essential components, past, present, and future, so that time flows from one to the next, and from one to the last, or from both to the next and to the last, or to neither at all. What our senses compel us to recognize is the particular arrangement of these components we have come to call the forward-flowing arrow of time. This is basically a measure of matter-energy exchange dictating that, as things continue, they decongeal. The best evidence created by the hand of man for common interaction with this all-powerful force is the clock, a sequence of numbers arranged in a circle around a set of 3 hands that move from one point on the circle to another at regular rates. The most powerful type of clock is the atomic clock, the rhythm of which is regulated by radioactive decay internal to the mechanism. This makes it accurate at varying altitudes, where one must travel greater distances in a shorter amount of time to keep up with the fixed spot on the globe below. It renders time, then, relative to the speed of light, since the particles ejected by the unstable element will appear as a Doppler-shifted wavelength. The distortion will occur between the atomic clock and the position of an observer either before or behind it on its path above the planet, and this is a very nice little model for time. Now imagine that you wish to count numbers. Say, perhaps you have grown tired of the atomic clock counting all the numbers. Nor is there any reason for you to count the numbers just like an atomic clock would. Since you are not an atomic clock, you are a quite sane and rational human being, so you decide to count the numbers as fast as you can. You will quickly see that you can count faster than the seconds on the atomic clock. Now imagine that you can count asymptotically fast. Of course, we know that this is impossible, but pause for a moment to consider why we think it's so. I propose that the location of this particular idea is between the full set of ideas developed by and for our evolution, and the abyss of what is not known even in idea. Thus, it is possible, although it has never presented itself as an option in such a way as to impinge upon our survival selectivity and become a more common probability. On the other hand, for example, if we happened to build spacecrafts that were piloted by just such a method of counting, then it could be argued that, at least after several generations, we would begin to spontaneously mutate towards a mode of thinking more compatible with that method of comprehension, and would then be as comfortable with it as we are now with our atomic clock. So begin in this manner, then. Watch the seconds tick past on the atomic clock and start to count asymptotically fast. At some point you will find that you are continuing to count, and the seconds on the atomic clock have wound down and stopped. Well, what has happened here? It would be reasonable to hypothesize that you had gone off onto an alternate timeline, leaving the timeline counted off by the atomic clock behind, if you can still call what you are in a timeline. You would have to say that it was an offshoot of the other timeline, similar to the measure of depth transecting the measure of length, with one exception. Since your timeline is counted off in an asymptote, it only lasts one moment of atomic time, but since the asymptote can never reach an end, neither does that moment ever end. What we are perceiving now is time flowing in a different direction. Both timelines count the same ultimate measure. It will be infinity on the clock before time runs out. The clock stops. Your counting speeds up. Therefore, they may just swap over from one direction to the next and continue on without more than a momentary break. This, it seems, is similar to the geometric distortions to gravity around massive or phenomenally dense objects. If space-time encounters an impediment to its forward-flowing momentum, it simply adjusts the angles of its coordinate system around it. Of course, what we are observing in the case of gravity is only the refraction of photons due to their impact with the force fields of gravity that surround all physical objects prone to entropy, and it is, in that context, convenient to see relativity between the curvature to photon trajectories and the emanation of virtual particles by real particles as they contact other real particles or other virtual particles. What, however, does this mean in our asymptotic counting experiment? The idea of an alternate timeline having been introduced as a potentially common occurrence in the twisting and turning of the time stream, we see immediately the ultimate implication such a concession to gravity lets in: the existence of infinite potential timelines, each leading to a different future, all occurring simultaneously within the moment. And while this seems an accurate depiction of an event from the perspective of potential, we also know that probability intercedes to manifest possibilities which delimit the event and put it into a context which we then call time. Without possibilities, such as the atomic clock, we would not understand time in the linear way that we do. The asymptotic counting experiment has allowed us also to conceive of time as being infinite in potential. I ought to further stress the fact that one need not necessarily count asymptotically to accomplish the effects we are discussing here. One could recite a chant, even hum. In fact, when you see that your mind itself is only a conduit whereby for the thought of an asymptote to come into existence, and that it is an idea that can exist independently of your mind as part of nature, then you can remove your focus to one side, if you like, and let this asymptote float in the center of event at the very core of time. It is, after all, always there in potential. Conveniently, it is the mathematical expression for the infinite potential that constitutes time. However, the asymptote itself and its potential effect on time must still be seen as separate concepts. Time doesn't stop every time you imagine an asymptote. So what trait of this asymptote makes it possible for time to potentially wind down and stop? We see evidence for the asymptote's physical existence in the gravity of black holes, and the symmetry breaking of certain particles when accelerated towards the speed of light. But we know that the asymptote is somehow removed from and above these artifacts, just as we know that time would continue to exist even if we didn't have the atomic clock to measure it. The real question then is time potentially an exclusively mathematical function, like the asymptote, that can be removed from material reality into the same realm as the asymptote? Is there time in the domain of mental projective space in which you created your trans-temporal asymptote? Is time nothing more than the relativity of sets of numbers? If we say that time is something other than death, then we can answer that it might then be nothing more than the relativity of sets of numbers. The atomic clock, then, is the dependent object, rather than its subject. We understand time as the linear unfurling of a circular cycle. This same observation applies to the orbits of the planets in the heavens. They, too, are only a representation of the idea of change underlying their perpetual rearrangements. And if time is described best only by the relativities of these sets of finite objects, parts, or merely numbers, then we can say that it does exist in the realm of the mental conceptual, and even in such a way that it will allow itself to be imagined as a geometric extrapolation of potential, like the asymptote, and sustained that way as a visualizable thought. Now, aside from our understanding of time as the linear relativity between circular cycles, and our knowledge of the asymptote as a geometric function, we cannot say whether these two do or do not exist in the same form, except in potential. We only believe what we do about time because of applying certain tools to it and not others. As we have seen, you can easily imagine counting faster than the clock, and I can easily imagine you doing this infinitely faster, and from these combinations we can see time as potential. In the future, other people will look at time differently, and see it to be like different things. In fact, I think our old friends the ancients may have had something to say about this very thing. It was their observation in the Orient that heart rate often joined with time in a mysterious way, such that when the heart rate was slow, events would seem to move slowly, and when the heart rate was fast, events would seem to move rapidly. The yogic mystics and the Brahmins attained to states of mastery over their emotions, because it was thought that, by binding the movement of the subtle energies within, one could influence their ebb and flow without. There was a similar belief regarding the eyes that originated in Egypt. It concerned the mythical third eye, the urius, located in the center of the forehead, identical to the Vedic ajna, from which it was thought the substance of the human essence flowed down into us from the realm of the mysteries. The best explanation regarding the third eye comes to us from Jose Silva's modern method of mind control, which informs us that a 20-degree angle of inclination for the closed eyes produces alpha waves in the brain, those found in the minds of all meditators the world over. This has been used more frequently for the purposes of manifestation. A further note was made that certain nervous involutions contribute directly to the elapse of time. The ancients of the Orient again sought mastery over these breaks from ideal concentration, believing that the nervous system was the instrument triggering certain possibilities. Particularly the practitioners of the martial arts and the dervishes, as well as the American colonial Shakers, all partook of this fountain of energy. The biological circuit these comprise is mathematically a phi over pi spiral, the same essential pattern as a flower. The fundamental idea of the phi over pi spiral is symmetry breaking governed by irrational numbers, wherein the irrational numbers are like phi and pi, and the symmetry breaking is often in an asymptotical form, from an asymptote or between two asymptotes. Let us look for a moment at this last example. In our counting experiment, we felt relatively safe assuming that the timeline of the clock was linear insofar as it described a sequential progression without retrogression. But were we wrong in doing so? It can equally as easily be imagined as an asymptote itself, if one dwells upon the potential that the instants, as soon as they are measured, disappear. To where do they disappear? When something changes, where does what it once was go? And from where do the instants come before they are measured? Both the past and the future are like asymptotes stretching outward and upwards into infinity, disappearing in the same direction as the asymptote of time measured by your counting. The asymptotes of past and future meet, then, at the point where the clock has been stopped by the asymptotical counting experiment. I think this is a satisfactory definition of the now, the event that can begin but never end. In this capacity, we can imagine it as a phi over pi spiral, where phi is the future, pi the past, and their ratio the singularity of the present moment. Let me remind you that this is the same as the distortion we saw at the beginning that affects the observation of photons emitted by the radioactive decay of an unstable element in motion, depending on whether it is perceived as from before or behind it on its course. If we observe this phenomenon from the side, seeing both the Doppler distortions which constitute the future and the past for the trajectory of the element, we will again behold the phi over pi spiral, where pi determines a compressed wavelength before it, and phi determines an elongated wavelength behind it. This is known commonly as the red and blue shifts to the frequency of light, and this is how it would be observed in the case of the atomic clock. There is no comparable observation for the change in timelines represented by the asymptotic counting experiment, although we can now see it, at least if we like, as a representation of the same underlying mathematical pattern. In ancient Egypt, the body of Osiris was resurrected by the magic of Thoth, who was associated with the moon and represented time. In India, time is the Maya, illusion, of Manvantara, substance, begat by Brahma, sustained by Vishnu, and ending in Kali Yuga, the age of destruction. In Egypt, Osiris was betrayed and murdered by Set, later associated by the Hebrews with the serpent of Eden and with Shaitan, the adversary, as a god of Babylon during the captivity. In India, Manvantara is also associated with the serpent as the constellation Draco, the Tele of the Jews, and the Poimander of Hermes, the Greek equivalent of Thoth. This was a symbol of precession and of the cyclical nature of time, the Ouroboros, or snake biting its own tail. In modern mathematics, this concept is dually associated with self-symmetry, autocorrelation, and self-embedding or self-referentiality, autoreplication. One such shape that fits this description is the Mobius strip, or three-dimensional shadow of the four-dimensional torus, whose measure is phi over pi. The numerical equivalent of the Mobius strip is infinity, whose number symbol is a Mobius strip. We know that the given definition of infinity is as the last number that falls at the end of the number line. But according to the implications of its definition, infinity is boundless beyond measure, and so it is oft used to mean stretching off into pointless abstraction further than any finite limit, i.e., ad infinitum. In truth, like a Mobius strip, infinity acts holographically. Any set of numbers less than infinity can also act as a set with infinite measure, either by one-to-one correspondence with another set, or by producing an infinite set of components. The shortest set that can act as infinity by one-to-one correspondence is that including transcendental, transfinite, complex, and imaginary numbers. Each of these numbers has a sum whose decimals trail off into infinity, and, when taken all together, though they are not yet all known, they will pair off with any of the other infinite number sets as a statistical imperative. The natural numbers are all the positive whole numbers, and, beginning with 1, they form the definitive number line that stretches off to end on the other side with infinity. The counting numbers, which are the same as the natural numbers but include 0, would seem to always have one digit more than the natural number set. However, since it is impossible to reach the infinite end of either set, they match up in one-to-one correspondence, underscoring the lack of numerical value of 0. Similarly, the set of integers should be twice as long as that of natural numbers, since it includes its whole mere reflection in negative numbers, right out to negative infinity. However, since a list of all integers and a list of all natural numbers cannot be calculated, integers act holographically as an identical measure of infinity with the naturals. The only set of numbers that is not denumerable by one-to-one correspondence is the set containing all fractions and decimals. Because a number different from any number on an ongoing list of decimals between any two integers can always be calculated, since such a list itself would have to stretch to an infinity of fractions, each with an infinity of numbers after the decimal place, then no list of one-to-one correspondence can be compiled for all rational numbers. It is literally a set of an infinity of infinities, but it still is only equal to infinity. Since it exists beyond the realm of hard proof, it describes infinity better fits the traditional definition of a truism, something accepted as true despite lack of proof. Truisms generally take one of two forms, variable or constant, and are represented by a symbol as if they were their own function. A function sign, though, such as that for the square root, the multiplication or division signs, plus or minus, indicate an action of change to be performed. They are the verbs of math. Variables, by that line of reasoning, are the pronouns, and constants the proper nouns. Variables, such as positive for positive numbers and negative for negative numbers, imply a passive state. Constants are set in stone. For example, even though they are irrational numbers that defy complete calculation, by giving pi and phi their own Greek letter names, it allows them to be used in the context of equations. Similarly, the speed of light in a vacuum, represented by c in physics, or Planck's first and second constants, are rarely seen in their raw mathematical form, but only identified by their symbols. So what role does infinity play in its symbolic form? It is not a function because it does not initiate change, nor can it be a constant, since it has no other more formal form. Therefore, it must be a variable, like x representing the unknown component in an equation. Infinity represents some unknown, very large sum. What can be said about x can also be said about infinity. X is a finite, unknown sum. Infinity, likewise, is just the last number at the end of a finite number line, even if it does possess holographic qualities to represent simultaneously the sum of that number line and thus a number at once larger than its own place value. The only other symbol that can act holographically as at once a number in sequence and the sum total at the end of that sequence is the empty set, or the set containing no numbers at all. But what does this say about the cyclical nature of time and the infinite body of God? What we are seeing by the number lines of comparative length that all holographically measure up to infinity is a series of vectors on the surface of the shape of the Mobius strip itself. If this is the case, however, then there must be spin to the shape and movement to infinity. How can this be? Just as the method for calculating a different decimal than any in the asymptotically long list of rational decimals between two integers is taking a different first decimal place number from that of the first decimal, a different second from the second, and so forth. The method of measuring spin is to create a matrix and measure it for diagonal symmetry. How can this be done for infinity without creating a number square, infinity by infinity matrix? Since infinity acts holographically, it should be possible using only a finite number set and the method of one-to-one correspondence. It should be noted at this time that an open set, that is self-referential and self-symmetric, is preferable because it will tend to generate an asymptotically open geometry for the Mobius strip shape of infinity, and in this way better imitate the geometry of the torus, or open sphere, of which the Mobius strip is a lesser dimensional shadow. So a set of 10 terms will work just as well as one of 7, 12, 22, or even only 3, because any number of numbers on an arc can be shown to occur within the infinite number line by tracing a perpendicular line between the two that stretches to a perspective point called n, or aleph sub 1, which I will discuss next, above and beyond both. In 777, Aleister Crowley has provided us with what he calls a magical alphabet of correspondences based on a simple number equivalency system. In fact, it is a magic number square of names and traits of the divine, and since it is an open system to which more can be added at any time, or parts subtracted without reducing the whole, it can serve as a matrix for measuring the vectors of the number lines for the holographic components of infinity. As an orthogonally reducible, symmetric matrix, we can see that the spin of the Mobius strip is that of a real particle, but since it is orthogonal, it reduces to zero dimensionally. Any integer number spin, 0, 1, 2, etc., represents a boson, so the Mobius strip is indeed a true, real shape, but with all the vectors reducing holographically to nothing. It means that whatever movement the Mobius strip makes is self-absorbed. This is in keeping with the self-referential, self-symmetric nature predicted, and also imputes the self-similarity between infinity and the null set. Now, how can we measure this orthogonality by Crowley's 777? It is said that all is one, and already this one is nothing. All the God names and traits amount to a description of a belief, an unproved truism, an unknown variable. This is inherent in the open set of adjectives, and reflected by the mythology of the death of Osiris in Egypt, Kali Yuga in India, and the banishment of Adam and Eve from Eden in Hebrew. This does not, however, mean that God does not exist. It neither proves nor disproves to this end. Like the spin of a Mobius strip, it simply hypothesizes that the effect of active and passive aspects of the divine cancel each other out. Just as the shape of the fourth temporal dimension might be known by that of the fourth spatial dimensional torus, Mobius strip, or tesseract, hypercube, that can be measured as shadows in the third dimension, as a sphere or cube, with spin that cancels itself out into a zero-dimensional matrix, so can it be hypothesized that traditional forms of the divine have been associated with these forms and phenomena. However, these forms and their traits can only describe higher physics or the shape of the Godhead, while an equal amount of tradition has been ascribed to the personality of the divine persona. Also, in recent mathematics, numbers higher than infinity have been proposed with the same characteristic traits as the symbol of infinity. Two schools exist on these trans-infinite numbers. The former is the Aleph school, the latter the N school. It can be proposed that, just as man is thought to have higher powers, so too does God have a spiritual side. This is traditionally associated with the ethereal Holy Spirit, or that aspect of God which is omnipresent, yet invisible, and, at least to the senses, intangible. This has long also been associated with the belief that God is discorporeal, and does not dwell within, for example, each and every one of our human forms. As regards the hierarchy of higher powers, from demons and angels in orders and choirs, to simply the soul and spirit, the Aleph system follows the letter designation with a sub-number, such as Aleph sub 1, Aleph sub 2, etc. It can also be said that, insofar as the anthropomorphic projection of the divine has a personality, such is psychological. In ancient Gnostic Apocrypha, the psyche of God was associated with the feminine essence of wisdom, called the Sophia. God has many personality traits, from the God of an eye for an eye, to the God of love thy neighbor as thou love thyself, through the Buddhist conception of a formless, tranquil aura, and the deist absentee watchmaker God. If the body of God is beneath that ideation representing time, that it may therefore be healed by such, as in the Egyptian myth, then it is right to place the ineffable mind of God beyond the infinite Mobius strip of a self-embedded temporal cycle, as in the Hindu cosmology. Insofar as both are further theoretical extrapolations on the concept of infinity, the N school, which is dimensional and pertains to physics, and the Aleph school, which is numerical and pertains to mathematics, are describing the same unknown and exclusively theoretical realm, albeit in different and unique ways. It is thought to be the vibrational fluctuations of probabilities in chain reactions of cause and effect from one event to the next in a continuum of infinite potential that cause the function of matter-energy exchange to occur in the forms that it does, that is, as the expansion of the universe, indicated by the homogeneous redshifting of galaxies, as the electrogravitational arrangements of galaxies in filaments, walls, and voids, as the underlying cause of the different forms of nebulae, galaxies, such as spiral galaxies like our own Milky Way, and clusters, the orbits of the planets around stars, and even as the behavior of quanta, such as the uncertainty principle. The best name for this theory is wave theory, but it would never catch on. This theory has been advanced as far as this stage publicly, but it has been advanced much further in private. It applies to brainwaves and can be seen in the patterns of traffic in the street. We are all aware that every day the sun rises and sets, and we can be confident that it has done this in the same way for many billions of years, and, as scientists predict, will continue to do so for many billions more. The sun is a star, just like the billions and billions that we can see in the night sky after the sun has set. But the sun is close, and the other stars are very, very far away. The stars that we can see at night are arranged in nebulae, galaxies, and clusters, and our own star is part of a spiral galaxy called the Milky Way. The closest galaxy to our own is the Andromeda Galaxy, and both these galaxies are part of the nearest supercluster of galaxies, named Virgo for the constellation of the area in the night sky where it is visible. These superclusters are connected to one another by strands of smaller clusters and stray galaxies known as the filaments. A very thick strand of these superclusters runs around the entire universe from above Earth's orbital plane to the north to below it in the south, and this is called the Great Wall. Between these filaments there is empty space, and it is only based on the anthropic argument that we are led to believe the same laws of physics apply in these dead zones as in the rest of space. According to recent scientific studies, the universe's rate of expansion cannot be accounted for as being based on the amount of gravity resultant from the mass of known matter, or that which emits or reflects radiation. Therefore, something must be out in the voids to account for our apparently accelerating expansion. This has led astrophysicists to the erroneous postulate of dark matter and the study of black holes. Though black holes were postulated as a mathematical probability based on the accepted theory of space-time relativity, according to the exchange of matter and energy, they were not observed until they were discovered at the centers of spiral and other flat disk galaxies. Here we see the most ancient of the universe's quantum fluctuations, a spinning wave that acquired polarity and became a particle that passed through the phases of all the four elemental forces as it became a star, then through all the main sequence of different phases in a star's life, until finally it accumulated enough gravitational distortion to collapse in on itself and rip a hole in the fabric of space-time with so much gravitational pull that the stars in space all around it began to move towards it and around it, and nebulous gas clouds approached, and its gravity started starbirth within them, until finally an entire galaxy surrounded it in a vast accretion disk, flattened into orbit by its continuing polarity, and spewing gas jets out of its electromagnetic poles, comprised of tachyons, the only particles fast enough to escape its gravitational pull. These tachyons are the particle carriers of the actual gravitational force of the black hole, moving in the proper direction through time, as measured by entropy for a force-carrying particle. The tachyons involute as they pass through all the larger particles, and this pushes the particles back in the opposite direction the tachyons are traveling, hence creating the force of gravity. They are high-frequency, microwave-length electromagnetic radiation, and are only visible when they are passing through a solid body, such as the gas jets of the black hole. When they can be seen, they are observed to move faster than light, or photic radiation, thought to be the standard maximum velocity for radiation. Entropy, as a measure of time, is fixed to the speed of the photon, and so, when we say the tachyons emitted from a light source will arrive before the light, meaning that they will have already delivered their depiction of the carrier information pattern before we can see it, we are saying that tachyons are negentropic, or opposite the standard arrow of time. We also consider ourselves to be negentropic, as we struggle to survive against all odds. Just as when the orbital plane or pole of a star aligns with that of another, there is a slight electromagnetic effect, so when it aligns with a black hole, there is a greater effect. Similarly, when the galactic accretion disks of black holes align with one another, there is a very strong electromagnetic effect, and so when the gas jets of black holes align with one another, there is a tachyon effect. The singularities inside black holes probably represent the oldest quantum fluctuations in the universe, but they do not represent what will be the fate for most of their offspring reactions. The oldest black holes, and any black holes formed by stars they created, will eventually merge into supermassive black holes. By then, there will be no matter left in the universe, and not enough ambient radiation to feed these supergiants, who will eventually burn out, taking the last of the light in the universe with them, and leaving our entire multiverse of alternate universes in parallel potential dimensions leveled down to the constituent tachyons. This will not mean the universe has been destroyed. In accordance with the conservation of potential, matter can only be converted to energy, while energy cannot be destroyed. So will it be with our universe, that every last particle would be converted into a wave. The reason for this is simple. Virtual particles have fractional spin, while real particles have whole spin. It simply takes more than one wave to form a particle. Therefore, while wavelengths can arise from various random fluctuations in probability, a number of these must align in a combinatory way over time to create a mass particle. Our universe is already built on laws of physics whose structural framework is a geometry of vibrational dimensions. However, eventually these hollow mnemonic vibrations will be all that remains. The potential inversion of the uncertainty principle necessary to continuously manifest this will statistically disperse with the elements of the radiation, until eventually this geometry will be entirely unrealized. Of all the known structures in the universe, one of the most complex is the human nervous system. Consider the difference between the tissues of the nervous system and the trunk of a tree. While the tree has a homogeneous tissue that allows fluid transport, channeling water from the roots to the leaves, turning them green, and air down to the roots so they can breathe underground. Each nerve has a similar structure, with a myelin sheath made of high-acid sugar, similar to our genes, surrounding the nerve like the bark of the tree, and inside which an ionized fluid suspension allows the transport of an electrical charge from the dendrites, roots, to the axons, leaves, where it is translated into chemical neurotransmitters and crosses over to another dendrite. Axons also act as sense receptor nerve cells, electrically transmitting neural sense perception from the skin. In the gray matter of the brain, the neurons grow in functionally associative columns outward from the middle. All of the five senses travel through the nervous system, and in the electrical potential of the nervous system lies the capacity for extrasensory perception. When parts of the nervous system are shut down, the parts of the body or the perception of the senses these nerves control are also shut down, and, though still functional in potential, and as alive as any other part of the living body, they will be delivering no information to the rest of the brain and can carry no commands from it. It is the primary organ of the nervous system, the brain, that has become the primary organ of the human body, governing all our behaviors, a savior to our survival. The brain created society, and society is responsible for our exponential population growth. As our population grows, we imprint ourselves more and more on our environment, and this makes culture comparable to a virus. The nervous system itself, with its four lower branches and the genitals below the brain at the top, resembles very much the familiar hexagonal-headed shape of a bacteriophage virus. It is possible that, while the first, most basic bacterial microorganism was busy fighting off its natural predators, that is, viruses, the archetypal imprint pattern in DNA that would result in all the later organisms from trilobites on was conceived between them. In this way, at least, humanity is a hybrid species, and insofar as the virus may have originated off-world, we may even be a truly alien species in origin. Coincidentally, it is entirely bacterial microorganisms that are responsible for decomposition. One modern theory for information transfer that has arisen from social exchange theory is memetics, or the theory of information itself as virus-like in its transmission. This would mean that the entire struggle between active society and passive culture is merely the continuation of the war between the two genders of organism, viral and bacterial life forms. Aside from its being generally applied by populist Darwinian Malthusians who believe that society is a popularity contest governed by survival of the fittest, this seems to be a valid theory. According to this theory, information is transmitted in units called memes, although the same conclusion is reached by quantum mechanics and the information units called quanta. Memes become more or less popular or catch on in a direct proportion to how easy they are to remember. Perhaps the best example of this is early subliminal messages used in music played in department stores containing simple messages meant to be delivered directly into the subconscious, such as "Don't steal," "Mommy loves you," and "It's okay to do better than Daddy." By this reasoning, it is easy to understand why more people know Einstein's famous equation for relativity than the more obfuscated equation for the uncertainty principle. This leads to a general devaluation of information and has resulted in what has been recently identified by sociologists as a soundbite media, fast food culture, and hot button issues. In this media circus, everyone is famous for 15 minutes, which is never enough time to get anything done. A shortcut to saying that mankind is a plague on the environment is saying that intelligence is a disease to humanity. First, come to accept that half the universe is dead. We still see the light from distant stars even though they burned out long ago. Then understand that the universe is a gravitational field bent into an expanding well, the surface of which is comprised of matter-energy exchange and is measured by the speed of light. As the light moves inward on the surface of the spherical universe, gravity moves outward. Inside the third-dimensional surface of the gravity field is the illusion of light we perceive as our universe. Outside the universe, it glows faster than light tachyons. Inside the surface of the sphere are other dimensions, accessed in tachyons, coiled up very tightly and vibrating in superstrings, or microwave gravity, that cause the underlying harmonic resonance, or geometry, of the filaments of superclusters. The multiverse of infinite potential dimensions inside the expanding third-dimensional universe, as well as the matter-energy exchange of the material universe, caused by the fourth-dimensional force of time, and any baby universes formed through black holes, are the microverse, while the tachyons that shine from the surface of the universe into the greater black hole of the parent universe, that comprise the primary clear light of Yalem, the universal singularity, as well as the parent universe that has formed us as a singularity inside a black hole, are the macroverse. The microverse inside the macroverse is space-time. The macroverse around the microverse is time-space. It has been demonstrated that when two metal plates are held only microns apart from one another, so that no particle of any size should be able to fit between them, there is still a quantum foam, or geometrical kaleidoscope of empty bubbles separated by inversions, from the uncertainty principle causing probabilities to arise at random from potential. This quantum foam effect is stimulated by prismatic refraction of microwave-length probabilities in fields of potential that are thought to be caused by the vibrations of superstrings, or tightly coiled dimensions, and resembles the same randomized pattern of web work as the filaments of galaxies. If we say that tachyons, which produce gravity as microwaves opposite the flow of entropy, are the hitherto undiscovered gravitons, or force-carrying particles of the gravitational element, then they can be seen to serve as Einstein's elusive gravitational constant. And if gravity is an illusion of light moving faster than light that results in the effect we call time, then we are well on our way to a grand unified theory that unites the gravitational constant with the temporal dimension. Just as this original and most basic form of matter energy is brought forth through the quantum foam, that is, over time, so is it the substance of time, that is, probability. However, because tachyons move faster than light, they are antimatter, and therefore cannot be a probability in this universe, that is, this reality of light. Tachyons are an inverse probability because they move faster than photons. Photons themselves are a real particle and therefore cannot carry the electromagnetic force of their own light. Instead, it is tachyons, as Cherenkov light, that emanate from the photon that give it the appearance of illumination. Therefore, we see that the speed of light is irrelevant, since the light from a photon precedes the photon. Thus, it would not be exactly accurate to call tachyons antimatter. They do not, for example, immediately explode on collision with their counterparticle of matter, because they do not have a counterpart particle. On the other hand, if we could see these particles, it would prove they don't exist as just clear ideal. We know that there are tachyons outside the universe because the universe is bound by the speed of light and tachyons move faster than light. Therefore, we associate them with the holographic hypercube of time. Their frequency vibrations, known as superstrings, are equivalent to the pure geometry that exists in the realm of the ideal. This means the cube exponent of the turning hypercube and the phi over pi spiral expanding hypersphere interact with one another in the continuum of tachyons. Fermions and bosons are molecules of dimensions. Their spin potential variability is determined by trans-dimensional interaction. The dimensions themselves remain outside of and beyond the forms they generate, as the nuclei of two covalently bonded atoms. They are as the philosophical definition of the ideal. Before we can consider the specific cases of fermions and bosons, we must delve a little deeper into the nature of the dimensions. It cannot be argued that the first dimension is a singularity, the ultimate embodiment of symmetry. The second dimension is, equivocally, planar geometry. These are ideal forms, impossible to express in our material reality, and exist as realms of pure equation. Without them, however, we could understand nothing of our own condition, and would possess no mathematics by which to quantify nature. In fact, without them, nature itself could not have assumed the forms and functions which we now know. However, even the simplest understanding we possess cannot belong to one of these dimensions alone. Consider the point, for example. Its properties are compression and scale correspondence, where the former applies to a singularity and the latter to planar geometry. Neither has any meaning except in relationship with the other, and what meaning we do comprehend of either is therefore a creation of both. Without the point, a Cartesian coordinate system could not exist, but without a singularity, there would be no point. Thus, natural progression continues upward through the dimensions even up to light and beyond, which I have here classified as the fifth dimension. This is due to the unique properties of light, which seem to imply a domain unto itself, particularly as it relates to time, the primary example of this being the seeming trans-temporal nature of tachyons. The fourth dimension should be set aside for special consideration as well, as doing so now will relieve the pressures of later describing the particles it helps to form. The fourth dimension is simultaneously spatial and temporal, meaning that it generates highly complicated structures over fixed intervals. The complexity of its spatial component is due to its having as its foundation an open geometry, in progression from the flat second and closed third dimensional geometries. Its temporal component, however, is semi-second dimensional, as it is traditionally observed to unfold into a binary axis between past and future. I have demonstrated elsewhere that this relationship is indeed far more complex than this, but in the context of this exposition we need only remember these two defining traits for this dimension. Now we may consider the dimensional molecular cases of fermions and bosons. Fermions possess fractional spin as they occur between the third and the fourth dimensions. They arise as the result of the interaction of matter and energy between the pure formal geometry of the third dimension and the pure formal time of the fourth dimension. They begin as ultimate, unformed material chaos. As time passes, the mass becomes motivated, and an exchange of matter and energy begins to take place, constructing a framework of pre-existent geometric relationship to govern the materialization of real particles. Fermion symmetry is quarterly in three-dimensional coordinate space, meaning in any direction it is rotated, a fermion will look the same after less than one complete turn. In other words, its matter-energy structure is determined by geometric, symmetry, and temporal spin interaction. These may be measured as either particle or wave. Bosons arise similarly, but possess integer spin potential variability. The fourth dimension exists in field form, and the fifth dimension in no solid form at all, and therefore there are no geometric restrictions placed on symmetry. Bosons, thus existing between pure time and pure light, can only be measured as waves, and as such obey spin in accordance with oscillation interval, or frequency constant wavelength. The nature of further dimensions, and therefore implications for the particles they may generate through interaction, is discussed elsewhere. If we say that we are beings that are made out of matter energy in the third dimension, that undergoes change that we measure as being the fourth dimension, and also if we say that time is like a holographic hypercube underlying the third dimension, that is the shadow of a spatial object in the fourth dimension, then we can safely say that light is the fifth dimension, measured as the speeds of a photon, and whose substance, just as probability wells in a field of pure potential are the substance of the fourth dimension, is gravitational tachyon microwave radiation. We have already established that tachyons move faster than photons, so to say that the speed of the photon is the measure of the fifth dimension is like saying that entropy in the third dimension is the only way to measure the temporal fourth dimension. This introduces an important concept, that time moves faster than matter energy, and that light moves faster than time. This is to say that matter becomes energy when it reaches the speed of light, and that this is the backbone of the flow of entropy from past to future, or the measure of the concept of time. Because tachyons move faster than this speed, they do not obey the forward-flowing arrow of entropy, or what we call time. The universe began in the first dimension. There was a microwave vibration that occurred under the influence of uncertainty, and this caused everything. A single amount of the void spun around itself and split off, forming the first particle of karma, or quantum information unit. This particle was a singularity compared to nothing, and thus was compelled about itself with all the combined weight of the fullness of the abyss, which was a great greatness. It was forced to begin to consume itself by the emptiness, and this it did with such haste that it began to implode with a force greater than that of the darkness, that is, that velocity known as the speed of a photon, and thus to bend the space-time within it, as it had been bent from the null space and zero time of the void when it was conceived. This turned it inside out quickly, and filled it with light, so that it shone then in the pitch. But these were not rays of photons, too slow in the darkness, and too easily consumed would they be, but the projection of hyperspace light, that is, the microwave gravity particle tachyons, and these are projected as an outward rippling orb. Then it was the time of the second dimension, when the waves of tachyon luminous microwave gravity stirred the void up into action and caused more reactions that created particles. These are the events when the four forces were set down, and everything had been called into spin. Time began then, as a measurement of the spinning at a speed that could be measured by the velocity of a photon. Space was conception itself. A single point in null space would be drawn out and then turned about itself, creating polarity. A particle would spring into existence as a self-expanding wormhole, a tachyon torus in the vast expanse of the nether realm, and immediately generate a stream of similar shapes that would continue on filling in the darkness until they were all a solid throng occupying a region and causing, by their continual exchange of motion between them, which asymptotically approached regulation, the oscillation of that great polarizing force we know as time. These tachyons tended to accumulate themselves then in a topical aura, or field, since they were emanating outward from a center, and so their region of most profound discourse was around the edge of their expansion. It is upon the surface of this three-dimensional shape, expanding in the fourth spatial dimension, that the story of our universe continues. By this time, the four elemental genres of particles had been formed, and this had given the light a fine quality, invisible to the darkness, that of all those less intense manifest fluctuations of particles slower than the speed of light. This was the material universe that was becoming polarized as three-dimensional space on the surface of the fourth-dimensional inflation of tachyons. Once the third dimension began to appear out of the pure heat following the Big Bang, it rapidly accumulated masses in space similar to those underlying its own mechanisms of creation. These are, in order ascending outwards from our planet, stars, galaxies, and the walls and voids. The planets and the stars are spheres, the stars emitting light and the planets reflecting it. The orbits of the planets around the stars and the orbits of stars around the centers of galaxies are both planar, that is, purely based on the polarization principle that elemental opposites attract. In the case of stars and planets, this means the star is too weak to attract heavier objects than the solidification of the fine layers of the gas cloud that surrounded it before its fire scorched them, making them curl up into spheres. In the case of stars, in galaxies, it is that those bastions of the lesser light all fall towards and are caught in the wake of a singularity where microwave gravity has torn a hole in space-time, leading at the edges into hyperdimension, and in the center to the abyss outside. The walls and voids arrange themselves in random strands and gaps, the extended projection of the first spurts of probability in the infinite field of potential. The fourth dimension gives us time. This is the surface upon which we measure a beam of light as it is guided. It is homogeneous to the very small and the very large, though we recognize these terms to be relative to our perception, and it makes the smaller particles to move faster and the larger spheres to move slower, although we can project our understanding of the relativity of size onto the relativity of temporal durations. Again, it is only the measure of the averaged frequency over wavelength for an area given as pi squared, or a factor of microgravity, the force that causes all points in the universe to expand apart from each other, as microgravity is perpetually self-generative and repulsively charged toward matter energy, being as it is on the degree of frequency where it is thought to be so improbable for it to exist in the confines of our universe, in the presence of its finer aspect, the larger solid particles or the longer wavelengths of energy, and the likelihood of it is so infinitesimal that it is called antimatter, or otherwise bordering on being opposite possible reality. The formula for time is thus given as phi over pi. That is the formula for a hypercube that is contained within and surrounding a sphere, that it is set to work measuring the difference of that sphere, so that as the sphere expands, so does the hypercube. On the day of the fifth dimension, let there be light, for as we are given to know of consciousness and sleep, and of day and night, so too do we know of the nature of photons and tachyons. In the proper conditions, tachyons can be observed in the three-dimensional matter-energy universe, where, true to form, they can be measured by instruments before the time it would take a photon resultant from the same events from which they derived to arrive. In these cases, we see that they are able to utilize the same factor of the uncertainty of existence as a probability and potential to quantum tunnel through all larger, slower solids, moving from one point on the surface of an electron cloud to a point exactly on the opposite side, not by going through the center of the atom, nor by following a curve defined by the orbit of its electron, but by passing into and then out of the electron itself, which can be at all points on its orbital shell at any time, where it does not manifest trajectory spin as a probability, like a photon being absorbed or emitted by an electron, but warp spin, as it is swallowed up into itself between the 2 points, consumed in hyperspace, where the point it disappeared and the point it reappeared are the same point, and the tachyon wormhole itself fills the space between them, such that spin is conserved by the tachyon. The realm of hyperdimension, or the hyper-real warping of the fabric of space-time so that it is always consuming and regenerating itself simultaneously, is the surface of a geometry in pure dimension also, and this is the origin of spin wave mechanics. In the sixth dimension, there is potential light, that is, the absence of space as a continuum of vortices, and the absence of time as this substance in motion. Here is the dark pit from whence we started. It is the black hole of the larger cosmos that ours lives within, between which various frequencies of microwave vibrations are shared, though it only looks light because the light of spin burning off pure potential that is our universe is so dim compared to the speed and involution of the greater light of this field, equivalent to the electromagnetic torus surrounding the gravitational singularity of a black hole as we know them, on the inside of which wormholes to alternate realities form. Thus, it is truly here, in the quantum foam of spontaneously upsurging probabilities, that we see the connection points between such wormholes form as a gravitational microwavelength that is the history of a single tachyon, known as a transcendent tachyon, because it occupies all points in this microwavelength history simultaneously, and thus we see how our own universe formed as well. The seventh dimension is that of potential information, where all pure data is truly relative, and thus this is said to be the dimension of dimensions, that is, the one dimension containing the differing geometries of all the others, and providing for them a basis for that continuous contiguity. It is for this reason, for example, that we can say there is no division between multiverses in hyperdimension, where the geometry governs fine waveforms. For the same reason, there are different divisions in the manifest realm of basic matter-energy exchange governed by entropy. So there is subspace. So there is hyperspace in hyperdimension, the hyperreality of the multiverse. And so there is the pure dimension of the primary clear light called Yalem. To this end, they say, that the Creator rested. It is the standard course of entropy that energy is given off by matter as long as the matter is cohesive. This is an effect of the electrons bonding the nuclei of the atoms that comprise matter together. Molecules are formed by electrons joining the circumferences of their orbits, while their atomic nuclei remain far apart. Gradually, random quantum fluctuations break some of these bonds and form new ones. The matter begins to deteriorate as the electron shell tends to break up more than rejoining. When energy escapes the macromolecules of a living organism, it does not necessarily do so in the form of raw electrons. Most of the energy is given off in the form of body heat or thermal radiation. This means basically that the electrons spin off from their orbits and become wavelengths of electromagnetic radiation. These waves are high energy and therefore warm and heat the air around them, causing miniature isobars of pressure to convect molecules of air asymptotically transversely. Most of the electron shell decay in this category escapes from carbohydrates, ash water, or acidic macromolecules derived from fats and lipids. A certain proportion of electron orbital bonding decay in matter molecules is due to exposure to wavelengths of radiation. The closer the wavelength of radiation gets to matching the diameter of the constituent particles, the more probable their cohesion will be disturbed by it. The radioactive decay from nuclear isotopes, because the alpha and beta waves are equal to the size of different atoms, particularly common in organic materials such as living tissue, is considered to be the most dangerous form of such radiation, though the sun that we rely on for daylight is nothing other than a huge nuclear furnace burning off a gas cloud floating through space. Although this process is very slow and gradual, it is responsible for most of the molecular decomposition that occurs throughout the universe. Photons and the orbital shells of electrons are of nearly the same size. However, when a photon strikes an electron's orbital shell, it causes the electron to shrink to a singular charge at the point of the photon's impact on the orbital shell. The photon bounces off in an angled trajectory, carrying as a function of its wavelength the holographically stored information of the electron's spin. This has resulted in the modern scientific quagmire of only being able to tell the projected trajectory, or spin, of an electron by measuring its collision with a photon. Whenever this happens, it increases the probability of the electron breaking its orbit and destroying the molecular cohesion between its nucleus and another atom. There is such a thing as the conservation of angular momentum, and this law of physics states that an object in motion or set in motion by being acted upon by another object has a predictable trajectory. There is also the conservation of energy, which states that there is a fixed amount of ambient energy in the universe, and that none is ever created or destroyed. Therefore, when electrons are liberated from their atomic orbits, by whatever means, in whatever way, their transformation from mass into frequency is measured by the geometrical equivalent of their probabilistic dispersal. Thus, the speed of a photon, a real particle that carries a charge and is similar in size to an electron, potential energy, cloud, the orbital shell around the nucleus, is arranged in a second-dimensional, the orbit of the singular charge in the potential cloud, square field around the source of the energy's liberation. It is thought that, since it is equally likely for the energy to disperse in any direction, and since photons as particles mimic the behavior of waves as fields and are equally probable to travel in all directions, the quantity of the electron charge is thought to disperse equally throughout the pattern of radiative particle velocity. So it is said that the photon and electron are equivalent in potential. In natural data, we can observe this rule, expressed as mass times light speed squared equals energy, to hold true, and thus it has become an accepted axiom of physics, known as the theory of special relativity. The title of relativity derives from the second-dimensional geometric relativity between the orbital path of the singular charge in the orbital shell of an electron cloud and the trajectory of the projected photon. The successful proof of this special relativity led to the grander general theory of relativity, which attempted to show that, using the accepted relativity between distance and duration, time and space are relative. Those people who have not devoted thought to penetrating the full amount of meaningful, true and real implications there are in this simple formula are, for the most part, happy to accept the, until recently blasphemous, notion that matter, the self, and energy, the soul or spirit, are really one and the same thing. While it is amusing to allow people this delusion, it is important to remember that this is not an exactly accurate interpretation of the data. It is true, by rigorous extension of the theorem, that earlier in the evolution of the universe, matter and energy were unified, in that there was no matter, and because the radiation that there was so high frequency, it surpassed the modern parameters for the definition of energy. Because the theory was strictly derived from energy liberation, it has only been very recently, with the use of particle accelerators, that we begin to be able to conceive of the complete inversion of this flow of entropy necessary for the genesis of matter. In the same way that a particle accelerator speeds up quanta and then collides them so they explode, so has the theory responsible for their being built thrown off and exploded many modern myths. One of these is the backbone of the idea of time itself, the standard forward-flowing arrow of entropy, or the measure of molecular decay. According to classical physics before special relativity, electron clouds bond with one another less frequently than when they are separated, and this accounts for the eventual decohesion of all existent physical form. It was even known that matter took on different forms, and even had different particles, according to the four elemental forces. The most popular attempt at unification of the four elements was known as cosmos to the ancient Greeks, the philosopher's stone to the alchemists, and ether to astrophysicists. This was essentially an additional, unknown force, or possibly a higher dimension. After special relativity, doors opened up for cosmologists to root out the source of the division between the elemental forces comprising modern matter and energy, and seek the elusive original ether. While the conservation of energy is seen to apply now, the Big Bang, or the cosmology of relativity, shows mathematically that at some time in our ancient past, the high-energy ether did appear out of nowhere, and that over time, as the universe has cooled, this slowed down into what we now know as energy, and even slowed down further into what we call matter. Fluid mechanics supports this, showing that the molecules of a liquid will move faster, boil, with more radiation, heat, and slower with less. Most recently, quantum mechanics, the offspring particle physics school of special relativity, has unearthed the mechanism by which they believe the energy of the universe first came into existence, and then gradually cooled and became more solid, as well as why this solidity is temporary, and matter eventually turns back into energy. This aptly named uncertainty principle is nothing more than the mathematical description of the original quandary of special relativity, the relationship between the solid particle of the photon and the virtual particle of the electron. The centralized, real particles of matter and the decentralized, virtual waves of energy are the only two types for which substantive quantum data have been found studying the four elemental forces arising from the known laws of physics, believed to be generalizable universally. Through the functioning of these components in accordance with the geometrical physics of the elemental forces, we see that the real particles do gradually degenerate into energy wavelengths, and that the energy is liberated and disperses into a field of potential defined in its parameters by the speed of light. Thus we have seen how matter seems to become energy, though we know that all that is defined as matter due to structure is really a function of energy. Therefore, the sum of all particles combined with the sum of all waves is a quantity of potential energy. Quantum wave packets of energy follow geometric patterns relative to one another, and this force causes the assembly of the elemental atoms as well as their combination in molecules. In the same way, an atom is made up of a particle-like nucleus and a wave-like electron, so the particle-like nucleus is made of particle-like quarks and wave-like gluons. The electron exists as a charged point dispersed in an orbital cloud of potential until acted upon by a particle, such as a photon. The electron cloud is, like the individual photon to the entire wavelength of light, a fractal part that carries the pattern of the whole, in this case an electromagnetic field, such as exists around the Earth or Sun. Such electromagnetic fields are defined by polarity, and this creates a torus shape. This is only known because ions have been sped up towards the speed of light in particle colliders until they fell apart, and the trajectories of their constituent components, the short-lived quanta called antimatter that trigger electromagnetic energy release cascades when they come in contact with a real particle, are measured as a function of their internal composition. When the nucleus of an atom is split, the wave packets that it emits trigger energy liberation cascades, displacing the internal quanta of surrounding real particles, such as other atomic nuclei, and causing them to become radioactive, so strongly electromagnetically charged that particle decay occurs, emitting wavelengths the size of atomic nuclei that further destabilize molecular cohesion. When special relativity first demonstrated that cause and effect relationships occurred between particles and waves, one of the first uses it was put to was a bomb. The military mentality that self-loathing is sufficient motive for murder of those reminiscent of one's own undesired qualities was quick to apply special relativity to the building of an atomic bomb ignited by a controlled implosion. The destructive capacity of this weapon was expected to ensure the peace by outweighing the impetus for war. Although such weapons of mass destruction have been and are still being developed by multiple nations around the world, the tacit globalism of the economic media has arisen, binding the people together in agreement not to destroy the whole earth over their individual differences. The attempts at theories of a unified field, since special relativity, have all been based on tracing the origin of matter, since it is from the time of the first substance that derives the division of the four elemental forces governing the laws of physics. This is the case because fermions, the particles of the electromagnetic and, it is thought, gravitational forces, cannot yet be artificially combined to form bosons, the particles of the strong and weak nuclear forces, only derived from them by particle decay caused by random electromagnetic inversions in probability or particle collision. Therefore, the substance of the unified field, the ether, has come to be called space-time, and thought to be best observed in extreme events of gravitational distortion, where the other surrounding forces become warped. Here it is seen, or rather can be measured, that the particles and wave packets of the other elemental forces can all be accelerated to the speed of light, and, it can be mathematically proven, even break the light barrier. According to the increasingly accepted theorems using special relativity describing these black holes, the gravitational singularity at their center is the same substance as the universe before the beginning of the division of the four elements. Black holes are black because they absorb light, and to do this they must be able to accelerate it beyond the fastest speed of the electromagnetic spectrum. When the geometric fabric of the electromagnetic spectrum itself, such as the speed of photons being a fixed constant, is warped, this dissolves all real particles more rapidly than the weak nuclear force, even the photon itself, which has no scholastically known constituent components. Because the gravity well of a singularity can be so strong that it can crush a photon, it has no difficulty reaching photons with its pull and speeding them up towards it. So too does it accelerate other particles to nearly the speed of light, causing nearly infinite particle collisions or nuclear fusion, stronger than the strong nuclear force. The only thing that escapes black holes does so due to the uncertainty principle of relativity, stating that the vacuum of pure potential undergoes random quantum inversions producing probabilities. This is thought to be the cause of the Big Bang. What is emitted is an extremely high-frequency microwave-length. It is possible, using the measure of the characteristics of these microwaves, to determine the nature of the singularity emitting them. The study of quantum mechanics delves into the nature of both particle and wave. While a particle is solid and a wave transmits formless force, they do have many features in common. Both can be measured as statistical probabilities. In the same way that a particle remains a statistical probability for as long as it exists, A wave can appear as a probability or as a potential. The wave function, otherwise entirely mathematical, possesses one physical feature: the dimensionality of its wavelength. So do particles possess a combination of directions in which they spin. These can all be combined and their sum expressed in a single dimension as a prime exponent. In the same way that most real particles are actually comprised of energy waves, so is spin mathematically equivalent to a wavelength of energy. The proof of this is in the disruptive effect from exposure of real particles to virtual radiation. The spin of real particles is, in truth, the measure of vector, movement of a surface point over duration, expressed as a function of 3 planes of dimension. 2 of these describe directions a spherical particle can rotate, while the third describes the trajectory of the real particle's angular momentum. The dimensionality derived from vector spin is equivalent to frequency of energy. The dimensionality derived from trajectory spin is equivalent to wavelength of energy. Just as a photon is the packet of information, frequency, received at the end of a ray of variable distance, wavelength, so too is a tachyon that point of extension of an electromagnetic microwave moving faster than a photon. To call a tachyon electromagnetic would be similar to calling a photon particle the wavelength of a light ray. The spin of the photon is equal to the information of the wavelength of the light ray, and the spin of a tachyon is equal to the information of the microwave length. The electromagnetism of the microwave length itself is contingent upon the concept of it bearing a charge arising as a result of its frequency's fluctuation, and therefore a magnetic field arranged perpendicularly to the flow of the electrical current. Thus, to call the microwaves electromagnetic energy depends on whether or not they carry an electrical charge that can produce magnetic polarity, which is indicated by their structure as a wavelength, similar to the known wavelengths, waveforms, and fields of the electromagnetic spectrum. The microwave lengths are smaller than the point of charge of the electron when it is singularized, because they comprise the geometric vibrational framework underlying the electron's different possible orbital shell circumferences. By establishing orbital shells for the charge to occupy as potential, microwaves act like gravity. Therefore, while the microwaves look electromagnetic, because of their very short wavelengths and very high frequency, they do not so much act like electrons as act on electrons, and thus in the apparent form of gravity. The prevalent modern theory is that tachyon particles do possess ethereal energy, or what I have called elsewhere astral light. The reason for this is that particles, such as photons, when converted into phased waves of pulsed energy through solid media, can exhibit faster than light characteristic velocities, and therefore it is assumed that tachyons, which share this class of velocity, might also possess the electromagnetic charge characteristic to the accelerated subluminal particles. It should be remembered, however, that tachyons are of a quantifiably different dimension altogether, and should therefore be expected to possess qualitatively different traits. While modern theory does not argue over the notion of tachyons being commutative with subluminal electromagnetic and atomic radiation, it has postulated mathematically that tachyons accelerate their speed as they lose energy, which is the elegant contrapositive to the constant speed of light in a vacuum rule of relativity, which states that as subluminal matter increases velocity, it gains mass. This expectation of tachyons will likely be proven according to countless mathematical applications of the relativistic equations, and, during all that time, delay the true nature of tachyons being discovered by experimental physics. It should suffice to say that tachyons are visibly radiative as Cherenkov light emitted by photons. Since the light from one photon alone would not illuminate the entire volume of the universe, however, it is also safe to say that this illuminating energy wears out over distance. In this regard, we can say that the energy of tachyons, which is positively charged when emitted from photons, is negatively charged when absorbed into atomic nuclei, moving from a dynamic to a static state. The modern theory speculates that when a tachyon has burned off its Cherenkov radiation, what I elsewhere call astral light, it loses all of its energy and achieves infinite velocity, occupying every point on its gravitational microwavelength superstring history simultaneously. Such a tachyon is called a transcendental tachyon, and, having no energy, is referred to as zero-point energy, a category shared with certain scalar phased waves. The microwaves do not just travel through the electron cloud without disrupting it. They also move faster than light. Ordinarily, they are invisible as a result of this, and though the waves themselves are harmless, they are still believed by theoretical physicists to be associated with the explosive conclusion of the lesser, similar trajectories of antimatter, because breaking the light barrier goes against the observable laws of physics simply by being considered improbable. The only time it is possible to see, or rather to measure, these microwaves is when they are projected through a solid medium. Here it is seen that energy beginning as an electromagnetic charge can travel through the material substance by quantum tunneling faster than the speed of a photon traveling the same distance unimpeded. Here we might predict that the photon would win because it is larger, about the size of the electron cloud. However, because the microwave is generated from an originally electromagnetic source, it carries a charge that interacts with the electron. It does not compress the orbital cloud into a singular point of charge, as does the photon, but instead the microwavelength and the electron field interphase, and the microwave exits one side of the orbital shell at the same time as it is entering it from the opposite side. The reason for this complex effect is simple to explain. The particles at the tip of these microwaves, whose history forms the fractal waveform, involute. Tachyons turn inside out, and they do this continuously. They are doing this right now. When a tachyon contacts the surface of the electron's potential energy orbital cloud, the tachyon absorbs the pattern of the shell and moves through this geometry according to its own trajectory. In other words, when the tachyon and electron interphase, they combine to form a dimensional warp in the probabilistic continuum of space-time. This is how the tachyons travel faster than photons. Because of this, they are considered as moving counter to the flow of entropy, or the increase of disorder. This comparison again implies a false similarity between tachyons and antimatter, since the particles and waves that have been classified antimatter were all discovered as being generated by the decomposition of larger particles at speeds approaching the speed of light. However, the difference between the world below the speed of light and the world above it is like the difference between the world under the surface of the water in a fish pond, as opposed to the vast expanse of the world above. The saying goes, "Time flies when you're having fun." The conclusion of this by science is that time should always move at the same speed whether you are having fun or not, and that this speed should be roughly equivalent to the average between the rates at which it seems to move when you are having fun and when you are not. The quantum inversions from potential to probability that occur in the brain simultaneously to thoughts and stimuli interact with fields of tachyons through the left and right thalami of the thalamus, or reptile brain, since it is roughly to this stage in evolution that our reptilian genetic ancestors have evolved their consciousness. The interaction of mind and hyperlight opens up the doors of perception to the multiverse and its infinite dimensional planes or levels of reality. Since the interaction occurs in the holographic reception and reprojection areas of the central nervous system, and this is common to so many varying different types of life form on the planet, it is safe to say we should naturally be accustomed to dealing with this co-creative, interactive, ideal realm of spiritual experience, and I doubt that anything anybody has ever put into the drinking water would dilute this much. The idea that the mind and the cosmic continuum are relative does not lead immediately to perfectly honed manifestation. Instead, we see that humanity is constantly making sacrifices from the realm of potential to bring into materiality, and that the result of all of history's combined idealism remains relative to the environmental conditions of nature and setting. What this causes in the individual is defined as emotion, or a qualitative holonomonic similitude to the movement of objectivity relative to the fourth temporal dimension. Emotions often cycle in patterns as the electromagnetic ambience of the world changes around them. So it is thought that the tachyons that interact with our neural electrical stimulation obey fixed quantifiable rules, the same as the quanta of the four elemental forces. The belief that thoughts affect reality is at the very core of humanity. Our unique ability to grasp objects and make tools allows interaction with the environment in the form of direct physical causality, and we see every day the scale to which this has accumulated effect. The creation of materiality is not believed to be exclusive to our consciousness either. Religions tell us that even our thoughts result in karma. Elsewhere, I describe consciousness as potential extrapolated to the 10th dimension, at which point it finds itself reflected in the core of external consciousness. This makes tachyons, though they are sub-quanta, equivalent as the midpoint of dimensional consciousness to the division between the terrestrial left and spatial temporal right hemispheres of the brain in Leary's 8-circuit model. By applying the 7 hermetic axioms, we can see that tachyons obey the same set of rules as the mind, and that the two are, therefore, relative. In order to comprehend why the microwavelengths of tachyons can be measured as an emotional reaction, we must examine some examples of how tachyons interact with particles and waves. As I have already defined, the microwavelength histories of the involution of individual tachyon particles is an equivalent ratio of information to frequency of a wavelength of energy, or spin and trajectory of a particle of matter. This does not mean that they are all describing the same thing. Each is a characteristic function of the specific type of quantum information unit serving as the carrier of the micro pattern, or fractal, relationship to its individual behaviors. However, the role that each feature plays to its more general component is comparable to that of the others in this definitive capacity, and therefore the unit of measure for the parameters of the field for all these types of effect is the same: dimension. Just as an electromagnetic wavelength is composed of the plane of the electrical current and the perpendicular plane of magnetic polarity, expressed as the individual electron, composed of one rotation of these two dimensions, as the distinction between the polarized cloud and the single point charge, so also can the vector of a real particle be expressed in terms of the polar rotation and precession of axis path, even in the absence of externally induced trajectory. It is thought that, insofar as mind seems to be relative to time, Tachyons represent two geometrically ideal dimensions as well. The photon is a massless particle about the size of an atom. Because it has no mass, when it strikes an atom, it does not cause the atom to move. Instead, the result is that the photon freezes the electron's negative charge at the point of contact, and then bounces off of it at an angle determined by the second-dimensional projected trajectory of the photon and the first-dimensional point vector of the electron. The reason that the electron is brought to a singular point in its orbital shell is that the spin of the photon is comprised of the dimensions of its past vector and its projected trajectory, and, according to the theory of the conservation of dimensionality, because the event of the photon's impact with the electron is of the minimum possible duration, the electron can only contribute one dimension within three-dimensional space. It therefore drops the dimensionality of its orbital trajectory and reacts only as an electrical charge of magnetic polarity, or as a repulsive point. This is enough for the real particle of the photon to react physically to the electron's orbital cloud of potential energy, but not enough to contribute any significant change to the trajectory besides accelerating or diminishing wavelength frequency, that is, changing the color of the visible light. And even this is only by a factor determined by a function of what the wavelength history of the photon particle's projected trajectory was before striking the electron. Not all photons are reflected from all electrons. When electrons are built up into different shell-numbered atoms, the likelihood varies as to whether they will be reflected or absorbed. When a photon is absorbed, the electron changes its orbital shell level to a higher energy level. Because the photon has no electrical charge, then we must look to tachyons to explain why this effect occurs. Tachyons are the commonality of electrons and photons. In electrons, they occur as the microwavelengths emanating from the nucleus upon the peaks and troughs of which form the electron's energy level orbital shells. In photons, tachyons occur as the microwavelengths emanating from it that distort the surrounding space, making the photon appear visibly radiant. It is the information of these microwavelength frequencies that is being exchanged between the dimensions of the photon and the electron, and that determine how both will react. If the microwavelengths are a certain distance from the nucleus of the atom and carrying a certain amount of electrical charge, determined by the number of electrons occupying each orbital shell, the probability cloud will either reflect or absorb the capacity for potential microwavelength propagation of the photon. To say that the microwavelengths are generated by the photon is not exactly accurate. Instead, what we are seeing in the photon is a lightless, real particle traveling through a continuum of potential microwavelengths that are traveling in all directions. Those that pass through the real particle of the photon become probabilities while inside of it. This has an effect on the substance of the photon similar to heating it, and this causes the photon to glow. Other than black holes and particle accelerators, it is not known what can produce tachyons in the material universe. It is possible that the substance of the universe before the division of the four elemental forces consisted entirely of potential tachyons. This seems in keeping with the Buddhist description of the primary clear light of Yalem, the substance they believe pre-existed the universe. These microwavelengths, when looked at head-on, are tiny tori whose insides move opposite their outsides. Thus, they are moving through time in both directions at once. Their frequency determines the structural geometry of the different dimensions, and these lay down the laws of physics that compile quantum information unit particles for each of the four divisions of their elemental, involuting, transdimensional, multivibrational forces. Thus, they can be seen to cause our reality. We have seen that, for the most part, that is, except in situations where special relativity applies, Energy and matter are separate forms of substance that do not combine or subtract from one another, but act independently of each other. If time itself were stopped in a single event for the entire universe, there would be no matter-energy exchange between real particles and virtual waves. We see also that two spin 1/2 electrons don't make a spin 1 photon, even though both are forms of microwavelengths, and that even the different types of quarks in a nucleus are bound together by real, whole number spin quanta gluons. So, to say that the photon and the electron, as well as the quarks, pions, mesons, and gluons in the nucleus, are all structures founded on microwavelengths of energy, is similar to comparing day and night. However, what we are seeing by day or by night is the same scene. We are only seeing it differently. So it is with particles and waves upon the shores of time. The concept of a unified field has been expressed in as many different terms as drugs, in as many different cultures. Both are like an elephant in the living room of society that everyone knows exists, but for which no one claims responsibility. Both are natural realities irrelevant of the ones who discover them or live by their light. The Hindus had a concept of energy that they called Maya, measured by karma, which was the earliest known concept of energy. The Chinese called this energy Qi, and its cycling Tao, and the Egyptians identified it with Ptah, the energy unifying the Ka and the Ak in the 7 vessels of the Ba, and it is probably due to their practice of keeping the extruded organs of their mummified dead in canopic jars that from this word we derive the sound for spitting. The Hebrews associated such power with the Ophanim wheels, and the Catholics with the Holy Ghost, while the Buddhists compared it to enlightenment. The Aryans of the Caucasus called this energy Thul, and the Maya called it manna, which was also the Hebraic Greek word for bread. At the turn of the 20th century, it was identified as orgone energy by Wilhelm Reich, and associated with scalar waves discovered by Nikola Tesla. Most recently, the heads of the SS of the Third Reich based their research of it on a description of Vril energy in a science fiction novel. Currently, such microwavelengths have been said to be the cause of gravity by Robert Lazar, who claims to have learned of this while working on government-classified alien aircraft. The term tachyons is common on Star Trek, the science fiction TV series set in a future where many particles that remain theoretical today have been discovered and applied for human space travel. The other most popular science fiction series of modern times are the Star Wars movies, where the characters can perform telekinesis using the Force, an all-powerful energy field that surrounds all things in the universe, binds them together, and makes them grow. What is our future is guided by the light of what is the universe's past. What one person thinks another person is just going to have to learn is the same as what the other person thinks that person is going to have to learn. Other than this, there is no psychological structure to time. People's minds think like they are stuck in tunnel realities and measure the amount of similarity from moment to moment as karma, burdened by their own prejudice against themselves. There is little enjoyable about beating oneself over the head with the weight of the world. We should not allow ourselves, in light of tachyons, to see light as equivalent to gravity. Matters of enlightenment are not the same topics as those considered gravitas by the old Roman prelates. Tachyons, a particle of radiation off the scale of the electromagnetic spectrum, may carry the force of gravity, and they may be wound up so tightly that they generate the emission of luminosity. But the ideals of light and gravity are as different as the Buddhist conception of the primary clear light, utterly free of all consciousness, and the Judeo-Christian God, the anthropomorphism of that consciousness. I say this because I do not wish to foresee a future in which ideation, which occurs on an equivalent scale to microwave-length tachyons, is considered the result of pressurization. This is for the reason that, as people progress closer to a complete understanding of genetics, and immortality becomes an increasing possibility, the functions of the birth experience, as described by Stan Grof, a student of consciousness researcher Timothy Leary, should no longer be considered the imprint of the mental engram of the experience of mortality as a tunnel reality. If we become immune to death, we will only lose the eternal changing of our voice, as we begin to speak with the voice of an intelligence beyond the times. This is why much of metaphysics throughout history has been classified by the occult orders that have kept their scientific legislations secret. For example, we know that an atomic clock outside the atmosphere and one inside it at ground level run at different speeds, due to the force of negentropic microwave gravity, and we know that the United States military stealth bomber can fly at altitudes above the end of the oxygenated area of the atmosphere. The stealth bomber is little more than a very expensive boomerang, going through temporal wormholes in space-time. On the other hand, it would do the uninitiated little good to scoff at real spacecraft, even if only as a sign of modernity. Similarly, it is important to embrace the craft signs of the builders, and to see them as alike keys to unlocking the greater understanding of all. At the turn of the 20th century, a young occultist named Aleister Crowley translated and elaborated upon an Egyptian stele from the British Museum collection. Although what probably caught the young man's attention was that its catalog number was 666, and he may have been attracted to its apocalyptic Christian numerology. He would claim that his expanded translation was dictated to him by an audible voice of which he could not distinguish the source. He was not alone in this experience at that time, as Nikola Tesla would also claim to be in contact with off-world sources through his first radio transmission towers, and it is a proven fact today that even the radiation of sunspots affects broadband transmissions. In this text, called the Book of the Law, the original Egyptian author, a scribe named Ra-Hor-Khuit, writing for Hor-Pa-Krat, who Crowley believed to be Harpocrates, describes 3 ages of humanity: the age of the mother, the age of the father, and the age of the son. The age of the mother was said to have ended with the beginning of civilization. The age of the father was marked by paternal authorities. According to Crowley, the age of the crowned and conquering child began in 1905 with his transcription of the book. This work would set the tone for the 20th century as an age of more rapid technological progress in a shorter amount of time than ever before in recorded history. This is truly a new age. In Crowley's lifetime, the world would be unified as social movements swept across the face of the globe like changing expressions of the emotions of the masses. 2 world wars would bring the planet almost to the brink of total destruction. The special theory of relativity was applied to intercontinental thermonuclear missiles, and humanity introduced to the fear of the man pushing the button. Crowley himself would go on to become one of the heads of the Golden Dawn, a New Age occult order that resurrected Rosicrucian alchemy and applied it to the Enochian system of John Dee. Crowley himself was active in an Oriental influx into the order, introducing the practice of Kundalini Tantric Yoga as useful in ritual invocation of the angelic hosts. He would go on to join and restructure a Freemasonic lodge called the Ordo Templi Orientis, and arise to the degree of Ipsissimus, or outer head of the order. Towards the end of his lifetime, Crowley had written the Book of Thoth, illustrating the Shem Hampharash with the Tarot, or Rotas, Wheel of Karma. Using this temporal system, the precession of the equinoxes can be measured. Thus, by the end of his life, Crowley had unified the theory of the ages of humanity with the 2,000-year-long ages of each sign of the zodiac, as the sun rises in a different one then, at the same time of year. According to the precession of the equinoxes, in the amount of time it takes the Earth's axis to be changed relative to the direction of the sun from one point in its orbit to the opposite point in its orbit, there is an ice age for either the southern or the northern hemisphere, depending on which pole faces away from the sun as the planet's axis moves relative to its orbit. Currently, sunrise on the winter solstice is aligning with galactic core, as visible from the north hemisphere. Since the Earth's axis precesses relative to the plane of the galaxy, this means we are exactly at the beginning of a north hemisphere ice age. The primary moral of the Book of the Law is do what thou wilt. And because of this unorthodox linchpin of his philosophy, which resembled the will to power described by Friedrich Nietzsche, Crowley, as had Nietzsche before him, proclaimed himself the living embodiment of the Antichrist. This was probably of vanity, but his principle of the law, called thelema, Greek for the will, accounts for this sufficiently. The Roman word, thalamus, meaning bedchamber or sanctuary, is probably a derivation of thelema, since the Romanization of Greek culture was equivalent in many ways to Desade's philosophy in the bedroom. It was for this part of the Roman home that the portion of the brain was named, wherein chemical, electrical, nervous impulses are relayed holographically to and from multiple nerve sources through single nerves. This holographic projection is very important, for it is the prophase of manifestation, and this may be the same channeling of energy described by Nietzsche as the will to power. In fact, it is the philosophies of Desade and Massac that demonstrate the bitter ends of human will, particularly in amorous matters. Therefore, it is important to distinguish between the just wills of Nietzsche and Crowley as Antichrist, as opposed to the corrupt ones of sadomasochists as the archetypes of Satan and Moloch. After Crowley's lifetime, scientists supplied genetic research sufficiently to produce an exactly replicated clone of a sheep, which I'm sure he would have smiled upon. The further possibilities for genetic research open up endlessly before our eyes, allowing us free will over biological matters previously considered the domain only of doctors. For example, cures for many modern epidemic diseases will be developed within less time than new epidemic diseases can naturally evolve or change form. The modern method for the treatment of cancer, or the rapid growth of a tumor or lifeless mass from cells that are deprived of oxygen, involves multiple source lasers focused on the tumor using magnetic resonance imaging to create a scalar wave field or area of overlapping rays of extremely high-frequency electromagnetic radiation. This is a far better technique than the primitive practice of giving patients radioactive barium drinks, effectively giving them cancer to treat their cancer. The laser itself derives its name from its function, light-absorbing spectral emission radiation, that is, A mechanical reaction inside the laser source generates a wave of probabilities to move through a wavelength of electrons, absorbing photons along the way to propagate itself. When such a ray reaches the tumor and bounces off other rays like itself, it breaks apart the molecular cohesions of the cell's atoms by causing the electron shells to emit photons. This is a sound cure, though only half as likely to cause radiation-induced cancer relapse as barium, and can be accomplished even more easily and with less risk by mentation through the hands. It is not, however, a prevention of malignant or even benign tumors from forming. A genetic cure for cancer could come from the chromosomes from the pubic hair follicle-stimulating hormone, FSH, that cause inherent stoppage of growth at a predetermined length being implanted in, combined with, the genetic material responsible for the creation, reproduction of the cell wall, such that should the cell reach a certain predetermined maximum tolerable amount of oxygen retention by the cell wall, the nucleus would react by stopping the thickening of the cell wall as it regenerates it, allowing oxygen to evacuate the cell regularly and preventing preemptively the stagnation leading to malignancy. One of the main causes of cancer is cigarette smoking. What would have been fatal doses of tobacco and cocaine were found to have been used in the mummification process of ancient Egypt. Cigarettes also contain arsenic, which is known to kill off the microbacteria in the intestines that cause internal decay after death, as well as being deadly to humans. If there were a cure for cancer, there would be no social movement against cigarettes. Cigarettes are not the only cause of cancer. The dropping of the atomic bomb only marked the beginning of the age of atomic radioactivity. There is more ambient radiation trapped inside the atmosphere by the greenhouse effect now than there has been since the times of the earliest dinosaurs. Much of this is due, ironically, to smog produced by the burning of fossil fuels, comprised of the liquefied body fats of the dinosaurs. This has produced a hole in the ozone layer, letting in even more ultraviolet radiation. In addition to this, the sun is now producing more radiation than it has in the last 2,000 years, as it is at the peak of its sunspot cycle. All of these combined factors make cancer a risk, even from only prolonged exposure to daylight. An ancient technique for life extension involved drinking water with trace amounts of gold in it. These gold atoms were thought to bond with the cell walls of the red and white blood cells and increase their efficacy. The idea of bonding human cells to metal atoms may also be behind the fluoridation, a byproduct of aluminum manufacture, of public water supplies. It is known that the ancient Romans used aqueducts lined with lead, and this led to lead poisoning, an effect similar to arsenic. Many modern scientists predict that in the future much of human biological dependencies will be compensated for by nanobots, or microscopic robots the size of cells, with atomic mechanics that would inhabit the human host's living systems. Karma accumulates in centers of electromagnetic gravitational influx, which often occur along ley line geodesics. As we pass between these, we find our emotions change, our mood changes, and our perception of the world changes as well. This fractures the central personality into the stream of consciousness, and when the brain waves are altered into normalized wave functions, it is easy to go with the flow. These are also the origins of the various different schools of religious thought, as humans migrated along trade routes and moved ideas across the land. So have we learned how tachyons, like the essence of otherness described by Sartre or the spirits described by world religions, reflect in the form of ideological engrams in the neurons of the brain, upon the surface of and affecting the genetic code. Karma is associated with many things, chief amongst them good and evil, but also with the flow of time. It provides us with an excellent example of the same principle behind the anthropomorphism of God, as karma was the first concept to be quantified symbolically. Just as the end-all, be-all idea of God is humanity's own idea of itself, so karma was measured as beads, or spheres, usually along a string. While this idea was busy leading to the abacus in the Orient, it led to the Last Judgment scenario through Egypt into the West, where all of our good deeds and all of our bad deeds are measured against one another, and this determines if we spend eternity in a paradise or being tortured. Even though it was Jesus himself who overturned the tables of the money changers in the temple of God, Christians unanimously view him as the one to return and judge them according to their accumulations of karma. In truth, there is no real human God, and there is no ideal particle. Other than these two concepts, religion has no basis at all in all the history of humanity. What there is known to be, however, has only been proven by other people's obsession with the opposite concept, a real universe and an ideal God, an agnostic spirit that eludes humanity's grasp and at the same time is capable of fulfilling humanity's wishes. This is the same concept as karma, only with a psychological personality, and either a deistic faith or a belief in cosmically nascent emotions is only another foil of genocentric anthropomorphism. Even the concept that time is the blood of God still implies that God bleeds and can therefore be killed, which is impossible since there is no such thing in reality. Similarly, the concept of God as the rule of irony leaves open the legal loophole that even the law of irony can be broken, and is thus not absolute. The fact that there are real particles, as first predicted by the classical Greek atomist philosophers, at least proves that karma, in an amoral, non-ideal sense, is a reality, and that even human beings are composed of very small particles and waves of pure probabilistic information. In that it is taken as the mechanism for cause and effect, karma cannot be considered a moral ideal, though, because it is equivalent in quantum mechanics as a rule over time to the uncertainty principle, or the axiom that cause and effect occur at random, and due to what is, quantifiably, nothing. According to an application of irony, the existentialists believed that existence preceded essence, and only then could people use their free will to determine for each individual person whether God exists. At the same time as this great modern philosophy was being cranked out, the existence of real particles of karma was being used to argue that there is no order to the universe, ergo God. To put this in terms both the clergy and lay scientists can understand, the randomness of real particles of karma, as being the lesser or more base and profane aspect of the law of God, disproves the existence of God as a primary motivator or intervening legislator. Quantum mechanics delves even deeper into existentialism, though disagreeing with its central premise by saying that the essence of the continuum, quantum waves, did in fact pre-exist solid particles that form the nuclei of atoms, which form the macromolecules of matter. Therefore, it is safe for modern scientists to say that electrons are older than photons, in the same way that astrophysicists have determined that black holes are older than living stars. This is because, just as a black hole once was a star, an electron goes through many different energy levels in its history, as it absorbs and emits photons. If electrons are, indeed, older than other solid quanta, this may explain their state of flux between particle and wave. Electrons are raw potential energy, and therefore can be either a probability cloud in which the charge is dispersed as an electrical field, or it can react as a particle, reflecting another solid particle off its surface. It is important to remember that electrons are both particle and wave, because one is a spike in the wave function representing probability, and the other is a waveform frequency of pure potential. While it is in the form of an orbital shell around a nucleus, an electron occupies all points on all orbital paths simultaneously. Imagine a soap bubble. It is the same air inside and outside, but the surface is a seething fractal of patterns and colors. This is like an electron. An electron is like a bubble, the same inside and outside, but in the case of the electron, this is electromagnetic energy. Just as the bubble's surface integrity is maintained by air pressure, so too do the conditions of the inside and the outside of an electron equal one another quantitatively. However, here is where the electron differs from a bubble. Inside of an electron bubble, the electromagnetic radiation is a negatively charged probability, while outside the electron bubble, the electromagnetic radiation is positively charged potential. Because its surface is acting as an inversion between these two descriptions of the same microwave gravitational force, the electron manifests electrical charge. As I said, the charge of the electron occupies all points on the orbital shell, or bubble, ubiquitously, but the electrical force carries with it the magnetic force. Because the charge of the electron can be at any point, and the axis of orbital polarity is always perpendicular to it, then there are infinite possible positions for the magnetic poles of an electron, and we can also say that the electron therefore possesses infinite potential spin, or vector. In the metaphor of the bubble, the fluid dynamics of the oil on the surface of the sphere would represent the electron cloud's probability. If you poke something through the surface of a soap bubble, you will see the effervescent oil slick cohere homogeneously towards that point. This is similar to the reaction of the electron cloud when acted upon by a real particle, such as a photon. Ordinarily, the probability curve of the electron cloud would measure something like a square well, or, in other words, existing for a fixed duration of time. However, we have no way of knowing if this is the case or not, because of the uncertainty principle. According to the laws of the uncertainty principle, it is possible to measure only either an electron's trajectory, spin, or velocity, frequency, because whichever one you are observing, and can factor in geometric conservation for, the other is changed relative to the conservation effect of the first. What this means, in effect, is that when a photon strikes the surface of the electron cloud, the electrical charge coalesces into one more probable orbital history than any other, so that it has an effect on the frequency and the reflected trajectory of the photon equivalent to its own frequency and trajectory, however, in that those of the electron change those of the photon, so do those of the photon change those of the electron. And since the charge immediately fades back into a cloud of potential energy, there is no way to measure any such predictable change in the orbital path of the electron. The reason for this is that the charge of the electron is one-dimensional. When it is struck by a three-dimensional particle, its collapse into an orbital plane makes it second-dimensional. Because of its minimum possible duration, it is a temporally singular event, and this adds the dimension of time as the electron's third dimension, allowing it to act as a particle opposite the three-dimensional particle of a photon. The temporal singularity of the electron mirrors its singularity as a point, and this wave function of probability can be measured as a short, sharp spike rather than a square well. Because the electron's charge is massless, it is the same size as a singularity. This is a difficult concept for many modern scholars to grasp, since we are told that a singularity is a point so infinitely small that it bends space-time in upon itself and produces the massive gravitational effect of black holes, and we do not see this same effect occurring with electrons. Here we must remember that if a singularity had spin, it would have mass, while the electron has spin and yet has no mass. Instead, it has an electromagnetic charge. While the singularity operates as a quantum dynamo for the gravitational force, each electron carries an infinite potential amount of energy. If it weren't for the mathematics telling us there was something there, an electron might as well not exist for us, as there is no way that we can yet directly perceive it. For this reason, based on their two-dimensionality as charge and orbital trajectory, electrons are considered virtual particles, that is, waveforms of energy with fractional spin, existing only halfway in the material universe. As a cloud of potential, they are not even measurable probability. The best way for people to understand the electron is to visualize how the gas cloud around stars gradually, over billions of years, coalesces into the spherical planets orbiting the star at their different orbital distances and speeds. This is the change an electron undergoes whenever it is struck by a photon. What this spike-well waveform means is that the duration of the electron's concentration into a point is of the minimum possible duration. In other words, it is only while the photon and the electron are actually in contact with one another that the existence of the electron can be measured. During this time, it can be expressed as several different reactions to the photon's internal spin and projected trajectory. The only one I have described is the effect of the electron coming to a point equivalent in size to a singularity, except containing an electrical charge. Also, as I have said, according to the uncertainty principle, only either the frequency of the wavelength history of the electrical charge or the projected trajectory of the magnetic polar orbital rotation of the electron point can be measured at one time by the impact of a photon, because the impact of the photon changes these characteristics of the electron after reflection. The way that these are measured is by the amount of change to the opposite characteristics of the photon, where the trajectory spin of the electron changes the photon's wavelength, and the wavelength of the electron changes the photon's spin, or vice versa. The change to an electron's spin is therefore a precise geometric function relative to the spin of the photon colliding with it, and these changes in trajectory can therefore be measured using quantum mechanics wave mathematics. Ordinarily, when the electron is in its square-well state as a cloud of potential energy, with the electrical charge dispersed throughout the surface of its orbital shell, there are infinite potential magnetic poles for it to be orbiting around. However, if the electron is brought into relationship with other electrons by a magnetic field, such that its magnetic polarity becomes a fixed function relative to all the other electrons around it, then it becomes possible to observe a single orbital trajectory of the electron charge as a point on the surface of the orbital shell. However, while it is still a cloud of potential, the electrical charge will seem to occupy all points on the surface of the orbital shell at once, because of the velocity at which it is traveling that orbital trajectory. In this case, if the electron cloud were struck by a photon, only a small fraction of the electron's orbital trajectory could be projected, because it would not be known if the orbit of the electrical charge would change relative to the magnetic pole. The best way to answer this question is to study electrons in aggregate groups called fields. We find electromagnetic fields around every living thing, around the Earth, and around the Sun. While all of these share polarity, the orbital trajectories the electrons take as they cycle through them are determined primarily by external factors. The aura of living things is fluid and obtuse, while of those artificial things imbued with charge, rigid and precise. The ionosphere of the Earth seems more or less stationary, but that of the Sun coils up due to the differential rotation of the gaseous fusion engine. It is probably this last model that best reflects the behavior of the electron charge in its orbital shell. The pattern of the electromagnetic field lines of the Sun, and of the projected trajectory of an electron charge in its orbital shell around the nucleus, begins at one pole and spirals around the sphere into concentric circles until it gets to the other pole. It is not known what the electrical charge does when it gets to this point, but it is known from the passing of an electrical charge as a current through electrons aligned by a magnetic field that this is how the force of electromagnetic radiation is transported. The dependence on the use of a photon as activator for the measurement of the properties of an electron is similar to the fetish of modern astrophysicists insisting on describing only the effects of a black hole on a biological physical body, rather than performing a thought experiment on them in the laboratory of the mind. It is a malfunction of modern machinery that cannot be expected to endure as a restriction. The human mind is a very sensitive entity, and this means that it empathizes, even if only unconsciously, with every change in the environment it is within. The description of an electron being struck by a photon, therefore, equates in the emotional mind to the stoning of sinners, and there is a knee-jerk reaction to the nascent enlightenment involved with prayer upon some moral cliché like, people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Neither of these viewpoints is correct. Neither dependence upon the use of photon intervention to realize the properties of an electron, nor the idea that there is implied by this dependency the inverse necessity of its prohibition. Photons are going to come into contact with electrons as long as there are photons and electrons, and when they do, they will always have the same, basically predictable, results. We are not responsible for having first caused this condition of the universe to come about, simply due to our meager understanding of it, and what universal effect our knowledge of the use and abuse of it may have remains to be seen. The observed effects researchers have collected data for using quantum probability as the unit of measurement are that when a photon strikes an electron, it can do one of two things. It can be reflected, that is, the electron can act as another three-dimensional particle and bounce the photon's projected trajectory off its orbital shell's surface, or it can be absorbed, causing the orbital shell of the electron to expand to a higher energy level. If an electron's orbital shell level is not on the baseline frequency of the lowest energy shell level, then it can also emit a photon if struck by another photon. The idea that one particle that has whole number spin in 3 dimensions and another particle that can act as a similar particle, a solid against which another solid can reflect, can also dissolve together into a new function that acts entirely like a wave, is an astounding concept. However, according to the principles of relativity, which states that matter and energy are relative, and that of uncertainty, which states that potential energy and probability wells are interchangeable over time, this is a simple fact of natural science. As I described earlier, the photon carries no charge, and therefore what it is contributing to the energy of the electron is the radiation of tachyons. When these are absorbed into the field of potential of the electron cloud, it increases its distance from the nucleus and maintains the same velocity, or increases its velocity and keeps the same distance, but to find out one would have to measure it again, and to do so would disturb it, and thus change its conditions. Because the electron's positions of orbital shells are determined by the microwavelengths of tachyons emanating into the nucleus, when more are combined with them from the potential of a photon, it simply serves to lengthen the measure of the wavelengths of tachyons, and move the electron's orbital shell out further from the nucleus. In order to compensate for the additional energy, the electron moves over a greater distance in its orbital trajectory in the same amount of time. However, if there is not another electron that stays as a placeholder in the base energy level state, the electron will emit the photon and fall back down to the lower energy level shell. The reason quantum mathematics indicates the electron changes orbital energy level shell when it absorbs a photon is the conservation of spin. When the electron absorbs the photon, it absorbs its particle spin and wave trajectory components, and this additional information expands the parameters of the orbital shell. This demonstrates a rule with two particles that quantum physicists believe still applies even if there is only one particle or wave contributing effect: the law of reverse spin. According to this outlandish axiom, in potential, every particle is moving in the exact opposite way as probability allows us to observe. The reason we are observing things spinning the directions they do is because this reverse spin is conserved on a higher dimensional level. When two particles with different spins, such as in particular the photon and the electron, interact, they represent two reverse spins combining to form a higher dimensional spin. And this accounts for the effect of the increased information expanding the electron's orbital shell. When a photon is absorbed and emitted from an electron cloud, it happens so fast it is virtually simultaneous. This gives the effect that the photon, as a particle, is bouncing off the electron, which it is thought would have to be acting like a particle. I have demonstrated how this is merely a function of the factoring in of information from various different dimensions of spin, and we see that it is these same factors of spin that are changed by the collision and reflect combined trajectory spin. These change for both the photon and the electron. However, it is only by weighing the measurements of spin as dimensions for a photon and then bouncing it off an electron and subtracting the change that we can currently comprehend the characteristics of the electron beforehand, and doing so changes these characteristics for the electron. So, while our knowledge of the whole number spin particle photon can be more or less absolute, our knowledge of the electron is confined by the uncertainty principle to be incomplete. What we can observe are the three precise factors of spin that can be cataloged according to the first three dimensions, and relate these to between the photon and the electron. Therefore, we can make predictions for both based on the measurements obtained from either. Two fractional spin virtual electrons do not make a whole spin real photon, unless they are both orbiting the same nucleus and one is emitted as a photon. The quarks and gluons and other quanta inside an atomic nucleus are held together very much like the electrons in orbital shells surrounding them that can combine with other atoms to form molecules. Other than this, the various gauge bosons, mesons, protons, and neutrinos are all more or less free particles that do not bind together except as upon wavelengths to transmit a carrier force. Photons are one such boson, or large real particle, with long vectors and wavelength histories so long they comprise the spectrum of visible light, which is only a little bit shorter than audible sound waves, which are so long in frequency that they actually disrupt the particles of air, which are macromolecules of oxygen atoms and water molecules. In other words, even though it is of a size that it can interact with an electron, which is the same massless size as a singularity, or hole in space-time, a photon is still one of the larger quantum particles that occupy Hilbert space. In the light of relativity, physicists seeking a general unified field theory concluded that the emission of very large particles from radioactive elements undergoing decay is equivalent to the propagation of force through the continuum of smaller elements such as the large photons and the very small electrons. However, following this, their attempts to find a very large particle responsible for the propagation of the force of gravity over vast distances has failed. This, it is believed, would unify both the strong and the weak nuclear force to the electromagnetic spectrum. However, there already is a form of radiation that, according to superstring theory, some scientists are coming to believe may be responsible for the propagation of the gravitational force. It may be because of this form of radiation that the large, real photon can interact with the infinitely small, massless electron. In the same way that an electron is a force-carrying wave form of the electromagnetic spectrum, so is a photon a force-carrying particle of that same form of energy. Just as an electron carries a charge, a photon carries light. Just as a charge can be passed along a series of electrons arranged in a magnetic field, so is it by the motions of photons along wavelengths of light rays that everything we see is brought to our eyes. Just as radio waves are actuated by the propagation of an electrical charge, and so it is now thought for large particle radioactive decay, so are photons the carrier particles for the propagation of radiation. Many photons begin their lives as the potential electrical charge of an electron. In the same way that an electron is represented over time as a wavelength of energy, so also is the trajectory of a photon or other real particle over time measured as a wavelength. In both cases, this is a two-dimensional wavelength, unless it is a factor of vector in 3 dimensions, including particle spin, polar displacement, orbital rotation, surface vector, and projected trajectory, wavelength history. If the electron cloud is moving, it will possess these traits, and if the photon is moving, it will possess these traits. These wavelength histories are associated with the electromagnetic spectrum, but such are the measure of the force-carrying particles of all 4 elemental forces, and these are all the particles that are known. Therefore, wavelengths represent a sort of unification of the 4 elemental forces, and in a way a transcendence, revealing that underlying all of these is dimensionality itself. While cosmologists now believe that the 4 elemental forces originally diverged from one another due to the separation of matter and energy, it is also believed that energy pre-existed matter, and that, through the process of matter-energy exchange, all existing matter will eventually return to energy. In fact, even the matter that does exist does not exist for very long, and it is only because matter is being continually passed through phases of energy that it is ever created more often than it is destroyed. While both exist, they interact. The waves of emanation form fields of potential, while the spinning real particles form probability wells. Everything looks much the same on the atomic scale as on the interstellar scale, although much, much more active. So it is with matter and electromagnetic energy, and the greater wavelengths of dimensional planes comprising the higher function of their geometrical organization. Such wavelengths are best evidenced in tachyons, the microwavelengths that compress the vacuum of uncertainty into a solid particle of light. Just like the water from a waterfall appears continuous, so too do the wavelengths of the electromagnetic spectrum appear continuous. However, when the water in a waterfall is exposed to strobe light, it becomes clear that the water is comprised of discontinuous droplets, each one self-contained and separate from the others. Similarly, if you reduce the frequency of electromagnetic radiation to a single pulse, the spirals of the dimensional waves will combine to form the spin of a singular quantum particle. This is the way to distinguish between the frequencies of matter, which exist only as the measure at any one time from one peak to the next or from one trough to the next, apart from the wavelengths of energy that take up a whole series of peaks and troughs in potential. Science has discovered what mathematics predicted, that inside each quantum packet of dimensional spin wavelengths, there are smaller such wavelengths acting upon and permeating the quantum information units, and these comprise individual particles of even smaller quanta, the microwave tachyons. In the case of photons, what we are actually seeing is the concentration of tachyons in a vortex at such a frequency that they actually solidify uncertainty, causing it to radiate or emit tachyons. When the photon moves through space, it is really these tachyon microwavelengths transporting the probability for such a spherical solid along an emanation of force propagation. In the same way that the radioactivity of large particle elements, the radio transmission on electromagnetic bandwidths, and the radiation of emitted photons are all considered synonymous, so microwavelength tachyons may be considered gravitational radiation. These are equivalent to superstrings that propagate in dense ultrafine wavelengths upon dimensional planes in resonant frequency forms, and therefore manifest a particle force carrier. My theories regarding tachyons are based on the comparison of three separate theories and studies. These are, in no particular order, a study conducted by a laboratory in America that showed that, when projected through a solid medium, it was possible to propel an electromagnetic wavelength faster than the speed of light. The description by Robert Lazar of lenticular anti-gravity craft that use microwave technology propulsion systems, and the theory of tachyons as a faster-than-light particle. The rest of my descriptions are based on extrapolative interpolations of geometry on the predicted behaviors of such a theoretical particle. Let me repeat this. The tachyon is a theoretical particle. Despite the study of microwavelengths, there is no public scientific link between the concept of microwave energy and the scientifically theoretical faster-than-light particle popularly known as the tachyon. However, to say this goes against the modern scientific community, because it has only been recently that the weak nuclear force has been associated with the electromagnetic force, and this has been a concession on the side of very large particles rather than ultrafine energy. Furthermore, the search for a graviton as a force-carrying particle for gravity has been based on its being thought to be a very large particle as well, since the force that it propagates affects very large scales. In other words, I represent a very special link through which these three fields of research can come together. However, to me, they are only one idea out of many, many millions more in potential. The stage is set for much bolder research to come. However, for now, the limitations are largely mechanical. Because of the nature of our own minds, we are being forced to confront the constituent components of the more and more finite dimensions as pure data, for we have no other method with which to perceive beyond the lowest levels. Therefore, tachyons can remain a theory, irregardless of my facts and research, just as well as they can remain a fact, regardless of all the failed attempts at proving them or disproving them thus far by the rest of the scientific community. What it means for a tachyon to move faster than the speed of light is that the information unit of its carrier particle would reach a destination before a wavelength of photons emitted at the same time from the same source, from the same distance, through any medium. If you consider the fact that photons are the carrier particles for the entire electromagnetic spectrum, from very fast ultraviolet to very slow infrared, at a speed faster than known to be traveled by any other particle or form of radiated energy, then to say that tachyons travel faster isn't really like saying that tachyons just break the light barrier, as much as like saying that tachyons break the law of entropy, or the forward flow of space-time, since photons are the fastest form of particle decay and energy redistribution. In reality, this is not the case, since, as a form of microwave energy, tachyons merely represent a faster form of entropy, but according to general relativity, which also introduced the gravitational constant, this was considered very much the case for anything that challenged the fixed constant of the speed of light. In other words, to say that tachyons move backward in time might be considered at best an illusion, and at worst an anachronism of absurd axioms. However, this is, in fact, exactly what they do, since they involute upon themselves in a torus shape, tunneling through from the top pole to the bottom pole as they are projected through space. At the same time that their outside moves forward in time along its projected trajectory, their inside moves backward. When one of these is expanded into a wormhole, it is possible for someone to enter it and travel through space-time. Although it is only due to a quirk of its geometry that an individual tachyon can be thought of as traveling simultaneously forwards and backwards in time, it is a very real fact that this theoretical particle, because it has not been proven, exists outside the material domain. No known particle can be projected faster than a photon. When any other form of particle is sped up towards the speed of light, it disintegrates, its cinders impacting with equivalent-sized particles with opposite spin. The idea that a particle is traveling faster than a photon is derived entirely from the ancient belief in an astral light and spiritual realm. Can you see by the light of a single photon? It is a packet of information, a collection in 3 dimensions of different spin vectors, whose combined effect measures as its projected trajectory and illumination. This combined unit of information is the light by which we see a photon, and it is by the light of photons that we know the world. Each one of the vectors of the 3 separate dimensions of the real photon comprises its own micro-wavelength, and each one of these is the history of a tachyon. It is probably the same tachyon that we are seeing, only intermittently hidden from view in another dimension, appearing like a pulsar. A tachyon is more than just a particle traveling faster than light. It represents a particle that can flow opposite the direction of the projected trajectory of the particle emitting it, and therefore opposite the flow of entropy as defined by a photon. Therefore, it is a particle of time. That is, it is a meta-object of the fourth dimension. Because they are moving against the wake of fluid dynamic entropy, the theoretical particle of the tachyon would create a counterspin equal and opposite to that force in which it was in suspension. This would mean that it would be a force that moved opposite the standard cause and effect progression of the rest of the entropic forces, which all radiate outward from a central point. This force would have to attract and pull exactly opposite these other forces' standard flow of progressive entropy. The force that we can see doing this now is gravity. It is still generally thought that the graviton particle would be a large particle, since its force is propagated on the scale of planets, stars, and galaxies. However, as an energy, such as a microwave length between quanta, all that a tachyon would need to be able to propagate force on very large scales would be to act upon a fractal framework, or pattern of mnemonic or exponential expansion. And in fact, we do see all of these things happening. Because tachyons would, theoretically, propagate faster than the speed of light that defines the material horizon of our three-dimensional universe, they involute faster than the parameters of the real universe and exist outside of and beyond it. Most attempts at accelerating particles to the speed of light result in explosion, an effect known as antimatter, as probabilities and their exact inversions collide. Tachyons would, theoretically, implode so fast that they would finish before they started, and would thus be invisible. All the lesser results were called antimatter, and it is important to remember that tachyons are an anti-energy. Mathematically, they are still more complex than this, as their insides are moving backwards through time at the combined speed of both their external influx and their frequency of projected trajectory, which is obviously faster than their external surface involution alone when they are in motion. There is a specific bending of the quantum uncertainty of the fabric of the space-time continuum into a phi over pi spiral on the surface of a torus, and in this we see that the phi involution moves a greater distance in the same amount of time, and therefore is moving faster than the outside revolution of the pi-bound surface. Therefore, even if what we were seeing were only a photon with an electromagnetic charge, and the surface of the tachyon were traveling at the speed of light, the inside of it would still be traveling faster than the speed of light, and therefore entropy, and therefore would be moving backward in time. The torus is the shape of a hypersphere at antipode. If a tachyon is involuting backwards through time, and is therefore like a particle of time, then its shape must be a metaform, or fourth-dimensional solid. These are known by their third-dimensional shadows, such as the hypercube, or cube within a cube, and hypersphere, or sphere within a sphere. When these fourth-dimensional shapes are moved through the virtual plane of the third dimension, the metaforms of their shadows in 3 dimensions change. The hypercube becomes the cube, the double cube, the tesseract, and hypercross. The hypersphere becomes the sphere and the torus. The pattern of a vector on the surface of such a particle is a phi over pi spiral, as it follows pi upward and around the outside of the surface, and then phi down into the center of the upper pole and through to below. If it were seen from the side, a tachyon would probably appear like a sphere, if it even appeared at all. Like the electron, it would be comprised of a singularity-sized point with a polarity fixed by trajectory in a differentially rotating pi orbital path around the surface of a spherical probability well. However, while the very large photon and very small electron are still of relative size, what they share in common is their substance, tachyons. The photon emits tachyons, and the electron's orbital energy level shell is based upon them. Therefore, it is natural for the tachyons to have the same behavior as both the photon as a real particle and the electron as a wave of potential. This is what is expressed in their combined external spin, projected trajectory, and involuting influx. As the whole of the tachyon's outer surface differentially rotates in a tightly coiled pi spiral from the past to the future pole, it simultaneously slices through the center of the tachyon in a phi spiral to emerge from the past pole. Similarly, if a particle possessing exact counterspin to a tachyon were created, it would lead into the future. This is more theoretical than even the theoretical tachyons themselves, though. Instead, the function of the tachyons seems to be to establish and preserve order through gravitation, opposite the dissolution of entropy, so that things stay as much the same from moment to moment as possible. This is the most theoretical extent of all their possible applications, and acts as much the same as Einstein's gravitational constant, or the ancient concept of the ether as a unified field, or spirit as the unification of the four elements. The places from which we find tachyons emitting in space are black holes' gas jets, which are ejected from the poles of spinning black holes as they accelerate all the matter energy they consume to asymptotically faster than the speed of light, and only a few tachyons escape. Inside the tachyon surface of the black hole, that makes it absorb photon light and gives black holes their name, is the gravitational singularity that began accumulating mass by spinning. The tachyon surface itself is called the event horizon, because inside of it is an event that is taking place outside the confines of the visible material universe. It is defined by the Schwarzschild radius, which is a function of the spin of the singularity. However, the surface of it is similar to a soap bubble, just like an electron. Here we see the infinite potential dimensions of the multiverse, each leading to its own universe, all gravity distortions to the surface of space-time. To enter into any one of these universes is to be pulled into the singularity, and the matter energy of your mass to be converted into its inversion in the baby universe, unless you are made of tachyons and can escape the gravitational pull, in which case it is possible to find oneself exiting from another point in the same universe, far away from the tachyons around the black hole. It is also possible, again by using tachyons, to create such a dimensional warping effect in space without the presence of a gravitational singularity. Ironically, because tachyons are contrary to uncertainty as having constant characteristics, they are considered improbable and therefore remain theoretical. Because of the fact that they cannot exist according to the laws in this reality, they have no history. This is merely a further characteristic of their dimensionality, in that a particle that cannot exist in the moment cannot exist from one moment to the next. Therefore, tachyons are considered to be removed from and beyond the confines of not only the first three dimensions, being its polarity, orbit, and involution, but from the fourth temporal dimension as well, because its shape is based on a metaform, or the third-dimensional shadow of a fourth-dimensional form, and the particle itself is removed from even the fourth dimension. Then we are truly looking at something fifth-dimensional here, and that seems to agree with the harmonic octave and divided decade forms of the elements of the material universe. To imagine this form of anti-history, think of a standard spiraling wavelength measuring the forward flow of charge to the vector of a particle over time. Now imagine that this is an exactly flat electromagnetic field line. This is where tachyons occur, where we see micro-wavelength electromagnetic radiation sped up beyond the speed of light, such as in the gas jets of a black hole. In the same way that the electron warps magnetism, the spinning singularity warps space-time, and tachyons warp time-space. The electron warps magnetism through tachyons, a singularity warps space-time through gravity, and tachyons warp time-space through the matter-energy exchange that is reality's cause and effect. In that they are free of the rules of the fourth dimension, they are bound exclusively to it for their form, which is expressed as potential radiation. Tachyons are exclusively waves, in the same way that photons are exclusively particles, and electrons can act as either. For this reason, they propagate force according to the underlying geometries of the fourth dimension. Electrons, being half like them in this respect, but confined to temporal finitude by their third-dimensional solid counterparts, are also fields of pure potential energy. In the fourth dimension, there is infinite potential energy. In the fifth dimension, there is infinite potential spin. The manifestation of such spin within the realm of potential energy is a tachyon. The manifestation of such energy in the realm of the real third dimension is an electron. As I have already described, the best known source of faster-than-light radiation in the universe is in the gas jets emitting from the poles of rotating black holes. Black holes rotate, and as they do, they speed up all the matter energy approaching them to the speed of light, and convert it all into ultraviolet light. Behind this, the light is accelerated even further. However, this is the limit of the Schwarzschild radius, and we can see no more beyond it with modern instruments. If we could, we would see that inside is a mass of churning wormholes, tachyons perpetually inflating and deflating, all leading to the singularity, where a baby universe, inflated by the consumed mass, bubbles off from the surface of space-time. The tachyon's rotation is counter the rotation of the photons being absorbed because it inverts the information of their spin from matter into energy, and for this reason the tachyon surface of the event horizon rotates differentially around the black hole like the electromagnetic field of a star. When it gets to the poles, however, it cannot tunnel through to the pole at the opposite side, as the torus pattern of the individual tachyon seems to indicate, and it is no more likely for the tachyons on the surface to open up and fall in towards the singularity at these points than at any other, and so the effect is that some of the tachyons escape. The electromagnetic field lines invert their direction and extend out in perfectly straight lines from the poles. What we are seeing in the gas jets of a black hole is much like what we see in the accretion disk of the black hole, which is, ironically, a lot of iron. It is not because of the mass of the iron atoms that they are prevalent in the ultraviolet corona of the black hole and may also be common in the gas jets, but because they can carry an electromagnetic charge and may therefore be acting as a conductor for tachyons. Then we would see their behavior is similar to ashes dancing around a fire, carried in the convection currents. Further, we see that a solid medium is necessary to conduct microwave-length energy faster than the speed of light. It is in this form that the black hole vents its excess energy, that is, whatever it consumes more than it can digest at the same time, and stabilizes itself relative to the progressive flow of entropy. The event horizon is the boundary of the mass of the black hole, defined by the barrier of its gravitational inversion of matter energy to beyond the speed of light, known as the Schwarzschild radius. The surface of this is black because it even absorbs photons, but just above this is a photosphere where the matter it is consuming is being spun up and dragged around it at asymptotically the speed of light. This light is transparent, however, since it is all being dragged back down to the surface of the black hole. Around the black hole is an ultraviolet corona of particles being sped up to the speed of light and pulled very rapidly into it. It is by this light that it is possible to see the effects of the gravitational inversion beyond light are having on the clear light halo of the very dark sphere. On the black hole's surface are an infinite number of tachyons, each swirling inward towards the black hole and outward from it at the same time. These are warped around the surface of it so that there are an infinite number around the edge of the visible curvature of its face, and only one very large one expanded into a wormhole at the nearest point. Nothing about this description contradicts anything astrophysicists predict about black holes. In fact, it is a confirmation of their repeated descriptions of the effects on a clock of it being dropped into a black hole. According to these descriptions, the clock would slow down as it passed the event horizon, until eventually it would stop altogether when it reached the singularity. This is merely their allegory to illustrate that time would have stopped, and in truth the clock would have been smashed into atoms before it could even get close to the event horizon. Tachyons are the product of very short wavelength, high-frequency microwaves, traveling through the electrons of a solid medium. If there were a chain of electrons arranged pole to pole, and a tachyon were traveling through them, it would follow not only the flat line history of jumping from the point of one pole to the next. That is only the internal involution of the tachyon. Its surface would also undulate over and under the external surfaces of all the electron clouds, without disturbing them from their orbital shells. Thus, to create a tachyon, one would have to project not one microwave length, but two identical opposite frequencies, in perfect symmetry pairing, from between which the tachyon would emerge. This is called a null wave, and the tachyon the zero-point energy. Experimentation of this nature using harmonic scalar waves has been ongoing since the turn of the 20th century. Tachyons also occur in the neuron stacks, columns, and pillars of the brain. The potential energy carried inside the myelin sheath from axon to dendrites in each nerve of the nervous system also creates tachyons, as does the fibrillation of the heart. In addition to the particles I have listed, there are many others that can be classified as belonging to the electromagnetic spectrum, and these are all force carriers for the fifth force that unifies the other four, the force of light. It is light that causes gravity in the form of tachyons. It is light that strikes and bends electric charge, and the electric charge is light. It is light that is generated when two particles are fused together, and light that knocks the nuclei out of other atoms. The force of light has been known throughout history as being associated with the concept of the ideal. For example, to carry a torch for someone is still considered noble. The spirit is called the light body, or body of light. Nowadays, science knows of many properties of light, but it is only the tip of the iceberg. The work on resonant harmonic variable frequencies is literally music to the ears. It is also becoming clear that the work on holographs and holograms will yield us representations in virtual reality of the resonant metaforms of higher dimensions, such as fractals already have for quaternions. The force of light is not just the force of electromagnetic radiation. It is also the large particles of radioactive decay and the superstrings of gravity. Light, in its fine aspect, however, as an electrical charge with magnetic potential, can be found present in particles from every one of the four forces, while it is absent in only a few particles, such as the photon, in which it is replaced by radiation. Entropy is often associated with the linear polarity of time, and in this way time is often thought of as being linear and one-directional. This leads to the concept of the continuum of space-time being the two-dimensional surface of a three-dimensional universe, expanding in the fourth dimension. This seems like a fairly straightforward description, except that, in 3 dimensions, the universe appears to be expanding outward in all directions at once. If Earth were only a point on the surface of an expanding sphere, then perpendicular to the surface of space-time, there would be no other stellar bodies until the opposite surface of the sphere. This is obviously not the case. This is because it is not the 3rd dimension that is expanding. This is only what appears to be happening because it is thought that the Doppler effect is responsible for the red shifting of the photon emission spectrum of intergalactic light. However, this is an optical illusion. The expansion is actually going on in the 4th spatial dimension, which underlies the 3 dimensions that we perceive, and is the substance of the surface of space-time that is made visible in photons and measured by the speed of light. The substance is pure potential energy, and the motion through it is light, not only in the form of photons, but in the form of tachyons. It is the self-propagation of these tachyons holographically that causes the universe to expand, and is responsible for the effect of entropy, or the 4th temporal dimension's passage through us. It is now possible to predict, based on different possible geometries for space-time and the observed mass and age of the universe, according to the laws of physics, if and when our universe will end. This factors into similar eschatological systems. Rather than either expanding indefinitely and fizzling out, or collapsing inward and compressing back into nothing, the voids in the walls and filaments might be seen as expanding hollow mnemonic forms, and even the photons themselves on their carrier waves of superstring tachyons might amount to only Maya, or illusion. One such system is the Mayan, which dates 3 previous destructions of the world, each by a different element, and another to occur on December 12, 2012 Gregorian, the last by fire. Another is the Hindu system, which describes how the universe is a dream in the mind of God, and ends when he awakens. When the energy of light moves through the lower dimensions, from the 1st dimensional electrical charge to the 4th dimensional probability cloud, it creates a whirling spiral concourse, and this is measured as spin. Spin is measured as an effect in the other dimensions, but since even 5th dimensional tachyons possess involution spin, it is a cause in a dimension above all the rest. Without light acting as an intermediate carrier dimension between it and the manifest realm, it would have no effect, however, and the temporal aspect of the 4th spatial dimension would end. According to the standard aging of stars, those in the galaxies furthest away from us, and most of those even only a few 100 million light-years away, are already dead, and this wave of destruction is sweeping through the universe towards us, behind and beneath the illusion of light they gave off so long ago. As I have described, entropy is a function of the temporal involution of the universe through infinite potential tachyons. History itself is going through this time tunnel, leading as much from the more disordered future to the more ordered present, as from the more disordered past to the more ordered present. There is no question as to the history of karma. What goes around comes around. Right before anything became past, it was the future. There is no such thing as the here and now. Time can be stopped in death. In this state, the spirit can perceive itself as apart from the body. It moves freely. The mind is just its shadow. The flowing stream of the font of consciousness is a well at the surface of an underground spring, and the spirit is the radiation of ley lines out from it. Nietzsche said, "Man is a rope stretched across the abyss." Many people have read Nietzsche and have found themselves as such. Thus, they constitute the fibrous network of the multiverse, a dimension accessible through the relaxed concentration of consciousness. The only thing hindering the common person from achieving their daydreams is moral guilt for being able to have them. Otherwise, we would all be able to freely admit to one another that we can see through each other's eyes. Our hearts beat with one another. We even breathe with one another. Rhythms flow through us and between one another. Spirits are living karma that can move about between people in the form of consequence. Our phi over pi genetic coded DNA is manifest spirit. It is both matter and spirit, form and function, monkey and God. While the speed of light is the measure of entropy as cause, the spin of all real and virtual particles is the movement of its effect. Since it is velocity of spin by which we measure the speed of light, spin can be classified in a higher dimension than the force of light, and which unifies the other four elemental forces. To say that spin measures a higher dimension, when in fact any good modern quantum physicist would be able to tell you that it only measures the 3 real and 1 additional potential dimensions of our universe, seems a little inverse. This is only due to the very ancient tradition of believing the mysteries of the universe are better off left alone as ineffable. Honestly, we are lucky to even know of depth, height, and length. In regular quantum physics, spin is measured in as many as 3 dimensions for real particles and as many as 2 dimensions for virtual particles. This is because a real or solid particle can be measured as a wavelength even while in motion, and its particle spin, or vector, and its polarity can also be measured by its being struck by another particle, while a virtual particle can only be measured as the wavelength frequencies of its orbital shell and either velocity or trajectory. In this way, we see that the way virtual particles spin is measured allows the introduction of the variable of duration, and this equates to the pulse duration as the length of the wavelength of a potential virtual particle or a moving real particle. And in this way we know that virtual particles exist even when they are not being struck by a photon to be measured, similar to a zero acting as a placeholder, and it is by the length of wavelengths of the real particle photons that we measure time. Therefore, insofar as spin measures the 4 known dimensions, it is not so unreasonable to say that it may be utilized to measure a higher dimension as well. Since we have seen that tachyons are a particle of a dimension transcendent to time, it would seem only fair to say that their spin would represent an additional dimension to those 4 that are known. However, rather than this, what I would propose here is that the characteristic of spin itself is actually the substance of a dimension even transcendent to tachyons, since we have seen that tachyons' spin is involution. However, we have not assigned a complete set of characteristics to the behavior of spin itself. As I have said, vector is usually only used as a measure of particle spin, or the movement of a single point on the surface of a real particle. Since this movement is guided in 3 directions simultaneously, by orbital spin of polarity, trajectory spin of the whole particle's movement through space-time, and the spin caused by the inclination of the particle's polar axis, Vector can refer to 3 different dimensions of particle spin. It can also be used as a name for the measure of duration, although this is not a common practice, since space-time itself is not yet commonly viewed by quantum physicists as a single, unified field upon which each particle itself is acting as a vector, governed by the same laws relative to space-time as a fractal or a hologram. In this regard, a single vector can be multidimensional, and some quantum mathematicians have extrapolated different results as to the maximum quantity of dimensions a single vector can represent. Depending on the geometry of our universe, space-time may be curved in different ways, and thus affect particular different vectors on the local particles. There may be a finite number of ways in which this occurs, and if there are, it would seem to indicate that the relative geometry of curvilinear spacetime must be closed. However, there are other theoretical models that extrapolate base vector dimensionality to the nth exponent, representative of a sum that is greater than infinity, and greater than the transfinite variables as well. It is because of the multidimensionality of the single vector that there is usually a prejudice against classifying vector, as representative of spin, as a dimension in and of itself. However, the same scientists would no doubt have to concede that a multidimensional universe, or a multiverse, would necessarily be of a higher dimensional order than the universe of minimal possible dimensions we know today. Therefore, the more dimensions a vector has, the more it is in an autonomous dimension, unique from the vectors of all the other particles. Therefore, think of a vector as similar to a person on the surface of the Earth. As the Earth rotates and the pole precesses, and as Earth orbits the Sun, so does the solar system orbit the center of our galaxy, and thus we are moving relative to billions and billions of other galaxies, each formed and guided by its own dimensional geometry. Not only this, but we have free will to move around on the surface of the planet wherever we wish, and moreover, we are perpetually regenerating our physical form, such that there is motion even within the point of the vector of a person on the planet itself, just as a tachyon involutes. If we subscribe to the closed geometry theory for the model of space-time of our universe, then we must accept that entropy reduces the number of possible dimensions to the minimum number it can. I have already shown you this is not necessarily true, but it is still the prevalent belief, and therefore the one I shall describe. In truth, we negentropic humans have created computing machines through which it is possible to enter into a virtual reality, in which the open geometry of nth exponential potential dimensions governs the laws of physics, and these are just as real in that they have been made and do exist, as is the universe outside of them in which our bodies of flesh exist. However much can be learned from this minimizing method, we see that it does indeed govern entropy, which is the greater factor in the universe than negentropic evolution. Even though this is the prevalent scientific practice, it remains elusive that the universe itself is, and always has been, nothing more than a first-dimensional singularity. Until recently, the singularity itself was nothing more than a theoretical concept, expressible utilizing the ideals of mathematics and geometry, however unknown in any natural forms beside the socially independent individual. According to Einstein's equations for special and general relativity, the space-time singularity was a statistical possibility, and it was not until the end of the last century that the black holes these were thought to cause were finally observed through a telescope, masked by the radiation that they were inside of consuming. Now it is known that there is at least one supermassive black hole at the center of every spiral galaxy, and that there may be countless other naked singularities, or black holes with no hair, electromagnetic field lines acting as attractive gravity, thought to be a particle unit of superstrings. The modern model of the black hole is based on a gravitational or rotating singularity that is emitting the attractive force of gravity and pulling the surrounding material of the continuum towards it. We know from tachyons that gravity is actually a repellent force that moves opposite entropy, and in this way acts attractively on the surrounding particles of the lesser dimensions it encounters. These surrounding particles are pulled towards the singularity and form a shell of radiation around it. It pulls matter apart further out, reducing it to light, and in the center, it is hypothesized, there is an area that even photic radiation cannot escape from, and this is called a black hole. It has also been hypothesized that the singularity in the center of every black hole is itself the medium of another, smaller continuum, or baby universe. However, I have not yet specified sufficiently the difference between universes resulting from the temporal singularities, or faster-than-light wormholes between the black hole's event horizon and the spinning singularity, and universes resulting from the spinning gravitational singularity itself. The universes arising from the temporal black holes are illusory refractions of our own universe, parallel worlds. The universe in the central singularity is a mnemonic inverted reflection of the laws of physics of our own universe, as they are inverted beyond the speed of light, and then again when they enter the gravitational singularity. Here, in its raw form, is the microwave gravity of the universe itself. A temporal singularity is a tachyon. The wavelength of its projected trajectory is called a superstring, while we see that the tachyon itself is an involuting torus that propagates more of itself that are smaller and then grow. This classification of various different-sized faster-than-light microfrequencies by particle is in keeping with the standard pursuit of quantum mechanics to produce tables of quantum particles for the elemental forces, alike the tables of atomic particles for the same. The reason a tachyon is a temporal singularity is that it is moving both backwards and forwards in time at once. This is simply to say that its spin is moving simultaneously in opposite directions, and that, due to its surface area, a vector on one spot on its surface would not necessarily be moving in the same direction as another vector on a different spot on its surface. And, in fact, since its internal core is a phi over pi mnemonic spiral, it is actually bending the surface of space-time quite a bit. These exist on the very smallest level, and are so small that we cannot even prove them using modern machines. They are still only a theory, existing only in potential. Ironically, however, potential itself is the substance of the fourth dimension, for it is only through the study of statistical probabilities that we can predict the future. Therefore, to say that these particles exist in potential is tantamount to saying that they are only a matter of time, that is, a singular temporal possibility. It is this kind of singularity that occurs inside the neuron cellular pillars inside the brain, and why our mind is a singularity. They occur as well in the electrical fibrillation of the heart, and because they occur here as a pulse, configure geometric fourth-dimensional hypershaped meta-object thoughts perceived as emotions around us, forming our aura or electromagnetic soul, which communicates the continually changing contents of our minds as moods. Since wavelengths have been observed to propagate along relative planes, it is thought that the singular vector can also be extended onto a relatively flat surface. This theory, called M-theory, describes the surface of space-time as shaped by several different dimensional branes, each one warped in a different way, and this way describing the force that is warping them. All this means is that dimensionality itself is allowed to be thought of as planar, which is a hard conceptual leap to make, having just come from thinking of it exclusively as a point. However, let us examine the electron. When it is struck, it is a temporal singularity. The duration of its existence as a measurably real particle is called an event, and this is called 1 Planck time unit, used as the standard shortest measure for the progression of time. The electron, when it is struck, and has compressed itself into a singularity-sized point of electrical charge, can be measured by its orbital trajectory, which is planar, and its electrical charge, which is polar. We are not looking at 4 dimensions here. We are looking at 2 dimensions that are both potentially 2-dimensional. In other words, M-theory is correct. Every single dimension can be expressed as alike a 2-dimensional plane with 2 opposite potential surfaces. In this way, not only does every vector express multiple dimensions, but even more so is every singular dimension an expression of multiple potential dimensions. This leads philosophers easily into the age-old debate of dimensional levels and the hierarchy of the heavens reflected in our consciousnesses. It would be easy these days for a child to reason that we are living in a multiverse of tunnel realities, and that the surface of space-time was little more than a graphic user interface system. Of course, for an adult to do the same would probably get them arrested. However, both these facts only serve to indicate that computer technology has, indeed, penetrated the collective unconsciousness with digital newspeak, and is leading the common consumer down multiple roads at once in the capitalist garden of forking paths. However, any ancient Kabbalist can also remind us that the first names for cognitively dissonant thoughts that occurred in the same mind were Satan and Moloch. Because it is an electrical charge, the electron always has polarity, and this means that the charge orbits around the poles from one to the other so fast that it occupies every location in the shell or cloud at once, and it is only by being struck by a photon that its position or velocity can be measured. When this happens, its orbital plane becomes clear and can be deduced mathematically. When this is done, it is classed as second-dimensional, following the first dimension of the singular charge itself, with the polarity of that charge. The standard, or Bohr model of the atom, is one of possibly multiple electrons sharing the same distance orbital shell from the nucleus, and this means that the multiple electrons must never collide, and that their orbital paths cannot all be the same at the same time. In other words, even though the different electrons can be the same distance from the nucleus, supported on a framework of gravity-like microwavelengths emanating from the nucleus, and even in this way share magnetic polarity as the definition of their orbital trajectory. They must either be moving at different speeds or be located in different places along the orbital track of the electron cloud. Of course, the only way to measure this is to strike them with a photon, and then we see that doing so only restructures the electrons in their orbital shells and absorbs or releases more or less energy, in other words, changing the very same environmental conditions for the electrons that we would be seeking to measure. Because of the reliance on the photon, or real particle radiation interference, to study the nature of virtual particles, not much more than this is known about the electron, and therefore more profound questions, such as is the rotational vector of the electron cloud differential, like that of a gaseous body in space, are left just out of the reach of the long arm of the law of physics. It seems odd that, living on a spherical, three-dimensional planet, in a fourth-dimensional space-time, that many of the larger arrangements of heavenly bodies, between the third and fourth dimensions in scale, occur as second-dimensional. The orbital planes of the planets around the Sun are flat ellipses, and the path the Sun takes around the center of our Milky Way galaxy is a more or less flat spiral on one of the galaxy's more or less flat spiral arms. Stars are usually found in nebulae, clusters, and galaxies, which can have many different shapes. The most common shape of galaxies is a flat, basically pi, spiral. When stars are first formed in the gaseous nebulae by random spontaneous combustion, that is, nuclear fusion triggered by a concentration in gravity, they immediately take on differential electromagnetic rotation. This winds their electromagnetic field lines up around their surface, creating shorter, faster rotation around the poles than around the equator. Thus, as they are gravitationally pulled toward one another and attract or create planetary debris, they orient themselves according to this planar polarity. At the center of a spiral galaxy is a black hole. All of these black holes were once stars, and they continue to electromagnetically rotate differentially. Thus, their accretion disks, which can comprise vast galaxies many light years across, orient themselves along the plane of the black hole's equator. Older black holes have another feature. They eject exactly straight electromagnetic field lines from their poles into space, and this radiation is the faster-than-light, gravitational, superstring microwavelength of a tachyon. Let me describe space-time in terms of sound. Don't think of sound waves as merely the disruption of the air particles, but as a layer in and of itself underlying them. Sound waves, like any other form of wavelength, generate resonant frequencies. Each one of these has its own geometry, and these are what we call the exponential dimensions. According to the laws of physics, in the universe governed by entropy, where dimensionality is compressed to the minimum possible number, we see that only 3 basic tonalities in a harmonic accord permeate the entire universe. Whether or not our universe is governed by the law of entropy is determined by whether or not there is restriction on the number of possible dimensions, that is, whether they are expressed as an open or closed set. Space is comprised of the three given dimensions. However, time, the fourth dimension, is separate from these and is in itself more complex, since it contains the three spatial dimensions within it. This is not a hard concept to grasp. Simply remember how cavemen counted with stones: 1 for 1, 2 for 2, 3 for 3, and 4 for 4, such that there would be 10 stones altogether. Having just described how the realms of space and time may be thought of as separate, it is important to remember that they are really one and the same. At the center of every intersection of the spatial and temporal dimensions is a fluctuation in potential towards probability, either a temporally singular virtual particle or a real particle that will ultimately end up as a gravitational singularity. Therefore, every one of these intersections is potentially two-dimensional, with space-time on one side and time-space on the other, containing space within them, with the fourth dimension of time outside. However, since each of these was a temporal or gravitational singularity, their ability to be expressed as upon a continuous surface also expands itself into what we know as height, depth, and width. Thus, that which is inside the surface of the intersection of the three spatial and fourth temporal dimensions is the history of singularities flowing backward on a gradient from the more ideal temporal end of the spectrum of entropy into material form, and then dwindling into nothingness and returning again to the ideal realm. When these gravitational singularities become black holes, they emit extremely straight electromagnetic field lines from their electromagnetic poles. This radiation travels faster than light and is made up of tachyons. Since tachyons are above the limit of the speed of light, they are even more sunk into the temporal dimension of pure potential than the potential energy of electrons. Therefore, it is easy enough to conceptualize of another wave of tachyons at an exact right angle to one occurring naturally in the gas jet of a black hole, and quite right to say that, in potential, it exists. Then it would be only natural to expand this to include as many more tangents at right angles as possible, and here we see that entropy has already limited us to only 1, which gives us a total of 3. Tachyons may not be able to provide a constant velocity any more stable than that of photons, but they are nature's straight-edge rule. Because the tachyons themselves are so very small, their measure of dimensionality can be applied even on the scale of the smallest known quantum particles, and in this way, by being mapped onto the surface of a particle, be used to plot the vector of its spin in the space between quantum particles as well as its particle spin. One of the most common of these types of vectors is the phi spiral, where the very dimensions of a particle itself are drawn by microwave gravity toward those of another. There are two types of spin that a particle can have. Particle spin, or the intrinsic spin of a particle itself, can be measured in polar rotation, polar precession, and polar displacement. Each of these is assigned dimensionality for the measure of its contributing vector. However, their cumulative effect can be compressed down to a vector expressed in even only one of these dimensions. The other sort of spin is projected trajectory, and is measured as a wavelength only, a two-dimensional history describing a trajectory in three-dimensional space compressed into a single dimension. This is the only way available for the measurement of virtual particles in states such as the electron cloud, since it is only when it is struck by a photon that the otherwise unknown dimensions of its charge and its polarity can be observed. It is also the dimension given for real particles over time, and in this way shows the link between the potential energy of virtual particles and the temporal dimension. There are no such things as real particles. As real particles are defined, all existing matter in the universe was created from energy and will return to energy again in the end. Random quantum fluctuations in potential allowed probability through from outside the universe and filled up quantum units with the information of spin. These will carry on as long as their spin continues, and the lifeline of most real and virtual particles in our universe is destined to end in the gravitational singularity at the center of a black hole. Black holes will continue eating our universe until all that is left is the background tachyon field radiation. The evidence given us in our school textbooks also reinforces the truth of the fact that this has already begun to happen in the furthest reaches of our universe and is sweeping in a giant wave right toward us in all directions. In fact, most of what we can see of the visible universe is the information carried to our eyes by photons emitted from very distant stars that died out long ago, and therefore it is not even safe to believe our very own eyes, for photons themselves are lies and do not represent instantaneous information transport. The mask of photic light worn by the universe is an illusion, concealing the fact that most of the universe is already dead. Such is the ultimate gnosis, that nothing exists and that nothing is real. The most real thing that remains is mathematics, and it is therefore only because vector can be represented according to a mathematical model that modern scientists rely on its reality. The mathematical model of the vector is the matrix, a quantum mechanical or wave mathematical set theory. In this, the number of potential dimensions in space are given perpendicular to the number of potential dimensions in time, such that they form a cross-reference system or number lattice, similar to a magic number square. Vector itself is represented as the transformation of the spin statistics in a diagonal across these interfacing dimensions, usually expressed in either whole number or as fractions, while the other probabilities are expressed in reflexive binary on either side of the diagonal. Matrices can also be produced using fewer spatial or temporal dimensions than the other, such as in only one spatial or one temporal dimension being a singularity. To understand this concept, it might be easy to look at the machinations of popular culture fads and trends and slower social agendas through the mass media. Since the media is not only one person, but very many persons, and not one machine, but very many machines, it does not present a picture of a single individual, but of a unified mass, working all together for a common, ever-changing goal. Imagine, therefore, all the components in the media as if they were like pixels on a screen, whose face seems to appear, whose should, what shapes seem to appear, what should. This is the history of the changing of the human mind. Although there are an infinite number of possible trajectories that can occur in the interatomic space, a few seem to occur more regularly than others. These are the microcosmic representations of entropy, since they also arrange themselves as fractal or infinitely self-terminating, and mnemonic or infinitely self-replicating geometric patterns. The fractal patterns occur at points of symmetry breaking, when the prior trajectory assumes a less ordered, more chaotic path. This occurs when energy is liberated. These patterns do not last long because the liberated energy and free particles tend to reaccumulate themselves towards one another due to microwave tachyon gravity. At these points of spontaneous symmetry formation, we see stable patterns propagating ordered change according to even cause and effect. Two such negentropic patterns are the phi and pi spirals. Phi spirals occur when symmetry is broken and immediately resets itself. This is pure dimensionality in the form of spin, acting on the principle of nature abhorring a vacuum, and immediately finding pattern as soon as a previous pattern has been lost. The phi spiral pattern is taken by electrons changing energy level shells, for example. Phi spirals extrapolate out from the diagonal of cube roots. Pi spirals are even more prevalent and abundant in the quantum world than phi spirals. Pi spirals comprise the orbital path of the electrical charge in the electron cloud, as well as the orbital vector of all polar real particles. Pi is also the pattern that governs the rotation of our planets around the Sun, and stars such as our Sun in spiral galaxies around black holes. Pi spirals obey the law of inverse squares. Before there were spherical, real particles of solid matter formed by raw probability, there were microwave fluctuations in the subspace continuum comprised of pure potential. These generated the spinning real particles by swirling in upon themselves in a vortex that inverts itself and is filled with dimensionality by the vector information units that are the aggregate sum over histories of tachyons. So, when any real particle finally disperses or is obliterated in the center of a black hole, it resorts itself into the ambient energy of these wavelengths. Almost all of the known universe is comprised of electromagnetic background radiation. This includes the real photons that we see, as well as the entire rest of the otherwise invisible to the naked eye spectrum of radiation, from infrared to ultraviolet, not to mention microwave tachyons. The study of wave mechanics in general is therefore a rigorously mathematical discipline, since mathematics express the equations and axioms that govern the variable world of quantum uncertainties, and can describe elegantly concepts which, if expressed using solid structure models, would only be needlessly cumbersome and bulky. However, in the same way that the sums, variables, and equations can express the quanta themselves, still geometric lattices may be employed representing such fourth-dimensional holomnemonic metaforms as the tesseract to express certain quantum relationships. It is speculated that, in the same way that we can perceive the formation of alpha wave forms inside the brain through the rapid eye movement of dreaming sleep, so too our entire universe itself might be fluctuating between the moments, being obliterated into nothingness and instantaneously reassembled perpetually. This is the premise of simultaneous expansion and contraction, upon which the tapestry of dimensions in the multiverse on the surface of space-time unfolds. The ancients perceived this measure of time as the continuum's inversion between existence and nothingness, or, at the very least, units of information and light. They identified the implosion of contraction with Draco, the constellation surrounding 11 of the 12 houses of the zodiac in the very northernmost of the celestial hemisphere, and containing a star that was once the pole star. This cycle was described by the Hindu as the snake of Manvantara that was turned by Vishnu, and it was commemorated in the architecture of Angkor Wat, the buildings of which are designed to align with the stars of the constellation Draco. It is also identified in Hebrew literature as Zimzum, and in Greek as the Ouroboros, or snake that eats its own tail. The inversion of this was associated with the Tao of the Kabbalah, and the lifting of the flaming sword from its setting in stone. As the electrical charge of an electron travels through subspace, it oscillates its course around a series of probability wells that it forms from the raw potential. Because it only illuminates one at any point along the time measured by the wavelength, the electron cloud itself is said to ride along on only one well. However, in reality, it is the weaving around first one side of one probability well, then around the opposite side of the next, that produces the familiar shape of the sinusoidal wave. The quantum tunneling of an electrical charge through subspace, or of tachyons through hyperspace, is very different from the emission and absorption that occurs between real particles and virtual particles. In fact, the tunneling propagation of tachyons is unique even from that of the relatively slow electron, which only follows one wavelength. The tachyon, being a particle of a higher dimension, follows 3 wavelengths at once. 2 opposite vectors trace around the outside of a probability well, doubling the effect of the electron. The other path, however, passes straight through the probability well of potential event, just as might an electrical charge from one well to another, if a series of electrons were aligned in a line along their poles. However, whereas the electron would still follow a path outside the wells along these poles, the tachyon goes through the poles, and it does this not just in a straight line. It disappears into one side of the probability and reappears out of the opposite side instantaneously. The additional velocity is conserved by the field lines that surround the well the tachyon is tunneling through. The longer these surrounding field lines, the straighter the internal trajectory of the tachyon as it tunnels. This is very different from the emission-absorption between real photons and virtual electrons. Photons emit tachyons, and electrons' energy-level orbital shells are sustained as hollow mnemonic resonances upon tachyons. Thus, there is a similarity with which photons and electrons can communicate their spin and energy to one another. The reason that the energy shell level of the electron expands when it absorbs a photon and contracts when one is emitted from it is that its quantity of tachyon potential has expanded on the opposite side of the surface of space-time from the energy of the electrical charge itself. It is for this reason that subspace matter traveling through hyperspace in a tachyon wormhole is said to cast a subspace shadow of indeterminate probability, just like the electrical charge on the other side of tachyon energy. Whenever there is any movement in the universe at all, its inversion is reflected in a higher dimension or dimensions. This is the principle of the conservation of counterspin, or reverse spin, in potential, or on multiple higher dimensional levels. In this way, the same mechanism of conservation that counterbalances entropy only serves to propagate it further in the hyperdimensional multiverse sum over histories of our universe. Therefore, the law of the conservation of counterspin may as well amount to the rule of universal irony. According to this law, we are moving forwards and backwards through time. As we move forward in time, we are also moving backwards in time through ourselves all the time. The mathematical study behind the concept of motion, supported by the naturally observed theorems, axioms, and formulae, is based on the study of three separate fields, each of which can itself be read as a dimension. First, there is the field of topology, which is based on the surface mapping of an object. The second is set theory, or the theory that all objects whose surfaces can be mapped can be graphed as a set of numbers. The third is matrix mathematics, the purely number field that theorizes the digital representation of the object's motions according to the set of numbers of its topological graph. Since manifolds exist in the fourth dimension, it would be fair to say that a manifold is even one more further step in this long sequence of events in transformation. It is the graphing of a matrix on a theoretical surface such that the effects to the number set may be predicted for any given vector. While it can be said of the human state of consciousness as it has passed through this many in a series of transformations, that it might be changed and wander, an objective measuring device, such as represented by the manifold, does not change between transformations of form and establishes a fixed pattern of spin symmetry from one mode to the next. To describe what function a manifold performs geometrically, it would be right to say that it measures. It measures as numbers that can be graphed, plotted, and coordinated, and it measures as a surface area which is comprised upon that number field. It does this in the ideal realm of mathematics well enough to be able to make predictions for movement to one neighborhood set on its surface relative to another when the values of the sums are known that define, delimit, and determine its motion. What can be known of an idealized manifold in itself, therefore, is only that which may be perceived as upon the surface of the intervening field of math. Because math itself can be reduced in this way down to a flat dimensional brane separating the real and the ideal, it should be noted that the fourth dimensional manifold shows through by interpenetrating multiple fields of mathematics. For example, within the study of the mathematics of manifolds, the fields of set theory and topology are unified. Sets are something like number lines. The original concept of the number line was that at each equally marked unit, there would be the next in the sequence of units, where the center of 6 such number lines The origin of a Cartesian graph, such as used to measure three-dimensional space, was marked by 0. Imagine a three-dimensional graph that has a portion of it divided against another portion, say as in a hyperbola, such that what is on one side of it is measured as against what is on the other side of it. This is the basic theory of the set. What is in each half of the so divided graph is its own set, with its own definitions, diameters, and parameters, all of which add up to figures. Therefore, a set is usually thought of as a set of these such numbers, and therefore even the two number points of any single point within a second-dimensional fixed coordinate system are considered a number set. The only difference between a set and a number line is that of depth of dimension. A number line is bound to expression in only two dimensions, establishing either up-down, right-left, or forward-backward, and a distance. A set, on the other hand, can be a quantity with mass, weight, substance, and volume. For example, the bagel I eat in the morning can be thought of as a separate set of matter molecules from the plate I eat it from, or the glass of water I drink with it. This seems about comparable to introducing what will be discussed in further detail later on, the shape of the torus as a four-dimensional manifold. The torus, just like the bagel, though an idealized form, is a self-enclosed set. Another name for this is self-embedding or self-referentiality. These are fourth spatial dimensional traits equivalent to third spatial, fourth temporal, self-enclosed sets. The torus, as we will see later, is an exemplary four-manifold, a certain kind of a set that possesses many numerically expressible traits. As I have already explained how number sets can be derived from topological graphs in order to introduce the theory of sets, perhaps it would be best to also come backward at the idea of topology and begin with the smallest number set, the single point of a coordinate pair. This is clearly a set of two numbers. Taking its absolute value, we see that it can only have referentiality to a greater, more inclusive set, such as a number line, plane, or some other graphical function, and has no meaning on its own. Imagine these numbers as being representative of dimensions. Thus, the coordinate pair is also the smallest form of a matrix. While the coordinate pair's numbers refer it to placement in a numerical graph of number lines in 2 or 3 dimensions, the smallest form of matrix is binary code numbers representing the presence or absence of spin along 3 separate vectors, each in its own dimension. So we see that the only difference is that one represents a stationary point in multidimensional space, and the other a moving spot in multidimensional space. To determine the difference between the two, we must introduce topology. Topology is simply the expansion, either arithmetically, by coordinate pairs, or exponentially, by spin, of a number set to derive constituent shape. There are several methods of doing this. One such, for graphing singularities in 4 dimensions, is the blow-up method of manifolds. This consists in adding extra dimensions until the surface is hyperbolically or asymptotically curved enough to yield a measurable manifold neighborhood or numbered subset around a centralized singularity. A more common method is to simply further extrapolate the formulae through which the original coordinate pair or number matrix derived. It is usually the behavior of the other variables than the numbered pairs or matrices in formulaic equations that governs the full shape and motion of the object being observed. However, it is possible to expand upon just the numbers alone. The coordinate pairs can be expressed as angles in degrees or pi radians, imaginary numbers or fractions, and the matrices can be of multiple vectors in multiple dimensions, possess more or less symmetry, be more or less in binary, and also can use fractions. The set of all sets that possess topological characteristics is called the set of all manifolds. A manifold is acting as both a number set and a topology simultaneously. While the example of the blown-up singularity pertains here, there are an infinite variety of manifold types and forms. As I said earlier, also, the bagel is like a manifold. The difference between the bagel manifold and the blown-up singularity manifold is that the bagel is real, while the singularity is ideal. This is not to say that the bagel manifold is real in the same way as the set of all real numbers manifold is real, or that the set of all real numbers manifold is in any way less ideal, or even less than identical, to the graph of a singularity itself. In fact, the graph in 3 dimensions of all real numbers would have to curl over and under to connect to itself, as would the physical dimensions if they were compressed around an actual singularity, whether that of the charged electron, the temporal torus, or the gravitational singularity. This shape is also a well-known manifold, and it is called the trefoil, or triple-bound knot. A trefoil, in one fewer dimension, is a torus. A torus is a hypersphere at antipode. There are manifolds for all the regular solid polyhedrous metaforms that exist in the ideal realm of potential as well. A set, in itself, such as a matrix or coordinate pair, cannot possess spin, only describe it. A topology can spin, but without measuring out vectors on it and plotting them numerically into a system, such as coordinate pairs or a matrix, the exact nature of this spin cannot be deduced. A manifold is there to bridge this gap. A manifold can spin, and by careful deduction of the formulae governing its behavior according to the laws of classical physics, the measurements of such spin can be entered in as vectors into matrices. Therefore, while it is comprised of sets and topology, it is not bounded by either one of them. Unlike them, a manifold can have measurable spin. One of the main ways to know that spin is measurable on a manifold is to establish a matrix for a set within the manifold. This process involves first the establishment of a given manifold, and then the establishment of a neighborhood on the manifold. The number set for a given manifold is expressed as a sheet, which is defined graphically as a field and as a function in a physical formulae. Once a sheet has been constructed, a matrix can be formed for it based on the Fourier transform of the sheet, an equation the processing of which factors in spin or motion of the sheet relative to the remainder of the manifold. Doing so produces a vector matrix for the sheet, which digitally represents its spin, and therefore the spin of the manifold as well. Sheets are usually given only second-dimensional depth, or assigned variable coordinate pairs. This expression of them, therefore, renders them flat planes on the manifold neighborhood, and their relative number sets bound to binary. This means that their spin must be expressed as a fraction between the binary numbers 1 and 0, and the graph of their matrix plotted accordingly. This makes them equivalent to the electron's orbital plane between the binary dimension of its poles, or like the flat accretion disk of the standard spiral galaxy orbiting around a central black hole. This does not necessarily mean that the shape of the manifold to which the set is bound automatically complies to the torus shape of these two types of physical occurrences. While it can easily be seen to comply thus, the actual manifold shape can be in any form, because it is essentially describing a plastic, malleable consistency. The second-dimensional sheet is only used as a matter of convenience for certain types of mathematical procedure, such as transformations that we will get into more deeply later, and is by no means an axiom in and of itself. Just as the dimensionality of a matrix, a number line, a function, etc., can all be expanded and contracted to fit the requirements of convenience and elegance, so too can the dimensionality of the sheet and that of the manifold. The other common kind of sheet is the vector set, where the only information comprising the sheet is made up of a Fourier transform's formulaic equation, or a matrix. For such a sheet as this, there is a little additional information governing its composure or construction than what is being measured of the set in terms of its motion. It may be that the given matrix occurs within a larger equation for the determinant of the neighborhood set, or including the variable of the manifold itself. Usually the operative components in such a larger equation that are determinant of the spin of the manifold are given. In such occasions, we see the relationships arise between the different sets as one of them can be derived from another through spin. When a manifold is mapped as the topology of a number set, such as the set of all real numbers, and the element of spin is introduced, certain other number sets can be produced, such as the set of all real quaternions, etc. Just as with the second-dimensional sheet set, it is easy to determine spin, so with a vector set, or matrix, is it easy to determine the effects of spin. While a Fourier transform can render a vector, or wave function, for any given particle or manifold, a Lorentz transformation generalizes this onto the rest of the surface of the particle, or the topology set of the manifold. A Lorentz transform is not harder to calculate than a Fourier transform, but the two are very different from one another. A Fourier transform creates a wave matrix for any given vector, representing this numerically as being relative to binary symmetry. A Lorentz transformation is more like a linear equation through which an extrapolation can be factored. One type of Lorentz transformation produces the set of all real numbers. In this transform, a torus shape is usually used, although a trefoil could work just as well. The idea is that the ends of the number lines arc around parabolically until they all connect with one another. Doing thus is called in topology attaching a handle to a handle, and it forms a torus shape. When this is done with 3 handles, it is a trefoil. Another name for such a kind of torus is a Mobius band or Mobius strip. The Dutch artist M.C. Escher, who is famous for his depictions of optical illusions, was proficient in the use of such a Mobius band, which he frequently portrayed with a half-twist in the common symbolic description of infinity. A trefoil is a Mobius strip with 3 full twists. There are many such depictions for the sets whose dimensionality expresses self-referentiality, and these are classed under the heading of knots. When speaking of topological knots, we must begin with a set of quaternions. The plot of this graph has little, if any, definite form to begin with, and yet has strong aspects of spin. Thus, it is better known what the Lorentz transformation of the set is than the topology of the original manifold itself. I have described quaternions elsewhere in this exposition, however it would do well to go into them here again in brief. They can be extracted from the dark spaces of fractals when those fractals are given spin, and their appearance thus is only weakly symmetric, and usually is like a cloud of sponge sugar that has been set in rotation. Thus, the plot of the Lorentz transformation for a quaternion would only produce a globulous cloud cluster rotating around itself. However, due to the integrity of its internal composition, it would be just as appropriate to refer to the manifold of its matrix as a knot or knotted. The number of manifold topologies that can have symmetrical number sets as matrices is not limited to the study of handles, toroids, trefoils, or even twists in knots in general. There are many different geometrical shapes that possess an axis of symmetry around which they can be rotated with the bulk of their weight evenly distributed, and many of these with multiple such axes of symmetry. For example, the zonahedron of a cube is one such geometrical shape, and so is the tetrahedron, as is the isosatetrahedron in higher dimension. There is no limit to the number of sets with symmetry that can be expressed as manifolds possessing spin. They are truly infinite. One of the most useful of modern-day manifolds is perhaps the four-manifold. This has been written about extensively in the last recent half-century, and will undoubtedly only become more useful. The most basic types of four-manifolds are the basic polyhedral metaforms. These include the hypersphere, or torus, hypercube, or tesseract, 2 hypertetrahedra, or simplexes, the 5-cell and 16-cell, the hyperoctahedron, or 24-cell, the hyperisosahedron, or 600-cell, and the hyperdodecahedron, or 120-cell. Four manifolds also include, however, all of the other metaform polyhedra that might exist in 4 dimensions, as well as all the other rotational axes that each may also possess that would create alternative 3-dimensional lattice metaforms as 3-dimensional shadows of their shapes. These are only the rudimentary 4 manifolds, of which class there are an exponential amount from those which exist in less dimensions. These sort of shapes have proved useful in many different fields. They have been used as lattices in the sciences for constructing flowcharts of relationships between variables, and they are also similar to the form and nature of buckyballs, extremely large macromolecules of carbon that are contained everywhere in nature, serving various different kinds of functions, including smaller molecule carbon transport in the blood. Considering that life as we know it is carbon-based, these macromolecules perform a very important function. Beyond this, there are even more unknown 4 manifolds. There are as many different kinds of manifolds in 4-dimensional space as there are shapes and objects in 3-dimensional space over time. All of the natural patterns we perceive and all everyday objects are only shadows of these forms which occur in higher dimensions. Most of the examples I have used for descriptive purposes in this book have been four manifolds. Primary among these is the torus. The torus is derived from the hypersphere in antipode position, from where we can see that the hypersphere appears to be a tube wrapped around in a circle and connected to itself. From apogee, it appears to be a single circle, and from perigee, it appears to be a sphere nested within a sphere. All of these positions describe the same shape, however. Each one is uniquely different as a shadow in 3 dimensions. The shape they are describing is a 4-manifold. It can be depicted 2-dimensionally as a diagram in which 2 chords wrap around each other in knots to form the outline of the shape, or in which it can be thought that 2 two-turn cylinder sets, handles, have been attached to each other by the intertwining and knotting of their topologies. Phi over pi is a very important concept in measuring the torus shape, because it is the description of a vector on its topology. As a point on the torus shape's surface would follow a phi spiral path as it wound down into the interior of the torus, so too would it follow a pi spiral path around in a circle out again, as well as perpendicular to this as it spirals around the rotating circumference of the torus. Just as the torus had different appearances at antipode, apogee, and perigee, so too does the hypercube. At apogee, it appears as a regular cube. At perigee, it appears as a cube nested within another cube. At antipode, it appears as a tesseract, or 2 cubes of the same size joined to one another at every corner by 45-degree angles. While the torus shape is prevalent in nature as a recursive harmonic resonance, the hypercube is expressed repeatedly in the square and cube exponent functions of physics. Prime among these is E equals mc squared. Just as with the torus, phi over pi is the measurement of a tesseract. It is the measure of the difference between the internal and the outer cube over the measure of the internal cube in the nested perigee form, and it is the measure of the cube over itself for the singular apogee form. This relativism between the sphere and the cube in higher dimensions is important, because it implies that, perhaps, in an even higher dimension, the 2 shapes are entirely unified. Lattices exist, as I have said, to depict the other 4th-dimensional metaforms. These include the hypertetrahedron, hyperisosahedron, hyperoctahedron, and hyperdodecahedron. Each of these would have at least one figure to represent them each at apogee, perigee, and antipode. For example, the hyperoctahedron at antipode, or the 3-dimensional shadow as seen from above one 4th-dimensional corner, has a cuboctahedral envelope in orthographic projection. The Kabbalah can be expressed as a manifold. Doing so means that it functions at multiple levels and in multiple dimensions. This means that it passes through different phases and different forms as the different parts of it pass through the portions in space that are governed by the different dimensional geometries. Insofar as it underlies and interpenetrates reality, the manifold of Kabbalah is equivalent to the will of God. There are many forms that such a complex idea can take, and they have usually been studied piecemeal by academics and mystery scholars in disparate parts of the world. As four manifolds are becoming more popular among mathematicians of today in expressing topologically complex histories, such as quaternions, so too can they be incorporated to the historical flow of ideas associated with Kabbalah. Kabbalah, in and of itself, is not quite rightly confined alone to the expression of topologically complex histories. However, it is expressed in the realm of ideal, that is, the one as ideation and the other as mathematics, such that we can see how, topologically, the two can be intertwined in a knot. The scrying of John Dee and Edward Kelly on the tiling boards of the great watchtowers of the four cardinal directions that has come down to us of this day in document form somewhat resembles the plot of spin in a number matrix. In a number matrix for multiple vectors in multiple dimensions, this is usually represented as a diagonal across from corner to corner of numbers around either side of which there is binary spin symmetry. While we cannot directly deduce spin from the gematria of letter-number equivalencies in the tiling boards, we can only conclude that the scrying of the angel names by the connection of the letters resembles vectors on a Cartesian coordinate system. For a long time, magic number squares have been associated with the planets and with some of the stars and constellations. Some of the earliest calendrical astronomical observations were made by the patriarch Enoch, and these were handed down through the centuries to John Dee and Edward Kelly, who further classified the sets and theories by graphing them on a letter tiling board, which is itself much like a magic number square. Sometime in between the observations of Enoch and the scrying of Dee and Kelly fell the Abramelin squares, which are now largely incomplete. These gave letters, supposedly whose number equivalencies formed some sort of magic correspondence. Elsewhere, I have demonstrated that the 231 gates of the Sefer Yetzirah, as given by Alexander Rokich of Worms, can also be looked at as a set of magic number squares that together form the vector matrix of a larger manifold shape. It is probable that the King-Wen sequence of 64 hexagrams is meant to represent pairing in chromosomes during mitosis. There are 64 codons in each unit strand of DNA when it is wrapped around nucleosome cores to form the chromatid fibers that duplicate and split during mitosis and meiosis. The 64 hexagrams are numerically commutative with the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, or 22 visible faces of a tetrahedral band of DNA. They are also commutative with the 72-letter name of God, the Shemham Farash, by the addition of the 8 double hexagrams formed from the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams form the basic oscillation of a fluctuating resonance field expressed as the 64 hexagrams. As such, they can be likened to a symmetrical matrix sheet for the manifold of the 64 hexagrams.